This is Audible.
Recorded Books and Recorded Books Digital present Afropessimism by Frank B. Wilderson III, narrated by the author. Acknowledgements. In 2013-2014, I spent 11 months at the University of Bremen, Germany, as an Alexander von Humboldt Experience Research Fellow. In Germany, I started writing an academic monograph that explained how and why human capacity, the power to be a subject of relations, is violently parasitic on black flesh. Why Orlando Patterson's brilliant delineation of slavery needed to be abstracted in a way that showed how the human is not an organic entity, but a construct that requires its other in order to be legible, and why the human other is black. I was and am deeply indebted to the works of key thinkers who have also grappled with this highly controversial claim: Saidiya Hartman, Zakiya Iman Jackson, Joy James, David Marriott, Jared Sexton, Hortense Spillers, and Sylvia Wynter. I took them to Germany the way a zealot takes his Bible abroad. The idea for a book that would become a cross between creative nonfiction and critical theory came to me toward the end of my time in Bremen. For 8 months, my labors had been torn between a novel I was writing and the monograph I was funded to write. Without the freedom from teaching and administration, coupled with the library resources at my disposal and the intellectuals, activists, and artists I communed with, I might not have considered embarking upon a book that weaves the abstract thinking of critical theory with blood and guts stories of life as it's lived, the hybrid seed you hold in your hands. In addition, UC Irvine's Humanities Commons gave me a publication support grant that helped me in the home stretch. Bob Weil, editor-in-chief and publishing director of Liveright, is someone steeped in knowledge of the Black literary tradition from having edited some of the most influential Black writers of the 20th and 21st centuries. Not only did he bring laughter and friendship to our encounters, but he brought a unique improvisational literary vision needed to help me reconcile diverging characteristics of theory and storytelling, a project that many other editors might have found too daunting to attempt. Gabriel S. Kachuk, Bob's editorial assistant, is a jack of all trades who has yet to meet a problem he can't solve. My thanks also to Amy Medeiros and Dave Cole for the fine project editing and copy editing work they did. Peter Miller, Liveright's Director of Publicity, and Cordelia Calvert, Publicity Manager, worked tirelessly with Liz Cole of Evil Twin Booking and Gretchen Crary of February Media to launch a remarkable media and appearances campaign. My agent, Charlotte Gousset, and her interns, Sophie Gu, Julia Murray, and Richie Stone, were invaluable in the help they provided me during the production of the book proposal and in pitching the book to editors. Special thanks to Jocelyn Burrell, Adam Fitzgerald, Fred Moten, Claudia Rankin, and Alexi Saitan, whose friendship, support, advice, and critique go far beyond what I can acknowledge here. In addition, there are many activists, scholars, artists, and traditional healers who have also supported and encouraged me throughout the writing of this book. They are too numerous to name here, but their names can be found in the print edition of this book. Finally, with love and gratitude, I extend my appreciation to my wife, Anita Wilkins, who counseled me to make the problem your subject during those frustrating moments when seemingly insurmountable problems of writing haunted my forward momentum. More than that, she shared this intellectual journey with me in late-night discussions on the challenges Afropessimism presents to storytelling when the narrator is a slave. Book 1. Epigraphs. I came into the world imbued with the will to find a meaning in things, my spirit filled with the desire to attain to the source of the world, and then I found that I was an object in the midst of other objects. Frantz Fanon. And I'm prized most as a vector through which others can accomplish themselves. Cecilia M. Cooper. Chapter 1. For Halloween, I Wash My Face. Part 1. A psychotic episode is no picnic, especially if you know you can't call it madness, because madness assumes a change in the weather, a season of sanity. I was moaning, sobbing. The crisp, disposable sheet that lined the gurney rasped as I shifted. I sat up when they came into the room. No one was going to strap me down. But I didn't climb down for fear of giving them cause. In the glare of fluorescence, they, the doctor and the nurse, were white as dust. The gurney rattled as I shook and cried. They didn't approach. They didn't call for help, not for themselves nor for me, a monstrous aphasic, too black for care. That's how I saw them see me, and my urge to save them from me eclipsed my desire to be cured. But I couldn't speak, not even to tell them that I wanted to protect them from me. Cluster bombs spiked in my heart. I clutched my chest and cried out. Did they take a step back? Is it your heart? The doctor asked. I wanted to laugh. The funny thing about a mouth is that it needs to close as well as open if a word is to be made. Mine wouldn't close. If it closed, I knew it wouldn't open. The hinges of my jaws made moans or howls, but not words. I thought, how funny is that? I answered him the words of a bird as its throat is slit. You keep clutching your chest, he said. Are you having a sharp pain somewhere in the region of your heart? I nodded my head. Tell me more, he said. But I felt my lips twisting grotesquely. I didn't want to start sobbing again. He told me to take my time. The nurse nodded gravely, as though she were peering at a pug-nosed puppy in a cage. I had an urge to answer her gaze with a pug-nosed puppy bark. As this urge grew, her sadness deepened. My bark and her sad, saucer eyes were headed for a collision. Ruff, ruff! Give me a biscuit! My head was splitting and so were my sides, but not in the same register of emotion. Sir Belly Laugh rose up from my torso and met Mr. Why the fuck am I alive, who had fallen through my raging skull and landed in my throat. The sadness drained from the nurse's eyes. She was her frightened self again. The puppy love had morphed into her need for self-preservation from this hulking black mass with matted, uncombed hair and orbs of fireworks bursting from holes where the eyes should be. The doctor sat on the stool with one foot on the lower rung, one foot on the floor. But the nurse remained standing. He massaged a luxuriant eyebrow with his index finger and waited. Laughter is good, he said. Why don't you tell us what's so funny? I wanted to say, would it be all right if I barked? I realized, however, that I would seem crazier if I asked his permission to bark than if I showed some initiative and simply barked without making a big deal of it. I fell through a chasm of laughter and tears. No one had taken me to the student health center. I got there on my own. As I sat on the gurney, sobbing, fearing the fear of the world in the doctors' and their nurses' eyes, I could only answer one of their questions, is someone with you? By shaking my head. How did you get here? Who brought you? Tears scarred my face in reply. "Did you drive?" one of them said. I shook my head. They noticed car keys in my hand. They still hadn't taken my pulse or my blood pressure. The doctor told me to rest. He said they would return momentarily. When they left, the fluorescent lights pierced my eyes like daggers of ice that hung from mansions in the winters of my childhood. I didn't trust my sense of balance enough to slide off the gurney and turn off the lights. I had no wish to lie face down with only this crinkling disposable sheet between the front of my body and a cold mattress which rebuked me like a dry cough when I moved. So I remained on my back. Roses exploded as my eyelids closed against the glare. Had I been shaving this morning when I snapped? I wore a beard, so no, I had not been shaving. But I knew it had started in the mirror. I was washing my face when a stanza of poetry came to me. It started with a sensation of heat on my face and tightness in my chest. The way I often felt as a child on those mornings when I couldn't face the taunting day at a white grammar school set back from the dappled waters of a long lake spotted with willow trees. My flesh hummed as though my shirt were made of insects, and the skin on my back shifted as it did when my mother closed the door behind me each morning. The memory of that frightened little boy who had answered to my name groaned in my ears like the echo of oarlocks on a calm, deserted sea. I pulled the oars for the shore where every grief of my childhood waited. "I'm a middle-aged graduate student," I told the image that the mirror had ruined. "I have got it together." But the jag of pain in my chest wouldn't listen. I wanted to remember and hear that poem that a moment ago had flown in and out of my mind. I knew I had to get out before I died all alone of a heart attack in my bathroom. Walking seemed to make me want to faint. The apartment was small, just a bathroom, then a bedroom, a kitchen, and a living room. In each room I found something for my hand to hold: the closet door, the stove, the back of a kitchen chair, the rows of living room bookshelves that ended at the front door. The front door closed behind me. I was overcome with vertigo as I looked down those 7 steps as though I were looking into a deep ravine. The urge to faint and the urge to vomit went to blows in my body. Bad karma, I thought, through wet, blurry eyes. I thought I would pass out. My Honda Civic dozed at the curb like a small blue lizard. My keys scratched the wrought iron railing as I stumbled down. "We're going trick-or-treating," I thought with a laugh. "We've washed our face and we're wearing our school clothes." A beast with insane rage struggled to burst through my skin in a shower of blood and bile. I wanted to cry. One palm pressed against the window, one set of fingers fumbled with the keys. "Help me, somebody," I sobbed into my neck, hoping no white person would hear. "Please, somebody help me." Now, lying on the gurney, I recalled the threads of silver puke spooling onto the hood of my car. Then, without knowing how or why, I was on a bus in downtown Berkeley. I saw myself, seeing myself, through the eyes of passengers on the bus as I slumped to one side and softly sobbed. Make them feel safe, I had thought to myself, even though I had never felt more at risk. I would think it again when the nurse and the doctor came into this white sepulchre where I lay. Make them feel safe, the cardinal rule of Negro diplomacy. Now, alone in the clinic, trombones of light blistered my eyes and the room grew cold. But if I closed them, a string of past lives skidded down my skull like a train that had jumped the rails above a ravine. Each cascading car was a carriage of time. The engine was the time of now, the time of this moment on the gurney. Then came tumbling down a carriage of time that carried my life in apartheid South Africa, where Mandela's promises flickered and choked like the last gasp of lampposts. All that bloodshed for a flag and anthem nation, the mist of mythology, and tough love from his cronies who rebuked the so-called ultra-left with, "Now, comrades, you must understand that you cannot eat your principles." The next car that shot down the cliff face was the 1980s, a first-class compartment of nerves and ulcers. I was a newly minted college graduate who thought pain, like anything else in this life, could be traded on the floor of the exchange. For 8 years between graduating from Dartmouth and immigrating to South Africa to fight against apartheid, I worked as a retail stockbroker. The first black stockbroker in Minnesota, I was told, by the sales manager who so proudly hired me. Part 2. Those 8 years all but ruined my health. The side of my face twitched and shuddered at will. An ulcer singed the lining of my stomach. My internist wasn't the first person to make this prognosis. Jasmine, a secretary at Merrill Lynch's head office on Wall Street, whom I'd met one summer during a month of training, had also told me that I didn't belong in that profession. She was right, and I knew it at the time, but money is a great motivator. Now I stood a good chance of spending all that money on long-term care if I didn't do something fast. "You're not a capitalist," my internist told me. "You don't have the gut for it." I want money. I need money. You drink 8 cups of coffee a day. Your cheek blinks like a Morse code lamp. You should wait till your ulcer before the sales manager embarrassed me and ushered me out. I took a job as a waiter at an exclusive lakeside beach club, which did not admit Jews until the late 1960s and didn't have its first black member until the mid-1970s. The clientele ran the gamut from Dan Aykroyd and Jim Belushi, whose entourage left the interior of the ballroom in need of, to say the least, repair, to the old blue blood families that had tried to keep my parents out of the neighborhood in 1962. One day, I walked into the ballroom balancing a large tray of 9 Caesar salads on my shoulder. The tray wobbled and almost fell when I saw the faces at the table I'd been sent to. They were colleagues, former colleagues, from the brokerage firm I had left 2 months ago. I slowly got hold of the lie I told them when I left. "Tired of working for the man, fellas. Going to try my hand as a private deal maker with a little financial planning on the side." One by one, I laid their salads down. My name sputtered out of their mouths. "Frank?" A question tucked into a gasp. I quit a week later, which made no sense. They had seen me. The lie was laid bare. And went to work for less pay at an art museum. I worked as a guard at the Walker Arts Center overlooking downtown Minneapolis, and I licked my wounds from the Calhoun Beach Club and 8 ethically bankrupt years as a stockbroker. The first intifada had just begun in Palestine, and I had a dear friend from Ramallah who was also a guard at the museum. His name was Samir Bishara. He was a photographer who studied at the Minneapolis Institute of Art. We shared the same politics, revolutionary, and star sign, Aries. 2 people who were often wrong but never in doubt. "If we were in an airplane," Samir once told me, "and we crashed in the desert and a survivor's detail was formed, some people would be tasked with finding water, it would be the job of others to forage for food and firewood, and we would need a team to build a shelter from what could be salvaged from the crash. But you, Frank, you would be the one sitting back giving us orders." I didn't spoil the satisfaction he got from the dig by telling him he had mapped onto me traits that were just as applicable to him. Most of the guards were either artists or writers or students, but only Samir shared my politics of insurrection. We bonded early and kept our distance from the others. I told him of my college dreams of going to Zimbabwe and fighting for ZANU-ZAPU, or to New York to join Assata Shakur in the Black Liberation Army. Samir longed to return to Ramallah in order to make what he thought would be a more meaningful contribution to the Intifada than the talks he gave to moist-eyed Minnesota liberals. He was 25. I was 31. In 5 years, I would be the same age Frantz Fanon was when he died in the custody of the Central Intelligence Agency. By the time Fanon died, in 1961, he had fled Martinique, his native land, joined de Gaulle's army, and had been wounded fighting the Nazis. He had completed his internship in psychiatry and medicine, joined the FLN in the Algerian Revolution, and penned 4 books on revolution and psychoanalysis. I had 5 years to catch him, a bar set high by my shame demon. Hubris at low places was where I lived. Much the same was true for Samir. What a waste, he told me, photographing Scandinavians and loons when he felt he should be back home making bombs. We had different shoulders, but they bore the same chip. I was convinced of this one morning when he came to work smiling, despite the fact that his right eye was slightly bulbous and closed. Last night, he informed me, a friend of mine from Palestine and I met these 2 gorgeous women, white, of course, he added under his breath, and I didn't bother to question the "of course" because I wasn't sure that he wasn't wrong. That white means beauty goes without saying is the message one is fed all one's life. To protest to the contrary is like saying it's not about money after you've been shortchanged. Samir said that he and his friend could have taken them home if 3 rich Kuwaitis hadn't sauntered into the lounge. When one of the Kuwaitis made a move on the woman Samir was talking to, Samir told him, in a kind way, to go back to his booth. The man scoffed. "You don't even have your own country." But he went back. As the night wore on, the Kuwaitis sent champagne to Samir's table. Then all 3 of them approached. They offered to take the women to an exclusive after-party at a penthouse suite in the suburb of Edina. "Just you 2, the Kuwaiti Samir had sent packing said, "not these stateless ones." Since the Kuwaitis numbered 3, and Samir and his friend numbered 2, the Kuwaitis accepted Samir's offer to discuss the details of the after-party in the parking lot. The teeth of the time clock pierced Samir's time card. I followed suit as he donned the blue museum blazer that we all wore. We walked together to the main gallery. As I continued walking to take up my position on the mezzanine level, he smiled and whispered, "We beat those Kuwaitis until we were tired." It wasn't as much bucked horns locked over the pride of possession of 2 forbidden females that sparked the dust-up in the parking lot, though that was surely part of it. What seared the flesh on his skin the most was the Kuwaitis' ridicule of Samir's statelessness. I thought I had the same loss too, because I thought my suffering was analogous to his. I was not an Afropessimist then. "I would have beaten them too," I said. A high grassy knoll abutted the building that housed the Walker Art Center. The knoll is gone now, scalped clean as a root canal to make room for a restaurant. But when it was still a hill, Samir and I would take our lunch there. In springtime, when the cold broke and the sky cleared, the hilltop commanded a sweeping view of white swans tracing Loring Park Lake. Distant cars in downtown streets sparkled like sequins in the sun. And from that knoll, you could see the Basilica of St. Mary's copper dome corroded by melted snow and driving rain in a blue-green brilliance that made me think ruin was the only true object of love. The knoll was also a vantage point from which death in the making could be seen. Just below it was the bottleneck, an intersection where 3 streets converged into one, a place where some of the most horrifying collisions occurred. As a tween, reading spy novels, I used to imagine the bottleneck as a stretch of the German Autobahn, where John le Carré's ill-fated spy, Alec Liamas, saw two young children waving cheerfully from the window of a small car, and the next moment saw it smash between two large lorries. That hill was where Samir told me about his cousin who was killed in Ramallah, blown up while making a bomb. But he wasn't a suicide bomber. It was an accident. Samir blamed himself the way that survivors often do, no matter how near or far in space and time they are from their dead. He survived by being here and not there. My friend spoke openly as we watched the world below us rush by without even looking up to pay its respects. At one point, Samir spoke of being stopped and searched at Israeli checkpoints. He spoke in a manner that seemed not to require my presence. I hadn't seen this level of concentration and detachment in him before. That was fine. He was grieving. "The shameful and humiliating way the soldiers run their hands up and down your body," he said. Then he added, "But the shame and humiliation runs even deeper if the Israeli soldier is an Ethiopian Jew." The earth gave way. The thought that my place in the unconscious of Palestinians fighting for their freedom was the same dishonorable place I occupied in the minds of whites in America and Israel chilled me. I gathered enough wits about me to tell him that his feelings were odd, seeing how Palestinians were at war with Israelis, and white Israelis at that. How was it that the people who stole his land and slaughtered his relatives were somehow less of a threat in his imagination than black Jews, often implements of Israeli madness, who sometimes do their dirty work? What, I wondered silently, was it about black people, about me, that made us so fungible we could be tossed like a salad in the minds of oppressors and the oppressed? I was faced with the realization that in the collective unconscious, Palestinian insurgents have more in common with the Israeli state and civil society than they do with black people. What they share is a largely unconscious consensus that blackness is a locus of abjection to be instrumentalized on a whim. At one moment, blackness is a disfigured and disfiguring phobic phenomenon. At another moment, blackness is a sentient implement to be joyously deployed for reasons and agendas that have little to do with black liberation. There I sat, yearning in solidarity with my Palestinian friends' yearning for the full restoration of Palestinian sovereignty, mourning in solidarity with my friends' mourning over the loss of his insurgent cousin, yearning, that is, for the historical and political redemption of what I thought was a violated commons to which we both belonged, when all of a sudden my friend reached down into the unconscious of his people and slapped me upside the head with a wet gym shoe. The startling realization that not only was I barred ab initio from the denouement of historical and political redemption, but that the borders of redemption are policed by whites and non-whites alike, even as they kill each other. It's worse than that. I, as a black person, if person, subject, being are appropriate, since human is not, am both barred from the denouement of political and historical redemption and needed if redemption is to attain any form of coherence. Without the articulation of a common Negrophobogenesis that relays between Israel and Palestine, the narrative coherence of their bloody conflict would evaporate. My friends and his fellow Palestinians' Negrophobogenesis is the bedrock, the concrete slabs upon which any edifice of human articulation, whether love or war, is built. Degraded humanity, Palestinians, can be frisked by exalted humanity, Ashkenazi Jews, and the walls of reason remain standing, notwithstanding the universal indignity of stop and frisk. But if the soldier is an Ethiopian Jew, pain gripped my chest. Samir and I were antagonists, not because as friends we were mismatched, not because our politics were incompatible, but because the imago of the black is responsible for all the conflicts that may arise. For the libidinal economy that positions the black imago as a phobogenic object saturates the collective unconscious. It usurps me as an instrument for, though never a beneficiary of, every nation's woes, even to nations at war. I was no Afropessimist in 1988. In other words, I saw myself as a degraded human, saw my plight as analogous to the plight of the Palestinians, the Native Americans, and the working class. Now I understood that analogy was a ruse. I was the foil of humanity. Humanity looked to me when it was unsure of itself. I let humanity say, with a sigh of existential relief, "At least we're not him." To quote Saidiya Hartman, "The slave is neither civic man nor free worker, but excluded from the narrative of we the people that affects the linkage of the modern individual and the state. The everyday practices of the enslaved occur in the default of the political, in the absence of the rights of man or the assurances of the self-possessed individual, and perhaps even without a person in the usual meaning of the term." End quote. Black people embody, which is different from saying are always willing or allowed to express, a meta-aporia for political thought and action. For most critical theorists writing after 1968, the word aporia is used to designate a contradiction in a text or theoretical undertaking. For example, Jacques Derrida suggests an aporia indicates, quote, "a point of undecidability which locates the site at which the text most obviously undermines its own rhetorical structure, dismantles, or deconstructs itself." End quote. But when I say that Black people embody a meta-aporia for political thought and action, the addition of the prefix meta goes beyond what Derrida and the post-structuralists meant. It raises the level of abstraction and, in so doing, raises the stakes. In epistemology, a branch of philosophy concerned with the theory of knowledge, the prefix meta is used to mean about, its own category. Metadata, for example, are data about data, who has produced them, when, what format the data are in, and so on. In linguistics, a grammar is considered as being expressed in a meta-language, language operating on a higher level of abstraction to describe properties of the plain language and not itself. Meta-discussion is a discussion about discussion, not any one particular topic of discussion, but discussion itself. In computer science, a theoretical software engineer might be engaged in the pursuit of meta-programming, for example, writing programs that manipulate programs. Afropessimism, then, is less of a theory and more of a meta-theory, a critical project that, by deploying Blackness as a lens of interpretation, interrogates the unspoken assumptive logic of Marxism, postcolonialism, psychoanalysis, and feminism through rigorous theoretical consideration of their properties and assumptive logic, such as their foundations, methods, form, and utility. And it does so, again, on a higher level of abstraction than the discourse and methods of the theories it interrogates. Again, Afropessimism is, in the main, more of a meta-theory than a theory. It is pessimistic about the claims theories of liberation make when these theories try to explain Black suffering or when they analogize Black suffering with the suffering of other oppressed beings. It does this by unearthing and exposing the meta-aporias strewn like landmines in what these theories of so-called universal liberation hold to be true. If, as Afropessimism argues, Blacks are not human subjects, but are instead structurally inert props, implements for the execution of white and non-Black fantasies and sadomasochistic pleasures, then this also means that, at a higher level of abstraction, the claims of universal humanity that the above theories all subscribe to are hobbled by a meta-aporia, a contradiction that manifests whenever one looks seriously at the structure of Black suffering in comparison to the presumed universal structure of all sentient beings. Again, Black people embody a meta-aporia for political thought and action. Black people are the wrench in the works. Blacks do not function as political subjects. Instead, our flesh and energies are instrumentalized for post-colonial, immigrant, feminist, LGBTQ, transgender, and workers' agendas. These so-called allies are never authorized by Black agendas predicated on Black ethical dilemmas. A Black radical agenda is terrifying to most people on the left, think Bernie Sanders, because it emanates from a condition of suffering for which there is no imaginable strategy for redress, no narrative of social, political, or national redemption. This crisis, this catastrophe, this realization that I am a sentient being who can't use words like being or person to describe myself without the scare quotes and the threat of raised eyebrows from anyone within earshot, was crippling. I was convinced that if a story of Palestinian redemption could be told, its denouement would culminate in the return of the land, a spatial, cartographic redemption. And if a story of class redemption could be told, its denouement would culminate in the restoration of the working day so that one stopped working when surplus values were relegated to the dustbin of history, a temporal redemption. In other words, since post-colonial and working-class redemption were possible, then there must be a story to be told through which one could redeem the time and place of Black subjugation. I was wrong. I had not dug deep enough to see that though Blacks suffer the time and space subjugation of cartographic deracination and the hydraulics of the capitalist working day, we also suffer as the hosts of human parasites, though they themselves might be the hosts of parasitic capital and colonialism. I had looked to theory, first as a creative writer and only much later as a critical theorist, to help me create the story of Black liberation, Black political redemption. What I found instead was that redemption, as a narrative mode, was a parasite that fed upon me for its coherence. Everything meaningful in my life had been housed under the umbrellas called critical theory and radical politics. The parasites had been capital, colonialism, patriarchy, homophobia, and now it was clear that I had missed the boat. My parasites were humans, all humans, the haves as well as the have-nots. If critical theory and radical politics are to rid themselves of the parasitism that they heretofore have had in common with radical and progressive movements on the left, that is, if we are to engage rather than disavow the difference between humans who suffer through an economy of disposability and Blacks who suffer by way of social death, then we must come to grips with how the redemption of the subaltern, a narrative, for example, of Palestinian plenitude, loss, and restoration, is made possible by the re-instantiation of a regime of violence that bars Black people from the narrative of redemption. This requires A, an understanding of the difference between loss and absence, and B, an understanding of how the narrative of subaltern loss stands on the rubble of Black absence. Samir and I didn't share a universal post-colonial grammar of suffering. Samir's loss is tangible, land. The paradigm of his dispossession elaborates capitalism and the colony. When it is not tangible, it is at least coherent, as in the loss of labor power. But how does one describe the loss that makes the world if all that can be said of loss is locked within the world? How does one narrate the loss of loss? What is the difference between something to save and nothing to lose? Samir forced me to face the depth of my isolation in ways I had wanted to avoid. A deep pit from which neither post-colonial theory nor Marxism nor a gender politics of unflinching feminism could rescue me. Why is anti-Black violence not a form of racist hatred, but the genome of human renewal? A therapeutic balm that the human race needs to know and heal itself. Why must the world reproduce this violence, this social death, so that social life can regenerate humans and prevent them from suffering the catastrophe of psychic incoherence, absence? Why must the world find its nourishment in Black flesh? Part 3. When the doctor and the nurse returned, I was finally able to speak. They asked what had brought this on. I told them it was the stress of graduate school. The best way to deal with an interrogation is to weave a bit of truth into your lie. I couldn't tell them that I had suddenly realized what it meant to be an Afropessimist, that my breakdown was brought on by a breakthrough, one in which I finally understood why I was too Black for care. They asked me about my current medications in order to know whether the medications that they might prescribe would clash with whatever I was on. Like a bat darting through a cave, my mind echolocated for the answers, but no torch cast its light on the medication I took. Instead, I discovered the forgotten lines of my poem. For Halloween, I washed my face and wore my school clothes, went door to door as a nightmare. Chapter 2. Juice from a Neck Bone. Part 1. At the age of 11, I lay at night alone in the dark on the floor of our living room listening to Gregorian chants, phonograph recordings of my mother's cantorum, the choir of which she was a member at the Basilica of St. Mary in downtown Minneapolis. Alone in the dark, I saw myself 10 years in the future, draped in a white cassock, followed down the cold stone aisle by 2 altar boys. Traced with incense was the cool cathedral air. It was humid in Minnesota that summer of 1967. The summer of love on the California coast was a moist, mosquito-harassed season in the land of 10,000 lakes. But it was cool on the floor, so I would lie shirtless on the carpet and surrender my skin to the sonorous sounds, wake upon wake, of mounting waves through which I tunneled and imagined myself as a priest. Sanctuary. I was no Afropessimist at the age of 11, and my knowledge of what gave me so much anxiety was bereft of a critical race vocabulary. But I knew I was Black. Not because smells of filet powder and smoked sausage thickening in a gumbo roux waft from my house and no other in the neighborhood, but because we were the only ones they called Negroes. I would not be Black until the following year, 1968, when I turned 12. In the dark, at 11, lying on the living room floor, I knew I was a Negro, not due to my cultural elements, but because it was my source of shame, a shame not shared by the neighbors. The Gregorian chants trembled in my chest, extending the darkness in long, hollow catacombs that stretched through me and out the other side where I saw myself in the future, a future where I was revered by my parishioners instead of shunned, as I was in first grade, by a little girl who wouldn't hold my hand for fear that my soot would stain her. In the sound tunnel of my future, the children and my teachers genuflected when I passed. They stood and knelt on my command. They confessed their sins to me before being worthy of the body of Christ. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I wouldn't hold his hand because his soot would rub off on me. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I called him a monkey when he climbed up the rope in gym class. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Between my teeth and my upper lip, I wedged my tongue and scratched my armpits when he climbed down. Bless me, Father, for we have sinned. We laughed. Bless me, Father, for we have sinned. We pressed his face in the snow. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I called him friend and brought him home to my mother's curiosity. How does it feel, she asked, to be a Negro? Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I made him face the class and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. My chest, my arms, and the Cabernet carpet soaked their confessions like a field of wheat repeating the sound of rain. When my aunts and uncles came up from New Orleans, or from the sweet, pungent soil 40 miles upriver, they'd ask me if I wanted the light turned on. Children down south didn't brood in the dark. No, Aunt Joyce, I want the dark. You relaxing, baby? Yes, I would answer. I'm relaxing. When what I really meant was, I'm composing my hymn of redemption. I was at rest, but I wasn't relaxing. Relaxation is a state of being in the present, living scenes of the present. As a boy, I seldom lived in the present. It hurt too much to be in the present. When I occurred to myself, I was myself in the future. The present was the penance, what I had to pay for my soot. I dreamed that the present would pass one day, but I arrived each year to find that the present had already packed its bags on the road to meet me. It was standing in the lobby with my room key. Even as I lay on the floor of our living room and took confessions from sinners of the present in their incarnation as supplicants of tomorrow, I knew, in some deep place beneath the chants, that the present would always be waiting for me. At the end of that summer, 6th grade would be no different than the slow, acid drip of years gone by. Another year of seeing myself through the eyes of others. Our young Negro neighbor, the Wilderson boy, cleaner than you might expect, polite, well-spoken, fresh-smelling, too quick to fight, behind in spelling, ahead in spelling, reads above his grade level, late with his math homework, ashy legs, gorilla lips, been known to wet the bed. That Christmas passed, my teacher recommended that I repeat the 5th grade. In the 4th grade, they said I was so smart I should skip 5th grade. My parents, however, did not like the idea of kids skipping grades. Then, in the 5th grade, I began to wet the bed more often, and my mind shut down. I couldn't or wouldn't get up in the morning. Months passed without one assignment being turned in. That summer, as I listened to Gregorian chants, I marveled at how I made it out of 5th grade. In March, I had gone to my teacher and asked for all the assignments I hadn't turned in. She said, "How about everything since October?" Over Easter break, I closed the door to my room and completed 6 months' worth of math and reading assignments in 1 week. I dumped them on her desk in April. She graded them all and gave me A's and B's. It took her a week to grade them, and she scolded me for giving her such a fright all year. I took my praise by proxy. Had I been white, my athleticism and my charm would have made me popular. My friends would have been popular too, but my friends were from the land of misfit toys. Liam Gunderson couldn't distinguish between the threat of a bear and the threat of a butterfly. He hyperventilated and bit his arm when someone raised a hand to him. His father and mother came from Norway and had been tortured in a Japanese internment camp when they were missionaries in China. The children on the playground got their kicks whenever Liam bit his arms. He was the youngest of 13, who were grown and gone. His brothers had left behind novels by Graham Greene, John le Carré, and Ian Fleming. Liam and I spent long hours reading them in the attic. In the 3 years from 11 through 13 I spent in Liam's attic, I didn't understand those books as well as Liam did, nor could I translate the smattering of French words that Graham Greene dropped on the page like spare change. But Liam could. Oscar Nielsen's dad was a chiropractor, which meant witch doctor, in the rich white enclave of Kenwood, where parents were executives, bankers, architects, attorneys, doctors, and statesmen like Senator, soon-to-be Vice President Walter Mondale, and Mark Dayton, a politician whose family owned Target and B. Dalton Bookstore. Then there was Elgar Davenport, who was short and stout and looked at the world through Coke bottle glasses and a left eye that wandered as if lost. Elgar was a quiet embarrassment to his mother, who was blonde, trim, and sporty and always walked ahead of him. Elgar had red hair and freckles. Mr. Davenport drove a red Corvette and played the market for a job. I thought it would be cool if my father bought a sports car in my color. But then, as quickly as it came into my mind, the downside followed. The downside of owning a sports car in my color was something I felt without having words for. But knowledge is often deeper than words. Elgar Davenport, Liam Gunderson, Oscar Nielsen, and I were playing secret agent on the grounds of a dark stone mansion across the street from my house. The house had an elevator and 10 bedrooms, I was told, though in the 16 years I lived across the street from it, I was never inside. It changed hands. At one point, a wealthy family with almost as many kids as bedrooms, though they were too young to be my playmates. At another time, Senator Mark Dayton. It was his family home away from Washington, and they would live there until he became governor and moved into the governor's mansion in St. Paul. We played secret agent on the far grounds away from the main building, near a one-bedroom carriage house at the end of the wide gravel drive. The mansion served its purpose. It was vital to the mise-en-scène of our spy games. Sometimes it was the Soviet embassy in a dark, wooded corner of Washington, D.C. Sometimes it was a SMERSH center for the training of assassins who were being prepared to kill James Bond. Our spy games were more Salvador Dali than Ian Fleming. For example, a low wire fence ran along one end of the property, separating the backyard of a smaller mansion from the Dayton home. We called this wire fence the Berlin Wall. Without making any geographical adjustments, such as relocating the mansion from Washington, D.C. to Berlin, the surrealists in us ruled over cartographic realists. If we didn't draw straws, we'd end up being 4 boys playing CIA agents and no communists. One sour day, Elgar and I drew Soviet spy straws. Liam and Oscar were the good guys. The game involved 2 witless Soviets running and screaming at 2 witless Americans who also ran and screamed as they tried to hurdle the low wire fence of The Americans would come from somewhere up near the mansion, but we didn't know which side of the mansion. Normally, one of the boys who played the good guys would be the decoy, the one who would come out from a tree on the side of the mansion and run at breakneck speed toward a far end of the fence while the other boy waited until both Soviets had been drawn away. Then he would try to make his escape. Elgar and I peered out from behind the carriage house, waiting for the two American spies. We curled our thumbs and forefingers and held them to our eyes as binoculars. "Hey," Elgar whispered. "Yeah?" I whispered back. "My mom told me to ask you, how do you feel being a Negro?" "I don't know," I said, not as softly. "How come?" "Pretty good, I guess." "Here they come!" Oscar and Liam were on the move. We caught Liam, but Oscar made it to Checkpoint Charlie in the McDermott's backyard. The next time I saw Elgar, he told me his mom didn't like my answer. I was worried. I asked him if she was mad. "No," he told me. I asked him, was he sure? "Sure, I'm sure," he said. "She wants you to come to lunch." I said okay, but I'd have to ask my mom. Selena Davenport was visibly taller than her husband, Elgar Sr. She didn't have red hair like Elgar Jr. or Elgar Sr. Before we sat down to lunch, she brought me to the living room and she showed me the mantle with her tennis trophies from a college she said was one of the Seven Sisters back east, where they didn't have any boys. In her husky, dry martini voice, she said the place had her climbing the walls. "Elgar knows how I climbed the walls," she said, mussing his hair. She led us to the kitchen. I was so uptight about being there, and I didn't know why, that I was only half listening to her, which meant I only half understood what she meant. But I had been taught that when you don't know what to say to someone, rather than let uncomfortable dead air pass between you, you ask them a question. So I asked her why she wanted to climb the walls. She looked at me as though I'd asked her if they ate cat food for dinner. Then she laughed and called her maid, Mrs. Zygmuntski, to serve lunch. We ate in the kitchen, Selena Davenport, Elgar, and me. Mrs. Zygmuntski set a platter of sandwiches on the table and poured lemonade for Elgar and me. Mrs. Davenport drank lemonade too, but with a splash of gin. As covertly as I could, I lifted one edge of the bread to have a look. I wasn't covert enough. "Something wrong with the sandwich, Frankie?" Mrs. Davenport asked me. "He doesn't like that name, Mom." "What name do you like, hon?" "Frank," I said, trying not to sound cross like Elgar. "Your mother calls you Frankie when she calls you to come inside." This startled me, because I didn't know she knew my mother. I knew she knew of my mother, but the Davenports had signed a petition of 500 households to keep us out of Kenwood, and most of the neighbors never spoke to my mother. I didn't say anything. She asked again, "What's wrong with the sandwich, Frank?" "Nothing, Mrs. Davenport." "Tell me. I won't be offended if you don't like my sandwiches." The irony of this statement slipped past me at the time because they weren't her sandwiches. Mrs. Zygmuntski made them. I wanted to see where the meat was so I could move it to the middle. This tickled Elgar's mom. "It's an Italian sandwich, provolone, spinach, and tomatoes, all with a little pesto. You'll bloat if you eat meat in this heat." "That's what my mom says," I said. "She makes this sometimes." "Does she now?" Mrs. Davenport nodded and lit a Pall Mall. "Don't torture yourself. You don't have to eat it," she said. This was a momentary reprieve from a death sentence, until I remembered my mother told me to be on my best behavior. I took a generous bite. Nausea toyed with my intestines as I tried to swallow. The mayonnaise, the rubbery cheese, and the acidic tomatoes all combined with that touch of pesto struggled down my esophagus in doughy, half-chewed wads. Then Selena Davenport asked the question Elgar had asked me at the carriage house by the Berlin Wall. In a chair directly opposite to me, she sipped her lemonade and gin, took another drag of her cigarette, and looked directly at me as she waited for my answer. I stopped eating. I would never hire a man who salts his food before eating, one of my father's axioms. It means don't act or speak in haste, Frankie. If you don't know the answer, think. Take a moment to figure out what's being asked. I took in the room, her lace curtains billowing in the breeze through the kitchen windows, her polished green gas range with gold antique knobs, her Frigidaire that gleamed like Marvel Comics' Silver Surfer with an ice maker in the door, along with a water dispenser so that ice and water could be dispensed without having to open the appliance, something I had never seen before. Her white pleated tennis skirt, white sneakers, her well-toned legs, and the way she waited without blinking. She stares like an East German border guard. The wrong answer, and you won't make it back. She's not just a pretty tennis lady, and those aren't just pretty tennis shoes. There are razor blades in the toes of her shoes, and she will kick you in the shin if you forget what Dad said and speak in haste. "Mom," said Elgar, "I already told you what he said." "I can't trust you to bring the right change home, Elgar. Pretty good, I guess?" "Elgar, that's how you talk. His father's an educator." "I meant to say more," I apologized. "Of course you did. Elgar didn't give you a chance." She looked pleased. I wanted her to stay that way. Every spy knows how to keep the guards smiling. I told her it was nice to be a Negro. She blew yet another thin cyclone of smoke. She didn't look pleased. So I told her Negroes get to do cool stuff. "Like what?" she said, more alert. I was stumped, so I told her about Mason Gate Resort on Gill Lake near Brainerd, Minnesota. I said our family and a bunch of other Negro families spend a week every August fishing, boating, swimming, and water skiing. She knew of Mason Gate Resort, but something in my story didn't gel with what she knew of it. She asked me if I was confusing Mason Gate Resort with someplace else. She stood up and leaned on the counter with her back to the window. She lit another cigarette with the first and flicked the stub of the first one out the window. "What would Smokey the Bear say?" Elgar asked with alarm. "You'll make someone a good wife one day, Elgar," she said, but she was looking at me. The first and only time she took her eyes off me was when she used her lighter to light her first cigarette. Now she took her eyes off me again and exhaled to the side. When she looked at me again, there was still no warmth in her face. I was lying, and she knew it. We didn't stay at Mason Gate Resort. We stayed at Twilight Loon Cabins, 2 miles away from Mason Gate, on the side of the lake with marshes where sandy beaches should be. A part of the lake where there were no speedboats, no Grand Lodge with nightly entertainment, no water sports like jet skiing, no elegant restaurant serving walleyed pike and roast potatoes. Instead of Mason Gate's lush, air-conditioned rooms, Twilight Loon Cabins had self-catering cabins with screen doors in need of paint, and the sound of their closing slapped across the lake. The ground's lights were so far apart that at night you needed a flashlight to walk from one cabin to the next. It was only the previous year, 1966, that the 4 Negro families had begun taking the kids up to Mason Gate to have dinner and enjoy the activities there. We didn't stay there, however, and something told me Mrs. Davenport knew. She doused the new cigarette under the tap. "Elgar Sr. doesn't think the Twins will make the World Series this year," she said, as though she were talking to someone who wasn't in the room. She ran a glass of water from the tap and drank some of it. "Where's his home team spirit?" Part 2. Goops of mayonnaise, cheese, tomatoes, and raw nerves, all combined with the new sensation of pesto, sloshed in my stomach as I bundled up the hill from Elgar's house to mine. As I came up the back porch stairs, I could hear a Dinah Washington song on the radio. S&H green stamps and a booklet to paste them in lay on the kitchen table, next to a textbook on statistics for students of psychology. Mom was taking a break from studying and pasting stamps into the book. "So?" she said. "There's no meat in her sandwiches." Mom laughed and turned the radio down. "We're in Minnesota," she said, "but we're not of Minnesota. Bull Connor could save money on dogs if he had that woman's food." "Mom?" "Yes?" "Nothing." "What is it?" "How do you feel?" "I feel like I should be on my veranda with a mint julep, fanning myself instead of breaking my brain over statistics or licking S&H green stamps." I hadn't moved. "Why do you ask?" She was seated, just the right height to look me in the eye. "So I know what to say next time." "What next time?" She pressed her palms on the table as though she were about to stand up and go knock Mrs. Davenport out. And then what? She must have thought, because she didn't stand. And then what? She was learning something valuable about white upper-crust Northerners, something that she would not have imagined possible before she moved to Kenwood. How one can fight a war by proxy through someone else's child. She knew now how it must feel to be killed by a guided missile. What kind of woman would hurt you through your child? The good, the beautiful, and the true was a Du Boisian axiom that my mother cherished. Those must be our aspirations, and it starts with how you treat people. This long-range messing with my mind and my son, your guided missile? If that's what she thought when I came home, then she also would have reminded the Cecilia Davenport deep inside her skull how she makes Elgar and all the children in this neighborhood feel at home when she's with them, how she scoops the ice cream cones for them, always with a half scoop extra, how she makes red, white, and blue gunboat hats for the kids on the 4th of July and lights their sparklers as they walk up the hill on parade. But you twist my son's stomach into knots. One night, when I was older and almost living on my own, I came home late and quietly. Mother was alone in the dark in front of a fire. Dad was stretched out on the sofa, asleep. The soft glow in the fireplace was the only light. She was sticking needles into little stuffed cloth dolls, naming them with the names of 2 of her white co-workers. "And this one," she said deliciously as she stabbed the doll, "I leave shaking with the palsy." I smiled and went up to bed without her knowing I had seen her. She's sane, I thought, as I climbed into bed. After all she's been through, she's sane. Part 3. The next time we played Secret Agent at the mansion across the street, I drew a Soviet straw. "Again?" I complained. Liam Gunderson was a Soviet agent with me. Elgar and Oscar were MI6 agents. I caught Elgar at the Berlin Wall and locked him in the guardhouse with its imaginary walls of air. I dashed along the fence to help Liam catch Oscar before he crossed into West Berlin. I hadn't gotten far when I heard Elgar yell, "I escaped!" His short, stout body rolled over the fence. I yelled back, "You're caught! You have to stay in the guardhouse!" He yelled, "You didn't handcuff me!" He was over the fence now, dashing through the McDermott's backyard on his way to the Tysons' backyard. I was livid, Don't run, fuckface! His red hair flounced in the wind. He turned his freckled face around and laughed. My foot nudged something solid on the ground next to the fence. It was a plastic bottle of emerald-colored Palmolive dish soap. I bent down and picked it up. Its heft in my hand was substantial because it was nearly full. I gripped the bottle by its neck. I felt my arm sling back. Then it slung forward. End over end, the green bottle whirled, now a tomahawk, now a wand, as it shot toward the sun. The high noon light prismed in the green liquid until the bottle disappeared in the jaws of the sun. I closed my eyes so as not to go blind. Plop! Splat! Elgar's knees buckled. He was face down in the McDermott's backyard. We raced to his side. Green dish soap oozed into the grass from a crack in the plastic bottle. Blood oozed from the back of Elgar's skull. A temple of his Coke bottle glasses was torn from its hinge and lay beside his head on the ground. But the word blood took a few moments to find me. At first, what I saw on the back of his skull was a cowlick, a red tuft of hair gone awry. Then I saw it as a small spurt of water, like the spurt of water from the fountain outside of Mrs. Anderson's room that was so small your lips touched the faucet when you drank. Liam and Oscar ran for help. I stood there, the sun beating down upon my neck, my eyes beating down upon Elgar as he bled. It would be wrong to say that I meant to hurt him, but now that he was hurt, I didn't want to help him. I knew that I should want to help him, but that was knowledge stripped of desire, and it voiced itself in the second and third persons. You should want to help him, or the Wilderson boy should want to help him. Voices up the back stairs and a little to the left of what I really felt. The tiny gurgle of blood from the soft spot in the back of his head died within seconds, but I stood there, waiting for the tiny geyser's return. Elgar Davenport bleeds. If Elgar bleeds, his mother bleeds. Until that point, people around me in Kenwood seemed bloodless and eternal. 3 years later, in the spring of 1970, when we lived in Berkeley, a Black Panther handed me Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth in a study session that he and others held for junior high kids. That night, I read what I could of Concerning Violence, where Fanon wrote about the moment that the native of Algeria sees the French settler bleed. That moment when the Algerian finds out that the settler's skin is not of any more value than a native skin, and it must be said that this discovery shakes the world in a very necessary manner. And I thought of that day with Elgar. I felt a twinge between my legs, the same twinge of bliss I felt at night when, half asleep and half awake, I wet the bed. The pleasure of release that could last until I felt the wet spot. When the paramedics parsed the story, one said to the other, "Landed on the fontanelle." "Explains the bleeding," his partner nodded. On the 3 count, they hoisted Elgar onto the gurney. One of them said Elgar was lucky his fontanelle wasn't as soft as a baby's, or the injury could have been far worse. Elgar's eyes were open, but he didn't say anything. The first paramedic shook his head. "What are the chances? 1 in a million? Not even." When I saw Mrs. Davenport pleading with the paramedics to let her ride in the ambulance, I knew my parents would beat me. But they didn't beat me. They were too dazed, their arms too limp and useless to lift something as heavy as a belt. Not only was I not spanked, but my parents didn't even punish me. The next day, they were still shaken, but not enough to keep them from differing over how Elgar's injury should be explained to me. My father, who knew Latin and who had taught speed reading to corporate executives to earn money while he earned his PhD, talked to me like I was one of his graduate students. A space in the skull where ossification is not complete, Frankie, and the natural sutures haven't been formed. The baby's soft spot, Mom said, sighing. Talking goo-goo gaga won't improve his vocabulary, Ida Lorraine. Dad frowned. She said we'd have to go over to the Davenports' house together. But before we did, she wanted me to tell them again what had happened. They sat side by side on the sofa in the living room. I stood before them. I told them everything all over again. How Elgar was captured at the Berlin Wall, how Elgar broke the rules when he left the guardhouse, how I reached down and snagged the dish soap bottle by the neck. And I threw it. Not at him, Mom. I just threw it. My dad had quit smoking cigarettes several years ago. He was trying to give up his pipe. It was unlit. With his mouth closed over it, he gnawed its stem gently. He looked at me as though I were one of the children in the psych ward he once managed, a mixture of admiration and horror. 20 yards or more and you cracked his fontanelle. Dad almost smiled. His voice was strange, as though he were talking about someone who had broken a track and field record. I looked at my mother. I didn't mean it, Mom. Then I sobbed. She held me. I know, she said. You're a good boy. I know how bad you felt. When she said this, I recalled how my first burst of feeling had not been kin to remorse. But how could I tell her and still be a good boy? Mom baked a casserole with extra ground beef and extra cheese. I told her, Mrs. Davenport doesn't serve heavy food. I said it 3 times, and each time Mom told me, it's the thought that counts. Mom said this without looking at me. Looking back, I wonder if the thought that counts had more to do with Mrs. Davenport's interrogation of me and less to do with my attack on her son, or perhaps the two were inextricably bound. Instead of slapping you into next week, I baked a meal you can choke on. Bon appetit. Mom and I walked down the hill to the Davenports. Elgar was still in the hospital under observation, but Mrs. Davenport said he was fine. I told Mr. and Mrs. Davenport how sorry I was, which was true, but there was another truth that couldn't be spoken, not even to my parents. What, I wondered, between regret and desire, would come of this duel in the heart? Part 4. I survived the next year, 1968, on quotations from film stars, espionage novels, and, by the end of August, quotations from Chairman Mao. A monk with malachite beads, I clenched the words of others. But of my graceless lurch through that white grammar school, was it Stevenson or Poe or another wine and revolver scribe I pledged to memory and took to my mother? Before a man dies, he must write a book, love a woman, and kill a man. She eyed me as though I were a parcel intended for the neighbors. You mean, what does it mean? She asked. No, I mean, is it true? We were alone. Windows in the living room were open. The drapes shuddered softly, refusing to say why she looked away. In 1968, something cracked inside of me. I still lay in the dark on the living room floor listening to music as I did the summer before when I was 11. But Gregorian chants had been replaced by the music and the voice of Curtis Mayfield, urging me to be a winner of the good black earth. The first time I heard Curtis Mayfield sing, "No more tears do we cry, and we have finally dried our eyes," I wept. I thought if I listened long and hard enough, Curtis Mayfield's voice would strain, clear and fierce, through the phonograph needle and shield me from a hell people said I was blessed to inhabit. There are boys in the ghetto who don't have it this good. As the year began, the Tet Offensive laid siege to our living room. Just before midnight, our living room crackled with white noise as my parents, thinking they were alone, searched for a signal on the radio in the hi-fi. Sometimes I hid on the front staircase and tried to get a glimpse of them through the spindles of the balustrade. They often sat on the floor. I could see their outstretched legs. I didn't dare go below the first landing for fear of being spotted, and the first landing was close enough for me to hear the radio and wait for my uncle's name in the call of the dead. The music stopped. The DJ announced that the station would soon be signing off, but first the nightly bulletin from Vietnam. A mechanized infantry convoy from the 2nd Brigade, U.S. 4th Infantry Division, was ambushed 2 miles northwest of Plai Rong in Con Tum Province. Convoy security elements returned the enemy fire while Army helicopter gunships and artillery supported the action. A UH-1 helicopter was hit by enemy ground fire and crashed in the area, wounding all 5 persons on board. Then came the roll call. At this point, the clink of ice in my mother's cola stopped. The bones of my father dried in my bones. They didn't move. They seemed not to breathe. The only living thing was the radio. Tuesday, August 29th. The announcer paused. Was he sipping water? Was his right hand on the mic and his left hand cupped over a cough? 242 servicemen have died in combat this week. We close this broadcast as we close every evening with the names of those who have fallen today, followed by a sampling of the messages our listeners have left on our answering machine. The views and opinions do not reflect the views and opinions of the management here at WGBH, nor the views and opinions of the stations that broadcast this show. Specialist William C. Gehring, 22, East Lansing, Michigan. Lance Corporal Joseph L. Rhodes, 22, Memphis, Tennessee. Captain Michael C. Volheim, 20, Hayward, California. Private First Class Craig E. Yates, 18, Sparta, Michigan. Private First Class Ramon L. Vasquez, 21, Puerto Nuevo, Puerto Rico. Private First Class Calvin R. Patrick, 18, Houston, Texas. After the announcer read the names, his voice continued in its bedside manner, as though tucking the dead soldiers into bed. Now, he said soothingly, a selection of your voices from our parent studio. A small beep as he pressed a button to play the messages from the station's answering machine. A woman with a cold town twang thanked the station for telling her of her son's death 2 days before the Marines came knocking at her door. It meant she didn't crumple to the floor when they came. She had done that already, in private. Her neighbor down the way had slumped on her porch at those 2 Marines' feet. It's a shame, she said. They're not allowed to hold you or pick you up off the floor. Thank you for sparing me that indignity. A man from Tulia, Texas, demanded the station stop reading the names on the air. You're supporting the anti-war demonstrators who are traitors to this nation. A girl from Seattle said 2 nights ago she heard the name of someone who graduated last year from her high school. He scored the winning touchdown when we won homecoming. We think we should cancel the homecoming parade this year and hold a candlelight vigil instead. Please advise. A woman from Ohio said, I'm a white woman, but I always wonder how many Southern black boys lay claim to the names you read each night. What did they die for? Tar paper shacks? Malnutrition? Degradation and no jobs? Please, somebody tell me. I heard the clink of ice as my mother dared to sip her cola again. "Your brother's alive," she said softly. My father said, "Yes, another day of life." I heard them saying their Our Fathers together, and I knew they were on their knees. One of Dad's students fled to Canada to dodge the draft. The Canadians took him in, no questions asked. I wondered if they'd take me in, no questions asked, if I fled my war in Kenwood. I turned 12 in April, the same day Congress passed the Fair Housing Act, and 7 days after the murder of Martin Luther King. I watched the riots on television with my grandmother, a New Orleans Catholic who had taught second grade and at one time played piano with the Preservation Hall Jazz Band. Grandmother Jules loved all kinds of sports. Her husband, Tutu Jules, named for his ability to strike out a batter every time the call was 2 balls and 2 strikes, turned down an invitation to join the Negro National League and worked the rails as a porter, and then as a plasterer when the Great Depression came. But he was dead in 1968. When Grandmother Jules came north to visit us, she spent time with me and my father watching baseball, football, and basketball, and never hunted for antiques with my mother, her daughter. She loved pickled pig's feet and a beer called Hams, which was brewed across the river in St. Paul. The murder of Martin Luther King and the Tet Offensive changed my family's relationship to radio and TV. My parents listened for my uncle's name in the nightly broadcasts of casualties. My grandmother and I watched the riots. One night her feet shot up from the easy chair and damn near knocked her beer and pig's feet off the TV dinner tray. As I steadied the table, she laughed like I'd never seen her laugh before. "Go ahead, son," she cried. I'd heard her say this many times over whenever Tony Oliva made a base hit or when Gale Sayers ran for a touchdown, but neither Oliva nor Sayers were on the screen. I caught her joy and laughed out loud too. A knot loosened in my chest, a phantom tumor that had been there since first grade. We were watching the riots, and my grandmother laughed my pain away. If I said that for the past 6 years I'd hated the vast majority of students and half the teachers at my school, I would be lying. It was never that straightforward. But it would be accurate to say that I was never at ease in their presence, and since their faces were with me even when I was not with them, it would also be true to say that I was seldom, if ever, at ease. "Go ahead, son." She wasn't talking to me. She was talking to the man on the screen. But at that moment, she and I were triangulated with that man on the screen, and I felt loved. I'd like to say the city on the screen was Cleveland, but it could have been Detroit, D.C., Cincinnati, Chicago, Kansas City, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Trenton, New Jersey, or Wilmington, Delaware. It could have been anywhere and everywhere. No fires were visible, but smoke plumed over ruined buildings. Skid marks scarred the street where a shirtless man with a do-rag snapped around his conch nosed a shopping cart down the boulevard. Grandmother Jules laughed like her chest was full of carbonation. I knew there and then that for me the priesthood was dead. I was going to grow up to be a looter and make my grandma proud. Our racket roused the killjoy giants who owned the house. My mother came downstairs and told her mother not to say such things. I saw my mother in silhouette, framed by the living room's sliding French doors, with light from the dining room at her back. She was graceful even when she was still. She and Dad modeled in fashion shows that the Boulets and the Lynx, 2 black middle-class social groups to which they belonged, put on. The whole room hushed when the 2 of them came down the catwalk. Mom's friends said she looked like Danielle Luna, who took the world by storm in 1966 when she became the first Black woman to grace the cover of Vogue. And I struggled to see how the blood in my mother's light skin and slender body was the same blood that ran through my grandmother, who was short and dark, sucked juice from a neck bone, and stomped the damper pedal when she played the piano. At the age of 36, my mother stood in the threshold, framed by her reproach, and spoke to her 63-year-old mother as though their ages were reversed. My grandmother and I looked at her like two kids caught being naughty. "Don't say that, Mother. Next thing you know, he'll be saying that at school. He's wayward enough as it is." When we turned back to the television, the man with the conch, the do-rag, and the shopping cart was gone. Mom went upstairs and we went back to our antics. "Why are we mad?" I asked my grandmother as we gazed at the plumes of smoke rising from the flat roofs. "Because we ain't got no jobs?" I said, giggling and looking cautiously at the French doors for signs of my mother and her citation for ain'ts. "No," Grandmother replied, "it's not about jobs." "Because we ain't got no hot water?" "It's not about water, child." "Because we live in the ghetto?" "Frankie, you're not in the ghetto," she said with a chuckle, "and you're mad." How she knew that was a mystery to me, for I don't recall ever telling her what went on at school. Then, on the count of 3, we said, "We're mad at the world." From the top of the staircase, we heard, "Mother, please." It would, though, be a stretch to say that my grandmother was an Afropessimist. But Afropessimism isn't a church to pray at or a party to be voted in and out of office. Afropessimism is Black people at their best. Mad at the world is Black folks at their best. Afropessimism gives us the freedom to say out loud what we would otherwise whisper or deny, that no Blacks are in the world, but by the same token there is no world without Blacks. The violence perpetrated against us is not a form of discrimination. It is a necessary violence, a health tonic for everyone who is not Black, an ensemble of sadistic rituals and captivity that could only happen to people who are not Black if they broke this or that law. This kind of violence can happen to a sentient being in one of two circumstances. A person has broken the law, which is to say, cracked out of turn given the rules that govern, or the person is a slave, which is to say, no prerequisites are required for an act of brutality to be incurred. There is no antagonism like the antagonism between Black people and the world. This antagonism is the essence of what Orlando Patterson calls social death or deathliness, in the words of David Marriott. It is the knowledge and experience of day-to-day events in which the world tells you you are needed as the destination for its aggressivity and renewal. The antagonism between the post-colonial subject and the settler, the Sand Creek Massacre or the Palestinian Nakba, cannot and should not be analogized with the violence of social death. That is, the violence of slavery, which did not end in 1865 for the simple reason that slavery did not end in 1865. Slavery is a relational dynamic, not an event and certainly not a place in space like the South, just as colonialism is a relational dynamic. And that relational dynamic can continue to exist once the settler has left or ceded governmental power. And these two relations are secured by radically different structures of violence. Afropessimism offers an analytic lens that labors as a corrective to humanist assumptive logics. It provides a theoretical apparatus that allows Black people to not have to be burdened by the ruse of analogy, because analogy mystifies rather than clarifies Black suffering. Analogy mystifies Black people's relationship to other people of color. Afropessimism labors to throw this mystification into relief without fear of the faults and fissures that are revealed in the process. Grandmother Jules would turn in her grave to know I thought of her as an Afropessimist. She was a Catholic woman whose confessions never lapsed, but once she retired, her speech was relieved of the ruse of analogy, which meant she could let herself say that we weren't mad for the reasons people who suffered class oppression, gender discrimination, or colonial domination were mad. Their anger had grounding wires internal to the world. We were the world's grounding wire. We were the targets of rage that would otherwise be turned in on itself. Black people were the living, breathing contradistinction to life itself. And when we were too old, like Grandmother Jules, or too young, like me, to know what my mother knew, we refused the ruse of analogy and let our rage speak its truth. Human life is dependent on Black death for its existence and for its coherence. Blackness and slaveness are inextricably bound in such a way that whereas slaveness can be separated from Blackness, Blackness cannot exist as other than slaveness. There is no world without Blacks, yet there are no Blacks who are in the world. You had to be young or you had to be old for this Eucharist to touch your lips. A schism soon wedged between my parents and me. I had more contempt than compassion. My mother was finishing her PhD, and sometime during this period, she worked as a public school administrator for the Minneapolis Public Schools. My father was a professor and associate dean at the University of Minnesota. Both of my parents were psychologists who, in addition to laboring as academics during the day, held down a private practice, and they threw themselves into MLK's dream of racial equality and Lyndon Johnson's dream of a great society. This meant that they lent their skills as grant writers to grassroots initiatives and hosted endless social and political gatherings in our large living room, where a patchwork of people who might not have otherwise met, university administrators, liberal businessmen, urban planners, activists, and students, came together to jumpstart job training centers in the Black community, outreach programs for Native Americans, mental health programs for people without means. In 1968, the year the Fair Housing Act was passed, my parents went door to door in Kenwood handing out leaflets that explained the act in such a way that, they hoped, would not be threatening and would encourage the same people who worked so hard to keep them out of Kenwood to welcome one or two other Black families with open arms. They conducted several fair housing workshops in the homes of wealthy Kenwoodites and asked them to drive the wooden stakes of fair housing signs into their lawns. It soon became clear that the demographic of these workshops were white women whose husbands were away at the office. The housewives loved my dad and tolerated my mother, even though they were both beautiful. Dad was over 6 feet tall. In marble foyers, he removed his full-length leather coat, where underneath he wore cuff-linked shirts and suits that looked tailored. He looked them in the eye when he spoke, and they smiled at him and nodded like supplicants. When it was my mother's turn to speak, their attention waned, and the tinkling of demitasse cups and saucers salted the air. Mom had tried to throw herself into the times as best she could. To this end, she had bought an afro wig and wore it. At the end of each workshop, it was time for the big ask. How many of you would like to take the fair housing signs we have in the car and place them on your lawn? A woman raised her hand. Bypassing the issue at hand, she asked my father if he had ever done any modeling. If not, she continued, she knew a man who ran an agency. With a clenched smile, Mom tried to steer the conversation back to fair housing. Another woman raised her hand to concur that Dad would be such a handsome model. Then yet another shot up her hand to add that as much as she would like to place one of the signs on her lawn, her husband would not approve. Mom left the room. Bypassing the model suggestion, Dad told them that he and Mom would be happy to return to anyone's house for a one-on-one with anyone's husband. Mom watched them from the foyer, where she sat on the bottom step of the stairs. She removed the afro wig from her head and placed it on the step beside her. Part 5. The year 1968 was also when the American Indian movement was founded in South Minneapolis, only 3 miles from Kenwood. Overnight, issues of Native American sovereignty and the demands of AIM were part of the University of Minnesota landscape. Dad was running a program on a reservation several miles outside of the city. It was a joint program with the tribal government. The board meetings were held with urban Indians, tribal leaders from the reservation, and Dad in South Minneapolis. As with the fair housing workshops, my parents let me go to these meetings. At once, it became clear that the people on the reservation did not want to adhere to some of the requirements of the University of Minnesota, which funded the project. Politically, I thought Dad's institutional interests were wrong, and the indigenous people's interests were right. I thought the university should turn over its resources to the Native Americans without insisting that they account for how they spent the money. The room was packed. All 20 of the seats at the large conference table were taken. Another 15 to 20 Native Americans stood against the wall and sat in the deep windowsills. Jeers and insults were hurled at my dad whenever he tried to speak, but he never jeered back. There was an affective charge in the room that had more to do with my dad as a black person than with him being a representative of the university. At one point, a Native man with whom I shared a windowsill seat lurched forward. "We don't want you, a nigger man, telling us what to do." The crowded walls detonated with applause. What I couldn't see then, and had no interest in seeing then, was that the wealthy white housewives in the fair housing workshops shared the same psychic space as the Indians in the underserved neighborhoods of South Minneapolis, despite the fact that the women who attended my parents' workshops lived in a part of town as divorced from the streets where AIM was launched as Atlantis is divorced from Mars. To be sure, the myth of manifest destiny upon which these white women were weaned from childhood was inextricably bound to the near annihilation of indigenous life. It would be wrong to say that the white women of Kenwood and the indigenous man seated in the windowsill beside me, who called my dad a nigger, prayed at the same church. But in the final instance, both their worlds were sustained by a need to distinguish themselves from the same alien embodiment. In the plush drawing rooms of Kenwood, the women fed their negrophilia on my father's flesh and pushed my mother to one side. In the tribal meeting hall, the Indians had no use for either of my parents. Whether we are white and wealthy or red and poor, we don't want a nigger telling us what to do. The white women expressed their refusal to be authorized by Blackness through their unconscious negrophilia. Have you ever been a model, Professor Wilderson? Coupled with a need to remove my mother from the scene of their fantasy. The Native Americans expressed their refusal through their unconscious negrophobia. We don't want you, a nigger man, telling us what to do. The force of both white and indigenous affect spoke with one voice, a chorus of libidinal economy. In the collective unconscious of indigenous imagining, the specter of blackness was a greater threat than the settler institution that had dispatched a black professor to do its dirty work. My father looked up from the table. He maintained eye contact with the native man seated next to me, while the room exploded in his ears, but he did not show anger. And pain appeared in his eyes only after his eyes met mine with their approval for the voices that jeered him. A father stared into the jeering eyes of his son. I took pleasure in his pain because his ruin made me part of a community. By jeering this nigger, I was one with the we. Afterward, my father and I sat in the car for several minutes. The key was in the ignition, unturned. He didn't speak to me. My father never showed rage or pain in public, and I was now as much a member of the public as the Indians who drove him from that room. I could see the expansion and contraction of his chest. He let out a long, slow breath. "Why don't you just give them what they want? It's their land, it's their money," I said. He sighed. He sparked the ignition. He put the car in gear. I was too young to know how anti-blackness is driving the quest for sovereignty as much as it drives the desire to get rid of the settler, and he was too numb to explain. The Native Americans were speaking as sovereigns to one who was not. The essential problem is not in the name they called my dad. That is to say, the essential problem is not in the performance of their antagonistic feelings, but in the structure of an antagonistic relationship between indigenous people with something to salvage and a black person with nothing to lose. My parents carried their rage like vials of nitroglycerin packed in straw. Unlike me, they knew the fallout of black rage. My parents knew and taught the people who were being gunned down and the students who fled to Canada to avoid the draft. And they knew that they themselves were being watched by the FBI. I, knowing little of the anvil that weighed on them, thought they were simply sellouts. I thought they held their tongues when their white colleagues made racist statements because they didn't care about the revolution that was raging around them. Slowly, after years of being at odds with them, my view of them changed when I went into academia and was hit firsthand with what Jared Sexton calls the hidden structure of violence that underwrites so many violent acts, whether spectacular or mundane. Dissemblance had been a survival tool, an implement they used to stay alive and put food on our table. They knew that black intellectuals could push the envelope only as far as their non-black interlocutors were willing to accommodate. They also knew that they needed to know the limits of what their white colleagues and interlocutors could handle, especially if those interlocutors didn't know where their own breaking point was. My parents had to know on their behalf. Imagine the black man the white man wants you to be, and be him, or at least mine him, David Marriott writes in his treatise on lynching. Our unconscious is given over to that work of second-guessing, of dare and double dare. There's no place here for what the black man wants, or for a black unconscious driven by its own desire and aggression. I watched the world put my parents' desire on lockdown, while I marveled at my grandmother and her jailbreak conversation. Black desire is a runaway crime. America no longer needed grandmother for nurturing, for confirmation, for a woman to blame as the nation split at the seams, the way it still needed my mother. I'm a marked woman, Hortense Spillers writes, But not everybody knows my name. Peaches and brown sugar, sapphire and earth mother, auntie, granny, God's holy fool, a Miss Ebony First, or black woman at the podium. I describe a locus of confounded identities, a meeting ground of investments and privations in the national treasury of rhetorical wealth. My country needs me, and if I were not here, I would have to be invented. America was finished with my grandmother as its invention. She was free to kick back and kill them, if only in her dreams, or with me when we watched the riots in 1968. But America was not finished with my mother, a 36-year-old black woman in her prime. Just 3 years earlier, in 1965, Daniel Moynihan had named the imago of my mother as the source of a destructive vein in ghetto culture and in the black family. She didn't enter a room as a woman with a PhD. She entered as the foremost reason men feel castrated, as a drag greater than anti-blackness on the black man's dream of a far horizon. My outbursts of joy at the sight of a looter would only confirm what the world already knew about her. For Moynihan, I was a monster of my mother's making. Part 6. We went to Seattle that summer, a summer sabbatical for my father, a summer of research for my mother. Not a day went by when I wasn't surly. When a bishop came to catechism class on a cool Wednesday evening and asked the scrum of 12 and 13-year-old girls and boys to part that week with their allowance and donate to his mission in Africa, I raised my hand. As in my catechism classes in Minneapolis, I was the only black face in the room. Sister Mary Alvin beamed. The bishop nodded with pious encouragement, a nod I knew well from 6 years in an all-white grammar school back home in Minneapolis. Look, the Negro boy is going to speak. See how politely he raised his hand? Did the Africans ask you to come over? I blurted. The bishop looked at Sister Mary Alvin. Then the bishop looked at me. The Holy Spirit needs no invitation. One must, of course, repent and be baptized. I told the bishop my 35 cents was going for a Snickers bar. He could have my allowance next week if he flew to Africa and came back with a letter from the Africans stating that they wanted him there. News of this reached home before I did, where a spanking was waiting for me. It became apparent to all that I excelled in sports, and my parents must have thought that the sheer exertion of football and baseball would sweat the surliness from my pores. On her way to the University of Washington, Mom would drop me off at a community center. It was more a boys' club. I don't recall my younger sister going with me, nor do I see any girls in my mind's eye when those days return to memory. I can only surmise that she and my father thought that it would do me good to be around what I had never been around in my neighborhood, a group of black men, boys, really, but unless you were in love with your dentist, you wouldn't call them boys. It was here that I came close to what I had only seen on television with my grandmother. Not only did I come to understand that surly was not a personality deficiency of mine and mine alone, but was instead a communal inheritance, as was rage and strong laughter at all the things that made most white people sad. But I also learned about the Black Panthers at this boys' club. I heard the full-throttle speech of thoughts I had harbored as wishes without words, such as, "I'm 3 seconds off a honky's ass." The first time I heard those words spoken at the community center in Seattle, I laughed out loud. How could one word bring so much joy? Honky. It tickled me for days. "I'm 3 seconds off that honky's ass." I knew that my parents would not be tickled if they heard it from my lips. That I'm 3 seconds off that honky's ass wasn't what they had in mind when they decided Seattle would be the place where I'd meet young black men as role models. I was clever enough to know that that phrase could land me at a white community center for the rest of our summer in Seattle. But I couldn't help myself. Not since my grandmother's "Go ahead, son," had I been so inspired by words. To the far corner of our backyard I would go just to hear all the different ways I could make those few words sing. I would sing them deep and mellow in Barry White's baritone voice. I'd sing them like Aretha, insisting on R-E-S-P-E-C-T. I'd sing them falsetto, like Eddie Kendricks breaking glass with his voice. Alone in the backyard, I'd go toe-to-toe with the honky tree, let it know big don't mean bad, I'm 3 seconds off your honky tree ass. Mom came to the back porch. I don't know how long she had been standing there. All she heard was the sound of my laughter. All she saw was that I was talking to a tree. In her mental health voice, she asked if I was all right. "Oh yeah, copacetic," I said. About to beat the bark off this here honky tree, that's all. And I would have to hold my gut to keep it from busting open. "Glad to see you smiling, son," she would call out to me before going back inside. There was one honky that wasn't a tree. He ran the principally black community center in Seattle. His name was Reg, but we seldom called him by his name except to his face, which made perfect sense because we weren't talking to his name. Reg had the ambience of a large but fit and bearded cop I saw on several occasions when I later lived in South Africa. A man who went to black watering holes called shebeens in Soweto and bought the Africans beers. He had tortured some of them, and when it was over, made them turn the meat on the barbecue grill. He would sit down at the picnic table with them to show them that there was nothing personal in the way he had tortured them. Reg thrust his chin out when he spoke, either to praise the younger boys like me or caution the older ones. Whether in motion or at rest, he fired short, instinctive breaths between his words. He hastened from the playground through the parking lot and the gym with the sang-froid of a man who rules. A dust-up went down in the parking lot under a rainless sky. I was inside the community center playing dodgeball when someone yelled, "The shit is on!" What was the shit and why was it on? Everyone who raced for the door seemed to know. I was the only one who had no clue. I knew, everyone knew, the hazy contours of why it had happened. The whole world of the center revolved around Reg's rules. Reg decided who could have the basketballs and who couldn't. Reg chose the activities for the week. Reg put a demerit by your name in his book if you cracked out a turn or just spoke too loud. 3 demerits and you couldn't come back for a week. He'd given Luke, a boy of 17, his 3rd demerit. Reg wanted Luke to step off the property. I knew that much when I rushed outside because they had been inside when Reg gave Luke his 3rd warning. Luke had let Reg lead him to the parking lot, but he had stopped, as though he'd changed his mind, and turned to go back inside. Reg's hand was at Luke's elbow, steering him away. A crowd began to collect around them. I minnowed my way through the crush of man-childs who wanted Luke to get their licks in for them. "Touch me again," I heard Luke say. Luke and Reg were toe-to-toe. I watched with astonishment as Reg inched closer. Reg was a man of at least 25, and he looked like he lifted weights, whereas Luke had the build of a small forward on a high school basketball team. Reg said, "The rules apply to everyone, even to me." To which Luke said, "Touch me again, all right?" Luke slipped his hand into his pocket. Reg's expression indicated that he knew exactly what would happen if Luke's hand reappeared and how much the outcome was desired not only by Luke, but by all the boys around. And Reg seemed to know that his desperate courage would be devoured if he made one false move. Reg stared at us for a moment, and he came nearer to tears or an apology than I had ever seen him come. I was aware of how short I was compared to the others, most of whom, proper teenagers, were older than me. I had to look up to see who was speaking when someone cussed Reg or told Luke to get busy. Birds strafed the sun like a fist of pepper in the last good eye of God. Luke looked like he was tickling his thigh from inside his pants pocket. Reg's voice was cracking, but he couldn't stop reciting the rules. I heard the click of Luke's switchblade before I saw its straight, stiff gleam. Mom used to joke that in the part of New Orleans where she grew up, you could get stabbed over a peanut butter sandwich. Even though she laughed when she said this, the glint in her eyes and my father's "sure enough" convinced me she knew what she was on about. I, however, had never seen a stabbing, blood drawn with singular intent. The blood I drew from Elgar Davenport was a result of the lack of wind and the pull of the earth, not the force of my intentions. The forward intent of Luke's switchblade bore scarce resemblance to a chance parabola of a dish soap bottle that arced and fell and split Elgar's head. "That's right. Put your hands on me again." Someone behind me said, "Bleed his ass." Then someone to my left said, "Bleed his ass." Then a third someone sang it like a hymn. Reg shook his head, more in prayer, it seemed, than defiance. He glanced up, but the clouds had run for cover. I heard a woman's voice. "No, no, you don't want to do this." I knew that voice. Sometimes in church, if I closed my eyes, it would thread the rich fabric of Gregorian chants and touch me in my pew. My mother had shoved her way to the front, pushing us all aside like wind in tall grass. "You all don't want to do this," she kept repeating. She stood between Reg and Luke, that is to say, between Reg and Luke's blade. Someone in the crowd said, "Who's this lady?" And before I could slink back into the center, another voice said, "That's Lil Man's mama." She told Luke to take everyone inside. To my astonishment, he closed his switchblade and obeyed. That wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that she made me wait in the parking lot with the honky while she went inside to speak with Luke. When she came out, she said only one word, "Come." She bundled Reg into the front seat of her car. She made me sit in the back. As we drove away, Reg's cheek twitched. Sweat pasted his bangs to his forehead. My mother asked him what street he lived on, and he told her. After that, no one spoke. We dropped him at his house and drove off without my being allowed to sit in the front seat. I held her in contempt for the rest of the summer, and I held my father in even more contempt for saying she did the right thing. Now I know she wasn't trying to save Reg so much as she was trying to save us from how short our futures would be cut if Reg got bled. Like her, we had our whole incarcerated lives ahead of us. Chapter 3. Hattie McDaniel is Dead. Part 1. This is a story I've never told before. Not to my brother or to my sisters. Not even to the women I've partnered with and married. Nearly 40 years came and went before I could bring myself to say what happened to Stella, her daughter Malika, and me. To go into it, I've always thought, would only cause embarrassment for me, a sudden need to be elsewhere, which is the natural response to a confession. Even now, I admit, the story makes me squirm, living with the shame of wanting out when I thought I could die. For years, I've had to live with it, feeling this shame, trying to push it away. There have been times when I've tried to write about it in hopes that, through this act of remembrance, putting events down on paper, I could relieve the pressure on my conscience. Courage, I seem to think, comes to revolutionaries in finite quantities, like an inheritance that you stash away, let it earn interest, and draw down on when the day of reckoning arrives. It was a comforting theory. It offered hope and grace to a fool. I believed that when it was time for the get-down, I would face the man like BLA soldier Assata Shakur faced the man on the New Jersey Turnpike when the state trooper shot her in the chest, that I would get busy like Jonathan P. Jackson got busy at the courthouse in Marin County, California. Assata Shakur is a Black Liberation Army member the BLA liberated from prison in 1979. She was granted political asylum in Cuba. Since her escape, Shakur's life has been depicted in songs, documentaries, and various literary works. If the stakes ever became high enough, if the revolution required my sacrifice, I would simply tap a secret reservoir of courage that had been accumulating inside me from the age of 12 when I read Eldridge Cleaver's Soul on Ice, and when my junior high and high school teachers were the doppelgangers of the defendants in political trials like the Chicago 8 and the Panther 21. Stella happened to be one of those doubles. We were together almost 10 years, though we never married. She was 38 when we met. I was 22. I thought it all started when I met Stella at the end of March 1978, just a week after Dartmouth College sent me home for leading Black students in a campaign in solidarity with the people who made the food and cleaned the toilets and lived outside of town. Apparently, some frat boys had complained to the administration that the people from the Appalachian Trail had facial and other deformities brought on by what some Dartmouth fraternity brothers called hillbilly inbreeding. Seeing those people from the Appalachian Trail eating in the same room with them gave them indigestion, the letter claimed. The administration responded by ruling that the service workers in their dining hall and the buildings and grounds workers must, from that moment on, eat during off-peak hours and only in antechambers of the dining room that would be set aside for them and them alone. I lobbied the nearly 300 Black students on campus. This was a fascist decree, I argued, and we had to take action. But many others pointed out that the workers who came from nearby backwater towns like Lebanon, New Hampshire, and many two-store and one-saloon towns skirting the mountains flew the Confederate flag in some of the bars and yelled "nigger" from speeding pickups when they drove past us. Once, there were 3 of us lost in the countryside in a time when not even Dick Tracy had GPS. We drove past low-roofed houses ranged along a forest road like matchsticks spilled on the floor. Every 4th or 5th car was a rusted carcass with cinder block wheels. I was startled by the lack of hatred in the eyes of the children who stared at us as we drove by. When I turned in my seat and looked back at them, they were still staring, as though waiting for God to help them name what they had just seen. In the end, the Afro-American Society voted to launch a civil disobedience campaign aimed at forcing the administration to rescind its decree. During the campaign, I was arrested and jailed. A dean waited for me outside the Hanover, New Hampshire courthouse. He handed me a 2-page, single-spaced charge sheet. I told him the town had dropped all charges. He implored me to read the letter. Your troubles with the town have just ended, but your troubles with Dartmouth College have just begun. 2 years prior, the FBI had tracked me to Trinidad. Like most intelligence files, by the time they are declassified, mine is riddled with redactions like sprigs of buckshot etched on the flank of a deer. The name of the agent who tailed me to Trinidad in the winter of 1976, the winter of my sophomore year at Dartmouth College, has been redacted. Nor did he or she seem interested in what the not quite 20-year-old young man he or she shadowed was studying. At the University of the West Indies, he studied Caribbean theater. He did field research on Rada, a major family of Loa spirits in Trinidad's incarnation of the West African religion Voodoo. His third course was an independent study he designed himself, a 50-page thesis paper he wrote on his experience as a participant researcher of the Communist Party in Trinidad. The FBI file referenced none of this. During his stay in Trinidad, Wilderson was in contact with a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Puerto Rican Solidarity Committee, and he promised that individual he would attempt to make contacts in the United States for that organization to obtain literature for it and to attempt to procure financial aid. Wilderson allegedly claimed to be a member of an unspecified revolutionary group in the United States. He was born April 11, 1956, in the United States, is a student at Dartmouth College, possesses U.S. passport number F2316717, and his mailing address is Hinman Box 3983, Dartmouth College, Hanover, New Hampshire, 03755. The report was sent from Legate, Caracas, the legal attaché in Venezuela, to Clarence M. Kelly, Hoover's successor as director of the FBI. According to official propaganda, the FBI legal attaché works with the law enforcement and security agencies in their host country to coordinate investigations of interest to both countries. The role of legal attachés is primarily one of coordination, as they do not conduct foreign intelligence gathering or counterintelligence investigations. No explanation is given as to why the legate of the FBI in Venezuela was running an asset in Trinidad to spy on an American student, or what the nature of the joint operation between the U.S. and the host country, Trinidad or Venezuela, might be. The report begins, "The confidential source abroad mentioned in this memorandum is..." The redaction is nearly 2 lines long. In other words, more than a name is being withheld. It continues, "Blank requested to be informed if Wilderson has come to the attention in the past for political extremist activities in the United States." Then, "The Bureau and the Boston office are requested to advise if Wilderson has come to prior attention in connection with security activities." This, however, is not the story I had never been able to tell. That story I'm going to tell you now. But this FBI report complicates that story. It corrupts the causal links that had helped me make sense of the violence that Stella and I were subjected to 4 years after I returned from Trinidad, 2 years after Dartmouth College had kicked me out for leading a civil disobedience campaign on behalf of workers who were white and, to our black and lonely student minds, unrepentant racists. The FBI file came in the middle of writing this chapter. It corrupted the causal logic of the events that make my hand quiver as I scratch these words with my pen. Before the file arrived, I thought that at last I can chart a point-to-point pilgrim's progress of the chain of events that drove Stella and me and Malika, her young daughter, from our home. Events that left us no alternative but to send Malika away to live with relatives for her own safety. Events that drove Stella and me from the state of Minnesota when we ran out of friends and sanctuaries. The FBI file came when I was finally steadfast in my conviction that what happened to us had to do with Stella's past, not hers and mine. I even blamed the break-in at my studio apartment by two white men who wanted nothing of value as collateral heat from Stella's lawsuit against the government. Part 2. It's a month before I turn 24, and I've stolen my parents' Soviet mental health clinics, 3 weeks of consulting with Chinese special education administrators, a Ford Foundation study of German urban renewal, or a rescue mission for American students who smoked too much dope and were bounced into jail in Belize. I don't know, because I don't live with them anymore. My 14-year-old brother gave me the details, but all that registered was the fact that their car was in the garage. 2 years prior, in March 1978, I was, as mentioned, kicked out of Dartmouth College for leading an act of civil disobedience. It was the end of winter quarter in my senior year, and I was 3 classes shy of my degree. To Stella, or whoever else asked, I wore indefinite suspension from Dartmouth College, like a combat medal. But no one knows how much I cried on that Greyhound back to Minneapolis. Before I left the room of the tribunal, with my pink slip giving me 48 hours to pack my dorm room and leave Hanover, the chair of the committee, a dean, acknowledged that the punishment was harsh, but, he explained, a team of psychologists had been evaluating me since I arrived at Dartmouth. I'd had 4 years, these phantoms of therapy whom I had never met concluded, to inculcate the esprit de corps of an Ivy League institution, the dean's exact words, and the words, no doubt, of the psychologists. For 4 years, I'd been under psychiatric care without ever meeting my caregivers. In this, they were one with the FBI asset, who had tracked me to Trinidad and reported to Boston and Caracas. All day, all night, angels watching over me. Part 3. Stella had changed from the woman she was 9 years prior when I saw her at the Armory on the University of Minnesota's campus. I was almost 15. She had been 31 for 3 months. It was March 1971. The same month and year as the break-in at the FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania, that would soon blow the lid off COINTELPRO. On that morning, William Calley was convicted for the massacre of nearly 500 Vietnamese civilians by Company C in the village of My Lai. The massacre was in the forefront of Stella's mind as she stood by a bus and told anxious inductees they'd returned from Vietnam wearing the tucked sleeve of a one-armed boy. Richard Nixon took reassuringly to the airwaves. American troops are now in a defensive position. The offensive activities of search and destroy are now being undertaken by the South Vietnamese. The bombing of Cambodia was still underway, and I was a shoplifter in Dinkytown, 2 blocks away from the campus of the University of Minnesota. The cold front had quickly crumbled and temperatures rose from the 50s to as high as 70 degrees. There was no ice or slush on the sidewalks. My friend, Robert Stevenson Stone, and I boosted rock albums and sold them to the hippies at cut-rate prices. With the pavements dry, we could outrun any cashier in Dinkytown. The E Pluribus Funk albums by Grand Funk Railroad, I recall, were completely round and covered with a silver-like film to resemble a large coin. The backside of the cover of this album included a picture of Shea Stadium. To celebrate Grand Funk Railroad beating the Beatles' Shea Stadium attendance record by selling out in just 72 hours. I stole 3 of them from a record store in Dinkytown, near a coffee shop where Bob Dylan used to play. Dinkytown was not a town or even a neighborhood, but simply 2 blocks of shops and eateries at the edge of the University of Minnesota. Our high school consisted of 2 buildings, one at each end of Dinkytown. Tucked behind the main gate of the university was Pike Hall, which had been the university lab school for the children of professors. At the other end of Dinkytown was an uninspired brick building that had been Marshall Public High School for white working-class kids. The 2 schools merged in 1968 in a social experiment financed in large part by funds from LBJ's Great Society initiatives. The children of liberal mandarins were made to mingle with the children of flour mill and railway workers and, to give the experiment demographic integrity, Native Americans were bussed in from the south side and blacks were bussed in from the north side to the tune of 4% and 9 or 10%, respectively. On my way to the record store, where 5-finger discounts awaited, I walked through Dinkytown with my face turned triumphantly up to the first real warmth of sun. Bob Stone was long and lanky, sort of like Al Green on stilts. We had been the same height when we started the 9th grade, but over the Christmas break he grew like a plant in time-lapse photography. I was jealous of his height, so I told myself I had something better, a leather jacket with gold bars and felt stars for my 3 sports, football, ski jumping, and track and field, none of which Bob participated in because, though he could run, he wasn't athletic. I told Bob to boost only E Pluribus Funk albums. He said we could get more money for some Hendrix LPs. Band of Gypsies won't fit under your shirt, I protested. But Bob wouldn't listen. He damn near got us busted. We always entered the record store separately, and we each had our inherent diversions to offer. The clerks would look up and see my black face. I didn't have to look at them to feel the way their eyes narrowed on my face and my hair. A moment later, I could feel their gaze settle serenely on my leather jacket. Sports keeps him out of trouble. Bob wasn't so lucky. He lived in the projects and he didn't have a sport, whereas I lived in a mansion and had a sport for each season. So he didn't have a leather jacket, and the windbreaker his mother had not replaced since 7th grade looked like a nylon t-shirt. He went in first. I normally came in second. From the window on the street, I watched the clerk watch Bob's every move. When I arrived, he focused on me. In the interstice of time, when he would decide if I was a good black or just a black, Bob would make his play and slip an album or 2 under his windbreaker. I first saw Stella the same day Bob went off script and switched from Grand Funk Railroad to Jimi Hendrix. We'd been in the store 5 or 6 minutes. The clerk went back to reading Ramparts, that countercultural left-wing magazine of the period, and looking up once or twice to watch Bob, who had his back to him as he fingered a crate of albums at the far end of the store. I had 3 E Pluribus Funk albums lined against my ribs and still had room for 2 more. I walked to the counter to buy some zigzag rolling papers, hoping Bob could scram while I paid. But the dude at the till was a task stacker. He counted my change with one eye and peered over my shoulder with the other. It would have been a groove if not for the pointed breasts Bob had poking through his windbreaker, breasts he didn't have when he came in. "Watch the counter," the man told me as he chased Bob out the store and down the block in the direction of campus. The long, flaxen-haired cashier came back winded and sweaty, his cheeks the color of flamingos. "You know him?" I shook my head. "Boosting ain't a hip thing, my brother. We're one tribe, man," the clerk said to me, and he thanked me for watching the cash register. Bob and I met 6 blocks away at the ROTC Armory on campus, a sandy brick fortress with ramparts at each end like rooks on a chessboard. 3 chartered buses faced southeast on University Avenue in front of the Armory. 5 white men and 3 white women sat in the street, their backs to the bumper of the lead bus. They smoked cigarettes. They held 2 fingers up in the air. A crowd gathered along the sides of the buses. Bob said we should offload our gear before the pigs came and vamped. "Get they cash, man, before they get their heads busted." Carbon monoxide puttered from the quiet tailpipe of one idling bus. A line of inductees filed down the steps of the Armory, and the crowd of protesters began to chant beneath a salmon-colored sky. She was hard to miss, Stella. There weren't many black men among the protesters, and she was the only black woman. She was in front and down the steps, close to the buses. The draftees were all down the stairs now. Bob and I climbed the stairs and looked down. It was the perfect place to be in case 5-0 vamped with their nightsticks. They would bust the protesters' heads by the buses, not ours, as long as we stood on higher ground. "Hell no, we won't go. We won't fight for Texaco," yelled the crowd. Not Stella. She spoke to each inductee individually as they got on the bus. She asked them if they had a loved one she could A pair of Bose 901 speakers in the window of a frat house across the street was playing "The Weight, Take the Load Off Fanny." The lead singer's voice was high as a lusty wildcat, as stern as a southern preacher, as depleted as a rebel soldier going back to Turkey Scratch, Arkansas, a dirt farmer at the end of his day. The music kite-whistled over the crowd of protesters and the line of young, vacant faces filing onto the buses. Stella thrust a life photograph of Lieutenant Kelly up to them as they passed. I thought she was bulletproof. "You're better than this," she told them. A sergeant snatched the photograph from Stella. He tore it to shreds. "Tell them," she said, pointing to the men looking out the windows. "Turn around and tell them they'll come back with their sanity as well as their arms and legs." Bob stood next to me on the top step of the Armory. He noticed how I marveled at her. "That's too much woman for you," Bob said. "The hell you say? And look how she's performing for these hippies." "They aren't hippies. They're SDS. Look, man, a couple of our teachers are there." Our school was a lab school. One building was on campus, and the other building was on the other side of Dinkytown. Some of our teachers were graduate students doing their PhDs in education. "The left and the hippies are on different tips. Do you actually read the Ramparts magazines I give you?" "They're all the white unwashed to me, and she's playing to them." I slipped the 3 albums out from under my jacket and said, "We're playing to the white unwashed, aren't we? We're getting paid. She's getting used." The war's not a race thing. It's a class issue. It affects us all. I'm just saying I know her type. What type is that? The type who into white boys. Not like it matters to you, the way you came up. How did I come up? Forget it, Frank. No, tell me. And which is it? She's too much woman for me, or we're the same kind of Oreo? Go for what you know, Frank. She could burp you at night before you go to sleep. As it happened, Stella, during my high school and college years, worked as a nurse until she broke her back. It never healed well enough for her to go back to nursing, so she went to work as an administrator in the College of Education, where my father was a dean during the Vietnam War. She managed the placement and affairs of graduate students who worked as teachers at the experimental lab high school that Bob and I attended on campus. But in 1978, when we became lovers, she worked as an aide for elementary school teachers and collected welfare to cover the gap. After that first meeting, or rather sighting, at the Armory, 7 years would pass until we met again. And the 7 years from the age of 15 to the age of 22 were longer in my mind than the 7 years she traveled from 31 to 38, which is to say, less time and fewer memories had passed in those years for Stella than they had for me. I had gone from 9th grade to the end of my senior year in college. Unlike me, she grew but did not grow up in those years. So when she saw me again at a branch of the library near her house, in faded khaki pants tucked into fry boots, an army surplus trench coat draped across the chair I wasn't using, and my hair cornrowed in neat lines along my scalp, she recognized me immediately. But I didn't know where I'd seen this beautiful woman with her wide-eyed daughter before. The next day, I hitchhiked from Minneapolis to Columbus, Ohio. After a month, I came back to Minneapolis and looked her up. By the end of the summer, we were in love. We baked soufflés in her large cast-iron skillet. In the evening, after supper, when her daughter Malika went to bed, we would sit on her front porch and watch the sun redden. I would read to her from a novel I was writing, or she'd teach me how to listen to Miles. The long pauses between notes, Stella said, just under the music. Miles made silence part of his music. Small clusters of intention without sound, she said. She made me feel comfortable enough to read my fledgling prose to her. She closed her eyes as she listened. "So much woe in your voice," she said. "You're the Prince of Darkness. You were born on a Wednesday, am I right?" 2 bolts of silver gray etched themselves on the front of her natural hair like low sparks of lightning rising above her eyes. Heads turned to watch her when she entered a room, and I felt a surge of manhood when they looked from her to me. That's right, people. She's with me. At a distance, folks on campus would take her for Angela Davis, and I was honored as if through osmosis. But even when the mirage had melted, they drank of her singular beauty, for even in leather sandals she was tall for a woman. She didn't powder her face or rouge her lips. She owed her flawless skin to the fact that she ate organically long before it was the fashion, and that she had no truck with sugar. When I first saw those 2 lightning bolts in her hair, I thought she could take down the world. Some folks called her a troublemaker. I saw a black woman who stood up for herself and anyone else who was being abused. When she sat in her porch chair and watched people come and go across the courtyard of the apartment complex where she lived, she smoked a corncob pipe without ever lighting it, as my father had done when I was a kid, and it looked just like the one I saw my great-grandmother smoke when I was 12 years old, the one and only time I saw her. In fact, Stella had the same cleft at the bridge of her nose that I see on Grandma Harper when I conjure her. It chiseled both women's gaze. Stella would bring her flute to hear Frank West long after he left Count Basie's band. The club was small and half the people weren't listening to the music, so when the band took a break, Stella took me to the stage and introduced me to him. Then she took out her flute, and Wes improvised with her for a moment or two. No way in hell was I going back to Dartmouth. She saw how depressed I was about being kicked out of school. The stronger my putative pose of indifference, the more seismic my mood swings. I could be in a room with Malika and Stella, and I might not say a word for 5 minutes. The words roiled in my head, loud as foghorns. Not only had Stella been a nurse, but she was an autodidact nutritionist. She was the first person to tell me how cancer might be cured by diet, something I learned years later was called the Gerson method. She and Malika rarely ate meat and very little poultry. I can't remember one fried meal, and places like McDonald's, White Castle, and Burger King, where I had worked in Dinkytown when I first laid eyes on Stella, were off limits. I ate a fair amount of chocolate bars in 1978 when we first got together. She made me uncomfortable, the way she watched me and said, "It's your funeral," with a shrug of her shoulders. When I finally moved in with her, she would snatch a Snickers bar out of my hand with, "Let me see what those criminals are poisoning you with," turning a 3-syllable word into 2. Then, as I looked on with forlorn loss, Stella would read aloud all the unpronounceable chemicals put into it by the Mars Incorporated, a corporation that I, even as a young communist, saw as my friend who just wanted me to enjoy a scrumptious nougat topped with caramel and peanuts enrobed in mouth-watering milk chocolate. I had never thought to read the ingredients, nor would I have thought they were poison. But Stella insisted that high fructose corn syrup and the artificial flavoring were major contributors to my mood swings and depression. On New Year's Day, 1979, she made a deal with me. Give up my Mars bars, my Snickers bars, my 3 Musketeers for 6 weeks. She also wanted me to be a label sleuth with her in the store, by which she meant we would read the labels of everything we considered purchasing, from cereal to ketchup, and discard the products with more than 7 grams of processed sugar or any amount of high fructose corn syrup. If, after 6 weeks, I did not feel the fog lift from my brain, if the mood swings continued as before, then I could go back to my old, reckless ways. Needless to say, Stella's wager worked. I had the kind of clarity of mind that I had not known in my 2 decades and change on the planet. I often wonder how I might have weathered the storm at Kenwood Elementary School had I known about sugar when I was a child. It wasn't just abstinence she wanted from me. Over those 6 weeks, we read William Duffy's Sugar Blues, a book that argues that sugar was once the cocaine of the Western world and is still as debilitating and addictive as nicotine. In winter, we made stovetop coffee in a saucepan of water and 4 tablespoons of fine ground coffee floating on the surface. If we got to talking at the table and not paying attention, we would almost let it boil. It had to almost boil for its rich roasted taste to keep from turning bitter. The year I made up my mind that I was never going back to Dartmouth, we lived 5 blocks from campus. The war in Vietnam had ended 3 years before, and the campus didn't look anything like the place I knew in high school. When Saigon fell in 1975, the atmosphere thinned of the righteous indignation that had thickened the air. It made me melancholy and made Stella sort of a has-been. Gone were the incandescent barricades severing the university's Washington Avenue artery to downtown Minneapolis. Gone were the voices with their list of demands from the occupied windows of Morrill Hall. Gone were the lectures that were thrown out the window when classes and seminars were commandeered for anti-imperialist teach-ins. All that was a brief moment when the world was being remade, and Stella could arrive unannounced, and she could rise and be applauded before she even spoke. But that moment was no more. The white left had robbed her while licking her face. 1, 2, 3 mini Vietnams, she said with a laugh. It wasn't about Vietnam. It was about the shit they hadn't worked out at home. Now they want to go home. That's what you can do if you're white in this country. You can be a tourist in your own movie. Stella wasn't wrong. Whether underground fugitives were even turning themselves in to the police and doing unheard-of deals with prosecutors, while members of the Black Liberation Army were still being hunted and tortured if and when they were captured. At one sleepy New York precinct, whether underground fugitives made the inconvenient error of trying to surrender in the afternoon on a Friday. They were told to come back on Monday and turn themselves in. Imagine, Stella said, if that was you and me turning ourselves in. Friday be damned. They would stay late, not to book us, but to beat us, and be so deep in their pleasure when they got done they'd forget to put in for the overtime. One night in bed, I said that the 2 streaks of silver in her hair were beautiful, but I noted that a woman in her late 30s was too young to have gray hair. Did something happen to you? I asked her. Something traumatic? I wanted her to trust me the way I trusted her. Stress, she said. Then she turned over and went to sleep. Stella turned me on to the works of Toni Morrison and Alice Walker. Together we discovered Fuentes, Amado, and Garcia Marquez. And though she was almost a generation older and grew up in the South, while I was born in the South but grew up in Minnesota, we shared the same way of being in our bodies, the same tonalities in our voices when we were with our white friends. We both knew how to make them feel at home. Our words were effortless and well chosen. They told us, not in words, how authentic they felt with us, how they were going to take themselves seriously from now on. The jazz was always soft when they came to our house. With our black friends, we discussed what worrisome burdens white people can be. But this duality had limits. Making our white friends feel safe in our presence made them think that we were somehow evolved in a way that the black people they saw burning down the cities in the 1960s were not. From 1978 until we fled our apartment in the spring of 1980, we hauled crates of apples and organic produce with our white friends at the Wedge, the city's first co-op, with its unfinished floors and its funky bends of oatmeal, chia seeds, raw almonds, and stone-ground millet in bulk. They felt at home in our home, a sense of welcome they could never feel, even if it was extended to them, in the black neighborhood on the near north side of town. Our dwelling was the ground floor of a duplex in the center of a courtyard and drive that was ringed by a ramshackle horseshoe of wooden townhouse apartments just 5 blocks from campus. There's something about a campus community that makes you feel as though nothing catastrophic can happen to you there, as though the real world begins at the border. No lunch bucket laborers stepping tired off the bus. No deuce and a quarters double parked on the boulevard. No big hats and overcoats slung over one arm in basement nightclubs. No burst of sound in the street that stops the heart. Visiting our home was less strain on their nerves than adding ornaments from far-off places to their shelves. And they left with the feeling that they'd marched in Selma or hurled bricks during the riots on the near North Side. But that wasn't enough for Josephine, who worked with nuclear fusion and nuclear waste in a lab at the university. I've long since forgotten if she was on the faculty or if she worked as a technician. This amnesia has kept me sane for almost 40 years. She lived above us. Before I came on the scene, Josephine and Stella had issues, mainly their disagreement over the ethics and safety of nuclear power. The 3 Mile Island accident had happened on March 28, 1979, less than 6 months after I became a factor in Stella's, and by extension, Josephine's lives. But there are heated debates over this issue, and even the way Stella's routine changed when we became lovers were not the real cause of the meltdown between these two women. Stella was simply tired of playing Hattie McDaniel to Vivian Leigh. I've nursed her through failed relationships, but she never seemed to care about what I was going through. Josephine seemed to think that the downstairs part of the house was simply an extension of the upstairs part where she lived. It wasn't the unscheduled visits that annoyed Stella and me, but the injury Josephine felt when Stella asked her to knock before coming inside, or to call first when Frank is here. When she heard such words, you could set your watch by the sundial on her face. Guilt, resentment, aggression. Malika, Stella, and I were in the back of the house eating dinner at the kitchen table. We heard the front door open and close. Josephine appeared in the threshold of the kitchen with bushels of lilacs in a straw basket. She had picked them in the courtyard just for us. No doubt, in her mind, the gift of flowers offset her violation of our space. But looking back on it, all I see is the extension of the master's prerogative in the way Josephine treated Stella. There's a scene in the film 12 Years a Slave in which the master, Edwin Epps, bursts into the slaves' cabin while they're in bed. He dances in the middle of their sleeping quarters and commands them to rise and make merriment in the big house with him. It has taken me 40 years to understand how neither he nor Josephine had violated anyone's space. The cabin where they slept belonged to him as much as their flesh belonged to him. The regime of violence that made them his property and prosthetics of his desire made it impossible to see what he did as a violation. This is to say that I was wrong to think Josephine did something wrong. At one time in history, Eastern Seaboard slaves had grown to believe in the elasticity of accumulation and fungibility. In other words, slaves on the Eastern Seaboard were not Afropessimists in that they did not see themselves as primarily the objects of captivity. Rather, they saw themselves as the subjects of hyper-exploitation. And like me and Stella in 1980, slaves of the 18th and 19th centuries on the Eastern Seaboard might have imagined that their dwellings were also their homes, and not the always and already home of Josephine and her race. They were in for a traumatic awakening when, starting in 1808, the westward movement of plantation culture to Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, whether it was driven by individual owners who accompanied their slaves or by professional slave traders, tore that society asunder, exiling hundreds of thousands from their birthplace and traumatizing those who remained. Families and sometimes whole communities dissolved under the pressure of this second great migration. In short, Josephine was libidinally within her rights on the day she barged in while we were eating dinner. With as much poise as she could muster, Stella thanked Josephine and said that the two of them should meet tomorrow for coffee. "I thought you said you and Frank were busy tomorrow, Mom." Stella eyed her daughter as if to say, "Let's not do this now." Josephine was in no mood for discretion. In fact, Stella's poise rankled Josephine more than if she had jumped out of a bag. "Why coffee all of a sudden?" Josephine said. "To talk about boundaries." "I thought you were a feminist," she told Stella as she turned to go. For almost 40 years, I've wondered how this scene between Josephine and Stella played out in Malika's 12-year-old mind. We weren't always the best parents, Stella and I. We never took time with Malika after these tense confrontations with someone like Josephine. This isn't entirely true. Stella always explained to her the underlying nature of racism, the monstrous violence ensconced within the mundane of microaggressions. But, and this I regret with all my heart, we never asked her how she processed these spectacles emotionally. We didn't know how she had been wounded, just as I had no idea as a young boy how Mrs. Davenport's words would later affect me. Needless to say, the fact that I was only 11 years older than Malika didn't help our relationship. She and I had a hard time adjusting to one another. On more than one occasion, she told me, "You're not my father." As a young girl, she had a lot to contend with. Her biological father was Jewish, and though he seemed to have abandoned her emotionally and financially, and though his family had disowned and disinherited him until he divorced Stella, she carried with her the ensemble of dilemmas that seemed to afflict mixed-race children into adulthood. A fear of slipping into the darkness of their black side and without ever having ascended to the light of white redemption. And for my part, I resented the fact that she was born with this crisis and I was not. A crisis in which I, as a dark-skinned person with no whiteness in my features, was the living, breathing image of the hell into which she could descend. Stella told me how hard she had worked to teach her daughter about our culture and the lashes we endured for the rights most people don't even know they have. "But it's slipping away," she said, sobbing. "The longer I stay here, the more it slips away." As it turned out, I saw other things, how her breath quickened as if she felt a sudden tightness in her chest when she spoke of Urban Risers, one of LBJ's Great Society programs, and the lawsuit she had filed against it. She said she had proof of embezzlement, legal documents, and audio tapes of board meetings that she had recorded herself. "You're saying the federal government or someone at Health, Education, and Welfare knew about all this?" I asked her. I meant it as a question. She took it as a challenge. "You can ask my lawyer, Noam Davidoff," she said, "if you don't believe me." "You talk like you're used to being doubted." "I'm a black woman. What rock have you been under?" Noam Davidoff came to the house and said that after years of wrangling with the federal government, he had secured a court date for her, November 13th, 1980, which at this time was in less than a year. He also said he didn't have the resources. I remember very distinctly the word he used was resources, to help her. Then he looked my way and said, "Or you, until we go to court." He didn't mean help. He meant protect. and by resources, he seemed to be referring to protection. It was then that I would understand the gravity of Stella's lawsuit. The board members of Urban Risers, whom she was accusing of graft, and maybe even people in the government who ran interference for them or looked the other way, could not afford for the recordings and documents Stella had amassed to be made public. Noam's hair was curly, like Abby Hoffman's. He was a movement lawyer. It was clear he earned more gratitude than money with his brown corduroys, his unknotted tie, and his stone-washed raincoat home from the wars. In the early 1970s, Noam Davidoff worked with the radical lawyer William Kunstler, as well as Mark Lane and a group of researchers to represent the American Indian Movement, AIM, defendants in the Wounded Knee trial. I didn't know Stella back then, but Stella and Noam had been lovers, and she attended every session of the trial. At the front door, she straightened the collar of his shabby raincoat. So now a dull, metallic jealousy began to gather at the back of my mind. She and Noam shared a history salted with victories, like the verdict in favor of the Native American defendants Noam had helped to secure. She and I had no history at all, and the history we were making, I feared, a fear that yokes me to this day, was unfolding as a story I would never want to tell. I wish I'd gone to the kitchen or turned my head to cough, to go back in time and orchestrate a random distraction to prevent me from the sight of her fingers straightening his collar. I wanted him to leave, but just as strongly I wanted him to stay. I believed that he, not I, had the credentials to tell her to take the settlement and not go to trial. As much as my heart pained to see them speak so effortlessly together, even when they disagreed, as much as I wanted that to be over, it was clear that if anyone could change Stella's mind, it was Noam, not me. He made it plain that the government would settle with Stella out of court. Noam was absolutely sure Stella would get $100,000. She would have to hand over all the tapes of the secret recordings she'd made when she was an employee of Urban Risers. She would have to relinquish financial documents she photocopied to prove corruption, and the secret audio recordings she made of Urban Risers meetings that might be incriminating of Kapale Kenyatta, who had been the director of Urban Risers, or employees of the federal government with whom Kapale Kenyatta worked. All of this would be sealed. There's one more thing. You'll have to sign a non-disclosure agreement giving your word you won't talk about the case. Ever, he emphasized. You talk about this after they pay you, Stella, and they'll come after you. What if I don't settle out of court? Then you're down for next November, a week after the presidential elections of 1980. As your lawyer, I have to advise you, Stella scoffed. I've waited years. I can wait 11 months. Take a few days to think about it. You wouldn't settle if you were in my shoes, would you? You never settled with the government. I was never the litigant, and I'm not a single mom with financial challenges. Just say welfare, Noam. It's only 2 syllables. Have you forgotten all the people who were murdered by government proxy during the Wounded Knee affair? Then Noam turned to me. What do you think? You didn't answer my question, Stella interjected before I could speak. You can start over with that kind of money, he said, still not answering the question. Stella rejoined. A trial could reveal Kapale Kenyatta's connection to government officials who can't afford to be linked to someone like him. If you make it to the courthouse, if I make it to the courthouse. I watched these 2 old lovers talk about death as though they were the heroine and hero of a film noir classic, weighing their options against the mob. But as the conversation wound down and Stella had still refused the settlement, I knew it wasn't a film, and I knew that I wasn't a spectator. If I settle out of court, Stella said, as Noam set his teacup down on the living room table and inched forward in the easy chair, I'll never know who was behind all of this. If it even makes it to the newspapers, and you're basically telling me that won't happen because the money buys my silence, based on the evidence so far, they'd call it another example of the kind of gangsterism and shady business dealings people associate with the ghetto in North Minneapolis. But not when they think of 3M Corporation in Maplewood, the regional banks downtown, or Pillsbury Company's assortment of businesses. The government will get away clean. $100,000 is nothing for them to pay if it means they can avoid indictments up the food chain. Noam stood up and said he understood. Stella had always been a fighter, and he hadn't expected her to take the out-of-court settlement. As I watched them and listened, I had the feeling of being 11 years old, seated at a folding table with other children at Thanksgiving, catching fragments of what the adults said at the long, old wood table in the center of the room. Noam picked up his vintage leather briefcase, scooped the files from the coffee table, and put them in. "There's more to this than meets the eye," he said as he slung his raincoat on. It sloped to one side. A corner of his collar had folded under, and he hadn't noticed. She rose and plucked it free. It was an act of tenderness and joy, and I hoped to God, not desire. "Oh, Noam," she chuckled as she patted his lapel with her palm. For the past 90 minutes, I had waited for an intimacy to pass between them. He smiled back. They've done this 100 times before, I thought. I watched her watch him down the stairs. Though I spent nights on end in the lower level of the duplex where Stella lived with Malika, I still had my own apartment when Noam came to Stella's house. It was November 1979. By the end of the year, I would be on welfare. In fact, it was that November of 1979 that Stella and I saw our revolution die. It was the month we rejoiced at the news that Assata Shakur had been freed from a maximum security prison by the Black Liberation Army. It was the month the Ku Klux Klan shot and killed black demonstrators in Greensboro, North Carolina, just rode up to the picket line, got out of the car, and shot them at near point-blank range. November was the month we watched it on the news. The Klansmen opened their trunk. They fetched their weapons. They sprinted 10 yards to the marchers. They opened fire. 5 lay dead on the ground. That month, Stella and I had no idea that Assata would have to spend the rest of her life in Cuba, in exile. We had no idea that the film we saw would not be enough to convict the assailants, and we had no idea that by March of the coming year, we'd be sleeping. Several days after Noam left, days crowded with silence as Stella thought on what he had said, she called a man named Jamal. She told him she needed protection. There was silence on his end for 3 interminable beats. "Protection from who?" Jamal asked. "The system," Stella said. By the end of 1979, the number of people Stella knew who could hear "the system" without raising an eyebrow had dwindled. But Jamal used to say, just because you're not paranoid doesn't mean they're not after you. In 1968, when he and Stella and damn near everyone they knew believed in revolution, Jamal had gone up against the system and did a nickel of a 10-year stint in Stillwater Prison in Bayport, Minnesota. He wasn't someone who would raise an eyebrow when someone mentioned the system. As a result of Stella's call, Jamal and a brilliantly taciturn brother dropped by Stella's house one night when I wasn't there. Jamal said, "Let's go for hamburgers," as he motioned to the ceiling light and the telephone. Then he put his finger over his lips. Stella thought of White Castle as a temple where Satan killed you with sodium and trans fats. But this wasn't a night for insisting that Jamal sit down with her and pore over back issues of Prevention magazine. In the booth at the White Castle restaurant on 36th Avenue and Lake Street, Stella's daughter, who never missed anything, watched as the quiet brother looked around the restaurant, then nodded to Jamal. Malika saw Jamal unwrap his hamburger and put it on his lap. Then he fetched something from his pocket and wrapped it in the hamburger paper, which he passed to Stella. Later that night, Malika told me that she got up to go to the bathroom and found her mother sitting on the bed with an automatic handgun and a magazine of bullets. She watched her mother snap the clip into place, wrap it in an oilskin, and hide it in the closet deep behind the shoes. I was not yet driving a cab at that point. That would start when I moved in with Stella. I still worked as a waiter at Williams Cafe, but the restaurant was slow one night, and I was sent home early. My studio was on the ground floor of an old brownstone 6 blocks from Lake of the Isles. The key worked, but the door to my studio was chained from the inside. How could I have done that? I thought in self-rebuke. It took a moment for me to realize that, in point of fact, I could not have done that. Someone else did that. That someone was inside. I sprinted down the hall. I burst out the front door and dashed to where I could see my apartment window. The alley light lit them in silhouette. One leg curled out the window of my studio, then his torso, then the other leg. He stumbled and almost fell before he ran. Then the other one rolled out with the grace of a pole vaulter clearing the bar. His long hair flounced up and down in the yellow light. Like a fool, I chased them halfway down the alley. Like an even bigger fool, I called the cops. When they arrived, even with the Murphy bed closed into the wall, there was little space left. One large cot by the sink and stove, and me and his partner in the middle of the room. "You have this wad of cash on you, or you left it here when you went to work?" the one by the sink said to me, pointing to the money in the dish strainer, tip money that I carelessly left by the sink until I went to the bank. I told him I had left it there. "Did you leave this Miranda camera here when you went to the restaurant?" I nodded. The cop by the sink was counting. 80, 85, 90, $95 in cash. A camera worth what, 2 C-notes? $300 worth of stuff just left here? You say 2 people. You say 2 people climbed in, chained the door from the inside, and then what? Played bridge? Had a cup of coffee? You see how it looks from where we stand. I have a right to privacy. That's what they stole. They looked at me as though I had said I have a right to shingles. My books had been taken from my bookshelf and arranged on the floor in neat, orderly rows. The case to my typewriter was open, and pages from a novel I was writing were spread on the desk. Whoever did this knew my schedule. They thought they had time. Time for what? "You won't know unless you investigate." The cop by the sink nodded. "Investigate. Gotcha." Then he stooped and picked up 2 books from the floor. I.F. Stone, The Killings at Kent State, How Murder Went Unpunished. Karl Marx, The Communist Manifesto. He placed them both back neatly on the floor. "What are you reading this stuff for?" Not surprisingly, I soon moved in with Stella and Malika, and a gun in the closet that we didn't know how to use. Part 4. We had fallen back to sleep after making love when we heard someone enter Stella's apartment. We were naked under the sheets. It was 9:30 in the morning. For a moment I thought, this isn't happening. Now I realize what struck such terror in me, that which I had no words for at the time. My mind flashed on the image of our throats being slit. This isn't a robbery. They want to be heard. They want us to know they're here. I jumped out of bed. My feet slapped the wood floor. I opened the closet where Stella kept the gun Jamal had given her. Stella wasn't alarmed. She told me it was Malika, who'd left earlier for school. She must have forgotten something. The front door and the living room were near Stella's bedroom. As she tugged into her clothes, she called out through the door, "What'd you forget, Malika?" There was no answer. A chair scraped the floor. I started to get dressed as well, but Stella motioned for me to stay in the bedroom. "Let me talk to her before you come out." The voice that accosted Stella in the living room did not belong to Micah. "Aren't you tired of this pattern, Stella? Putting me in cold storage whenever you find someone new?" It was Josephine. I couldn't believe it. After what Stella had told her just the other day about boundaries, this woman had the nerve to enter the apartment again without knocking. "Get out," I heard Stella say. "He's your daughter's age." I opened the bedroom door in time to see Stella grab Josephine and yank her toward the door. "Hattie McDaniel is dead. You're not welcome anymore." They were on the front porch now. Josephine didn't fight back, but nor was she cowed. I stayed inside the screen door, not knowing what my role was or should be. Stella told Josephine, "You've been misled. I'm not here for your amusement, and your being a nuclear physicist at the University of Minnesota doesn't make you Scarlett O'Hara." "Stella, we used to be there for each other." Stella let out a shrill laugh. "That's what you call it? There for each other? You're a parasite. No, a psychopath. You act like you own me." The word psychopath inflamed Josephine's face. For nearly 40 years, the expression on her face has boomeranged from the back of my brain at intervals beyond my control. I last saw it at the movies. The film was 12 Years a Slave, and a woman in the film by the name of Mary Epps looked first at her husband and then at her husband's concubine, a slave named Patsy, with the same wild eyes and thin mouth as Josephine's. In the film, Mary Epps demands that her husband sell Patsy, but Edwin Epps tells her that he'd divorce her before he sold Patsy. This all takes place in the drawing room at midnight. Edwin Epps has forced his family slaves to wake up, even though they must work in the fields in a few hours, and play music and dance for him in the drawing room. What's telling about this scene is the way Patsy functions as an object, but not a subject, for both Edwin and Mary. "You will sell her," Mary demands. The slaves have stopped dancing. They are all in the same room with the couple that owns them, but they are objects, not agents of the discussion, even Patsy. Neither Edwin nor Mary ever turn to Patsy and say, in the case of Edwin, for example, "Do you have a take on this mess?" Or in the case of Mary, "How could you be so low as to steal my husband?" Patsy has enough survival skills to stay silent, but this doesn't stop Mary Epps from bashing her in the eye with a large crystal whiskey decanter when Edwin Epps refuses to sell her. For his part, Edwin simply sighs as Patsy, lying on her back on the floor, clutching her eye, is dragged away by two of the other slaves. He yells at them. He commands Solomon and the other fiddlers to go on playing. He shouts at the others to show some merriment and dance. He says, "I will not have my mood spoiled." I don't think Josephine was enraged because period. This has less to do with the actual word Stella used, psychopath, and more to do with the fact that an object meant merely for the pleasure of possession had gazed back at a human subject. Stella had cracked out of turn. We will see later how this is not the same as a non-black subjugated person breaking the rules or the contract of their domination. For years, Stella had suffered Josephine's presence and possessiveness diplomatically. In other words, Josephine had characterized Stella's behavior freely, without restraint, but Stella had never returned the favor. It was the same pavane that black women have danced with white women for centuries, where only the white woman could break the rules and take hold of the black woman. Josephine was now furious. She ran through a list of names, 6 of Stella's past lovers, a famous saxophonist who got his start in Minneapolis and now had good work in Chicago, a Pro Bowl linebacker who had just been inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame, Noam Davidoff, the civil rights lawyer who had been in the news during Wounded Knee, her ex-husband, Yuri, whom Stella had helped make his mark as a countercultural photographer, a famous oil painter, and, of course, the man named Jamal, who couldn't decide, Josephine said, if he was a revolutionary or a heroin addict. Stella shoved her. Josephine didn't skip a beat as she stumbled down the stairs of the porch, saying, "Now you're in there fucking a foster child. If I'm a psychopath, you're a pedophile." Stella told Josephine that if she ever entered without knocking again, she, Stella, would treat it like breaking and entering. People from the surrounding walk-ups took note of the 2 women standing on the gravel drive. Josephine raised her voice so that they could all hear her and said, "Are you threatening me? First you assault me, now you're threatening me?" The manager of the complex was outside tinkering on his 1976 Harley-Davidson. I'd managed to avoid him up till now. His hair shagged down his shoulders, but up front he was practically bald. He wore a black leather jacket with markings and insignia I didn't recognize. But he had friends with bikes and the same leather jackets with the same insignias that made my skin tremor when their engines rumbled outside our windows. His name, I had learned, was Cody, and I often saw him in the company of bikers. He wore shades both day and night, and from his belt hung a leather sheath with a blade that was blacksmith from a railroad tie. Josephine and Cody had never been friends. Josephine once told Stella he looked like a rapist. And although Josephine and Cody were not that far apart in age, Josephine, with her close-cropped hair, her oversized handbag, her wooden clogs, and her black tights and shapeless tunics, bore no resemblance to the women I had seen on the back of his motorcycle. But the bond they formed against Stella in the courtyard that day was formed spontaneously and with the ease of mental telepathy. Cody's feet guided him to stand next to Josephine. "We're not having threats made in the courtyard," he told Stella. I went to the kitchen. I remember opening one of the drawers. The top drawer was for tableware. The middle drawer held soup ladles and kitchen knives. The bottom drawer held screwdrivers, hammers, and nails. I ran down the porch steps and over to Stella's side. She had just called them both xenophobes. "All your $2 words and you're still on welfare," Josephine said from behind her biker prints. Up until that moment, I had lived 23 years on the planet under the false assumption that my greatest fear was the fear of death. But now, as I saw the Gothic pattern of death on Cody's jacket, and the head of a rail spike that someone had forged into a knife, I knew that I was afraid of something much worse than death. A few folks from the other units ventured nearer now. They asked Cody and Josephine what was going on. It was then that it struck me, the thing I had never before been able to get hold of in words. I feared a death without meaning, a death without a story to it, a chain of events that would make sense to those who survived me, a clear and logical chain of events that anyone could read and, when they finished, lift their heads from the page and say, "I can see why he died." "It's under control," Cody told the people around us. Then to Stella, "You need to go inside." "You need to get out of Stella's face," I said. My palm was an oil slick. The hammer or knife I had grabbed in the kitchen kept slipping. I don't recall how this confrontation drew to a close. I can see all four of us exchanging words and then, apparently, walking away from each other. I can see Josephine walking away, and she's inviting Cody up to her apartment for a beer. She'd never said boo to him before. I see me and Stella mounting the steps on the porch. I see what came after, because it didn't end there. What went down between Stella and Josephine can't be reduced to a fight between neighbors. The antagonism between them was prefigured before they even met. In other words, the die was cast hundreds of years ago on the plantation. The fact that Josephine was, on a conscious level, oblivious to this antagonism doesn't diminish it. In fact, when driven by the force of one's unconscious, one often plays out one's role with a deeper sense of commitment to maintaining the paradigm of despotic violence into which one has been stitched and stamped from the beginning. Stella, however, was a student of racial antagonisms. Her seeming obliviousness to the irreconcilability between her position in the world and Josephine's was not so much the labor of unconscious disavowal as, I would say, a tactical maneuver of the mind, one she designed for years in order to postpone, if not avoid altogether, the very moment at which she and Josephine had arrived, the moment in which the antagonism insisted upon a stage on which it could be played out in the open. Stella, in other words, had spent years attempting to displace her reservations and discomfort over Josephine's behavior as a white person onto Josephine's commitment to nuclear energy. She wanted to make the conflict sane by homing in on the contradiction between Josephine's liberal politics and her reactionary commitment to nuclear fusion. This is far more manageable for a black person's mind than nightly ruminations on the ways in which my upstairs neighbor is my master and I am her slave. There's no hope for a redemptive narrative if that is the case. But this was a function of Stella's active intellectual labors, a mind game she played with herself to crowd into corners distant and dark her acute awareness not just of the power imbalance between her and Josephine, but of the rituals of terror and the regime of violence that allowed white women to see in her face what they needed to see. "You can live a lifetime as a white woman's mirror," Stella once told me. She was the implement of Josephine's renewal and sense of herself. What happens when a tool talks back, when the mirror breaks itself? It seemed like 4 days didn't go by without Stella needing to claim her right to privacy. Each time, Josephine seemed to harden, a chitin shell now surrounding her. When Stella called Josephine a xenophobe, Josephine looked like she'd been hit with a nasty gym shoe. There were 3 or 4 neighbors in the courtyard. They heard it too. They stopped. No one said anything. Josephine seemed to have lost the air of command she carried so effortlessly. The whole ordeal lasted all of 30 seconds, but it seemed like a 3-year root canal. At last, Josephine said, "I don't know what that word means." The scientist had been bested by the welfare mother. If only it was that and that alone. Josephine seemed to quake. She stood perfectly still. She didn't bat an eye, but everyone could see the crags an earthquake of shame had torn through her pride. Stella made Josephine suffer, made her watch her mouth for the hint of a smile. "Look it up," said Stella. On a plantation, Stella would have paid on the spot for her cheekiness and paid for it in flesh. Josephine would have had her horsewhipped in the middle of the courtyard. But this was the winter of 1979-1980, and it was Minnesota, not Mississippi. And Minnesota, after all, was the land of progressives. A public whipping would embarrass Josephine and her liberal sense of ethics. And yet, rather than avoid Stella and let us live in peace, Josephine did all she could to set the stage, to occasion and allow the conditions that were guaranteed to lead to her humiliation. She was a masochist, yes, but she was also in charge of the masochistic encounter. Hattie McDaniel is dead, Stella had averred. She was saying she was sick and tired of being Josephine's tool, a stage prop, as she put it, for whatever sick shit is going on in her mind. These words index the regime of violence I alluded to earlier, a regime of violence that Josephine, as a white person, had at her disposal, whether or not she ever tapped into it. For decades, I have tried to understand why Josephine, and later her 2 male accomplices, Cody and another man whom I had never seen before, took her satisfaction from our flesh, how it got to the point where our only options were to go upstairs and break her door down in an effort to find out why our skin was burning, or to flee our home, leave completely, drop a note in her mailbox, "We give up. You win." We would not have been the first black family to be run out of town. In 1921, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street was burned to the ground. 35 people were massacred. 800 were hospitalized. Black businesses were bombed from the air. And picnic lynching is not an oxymoron, but a blending of pleasures and psychic renewal. When Stella said, "Hattie McDaniel is dead," she named herself as Josephine's slave. In the South, perhaps, such a naming wouldn't work in Stella's favor. If Josephine had been a Southerner, she might have been immune to shame, and she might not have been Stella's friend. But Josephine didn't see herself as a Southerner. She saw herself as an enlightened Northerner. What true-blood woman from the land of cotton would wear clogs and REI jackets and choose to live a mile from campus in a ramshackle block of flats where students live cheek by jowl with a few gray-beard relics from the New Left, middle-aged bohemians, and a few young, sanctified yuppies living on the cheap, trying to save enough money to cross the river and move downtown. The courts, as our complex was called, did not seem like the antebellum South. Yet, in some strange way, every single scene in America is played out on an antebellum stage. It's just that in the North, it can take the actors some time to learn their lines and play their roles. Josephine didn't know how she'd been cast. The roles she and Stella had played for so long were only legible in her unconscious until Stella said, "Hattie McDaniel is dead." The brilliance of recognition flashed in her eyes. The terror of lynchings, whippings, mutilations, and her people's violent consumption of the African continent unmasked itself as her birthright, an inheritance she did not have to ask for. The tension between Josephine and Stella, and later between Cody and me, escalated into violence. Violence that is hard to mold into narrative because violence in a narrative must have an explanation, a trigger, a contingent moment that makes it make sense. But anti-Black violence won't cooperate with narrative. The explanation bleeds out beyond the actors. It is immune to rational thinking and logical predictions. It is a force from which there is no sanctuary. It is rainproof to rebuke, for it comes as enforcement followed by the law. When violence is the law and not the effect of its enforcement, it presents the rules of narrative with a crisis. Because what we have is a situation that resists retelling for the simple reason that narrative's causal principle, the ghost in the machine we call the causal logic or because principle of the story, is missing. This is how a Black story is jinxed. There is no ghost in the machine. The reason for the violence is beyond the grasp of reason. There's nothing universal about it. Therefore, the only way to make it intelligible is to leave out the parts that may only be accepted by another Black person, and even then, discreetly. What if you belonged to a race of people with a private army under the command of their fantasies? Reason would have to go to war with your regime of violence before your conditions would be ripe for you to reconsider the phantasms you had projected onto the world. Imagine the resources of a violent structure that can deputize the whims of an entire race. Slave narratives have tried to imagine this violence, but they have also turned away at crucial moments when it becomes clear that without a causal logic, the story could fall apart. In cases such as these, the solution has been to disavow the inconvenient truths and get on with the narrative. This is how Northerners get along. We lived in the northernmost state on the Mississippi River. We're calling people by their names, Josephine, Stella, Frank, Cody, while at the same time disavowing their positions within a regime of violence, master-slave, is required for the sake of racial harmony. But 1,000 miles south as the crow flies, on that stretch of the Mississippi from Baton Rouge to New Orleans, the antagonisms have routinely been played out in the open. If one asked Mary Epps why she bashed Patsy's eye with a whiskey decanter, or why she goaded Edwin Epps into whipping Patsy within an inch of her life, as he eventually does, even she would try to find a reason. Patsy seduced my husband, which would fall apart the moment it was brought to her attention that Patsy lived without consent, without, that is, the right to accept or deny Edwin and Mary access to her body. As a slave, Patsy has no right to sanctuary, sexual or otherwise. Edwin Epps might also feel compelled to make sense of the senseless mutilation. I whipped Patsy at the end of the film because she betrayed me. I think she slept with Solomon, and she left the plantation without my permission. he would not be consciously lying, but, much like Josephine, who couldn't tap into the core of her relationship to Stella until Stella said, "Hattie McDaniel is dead," Edwin Epps would have forgotten the key word he spoke whenever he brutalized his slaves: pleasure. "I am in my pleasure." Both Solomon Northrop's autobiography and the film Steve McQueen made from it are queasy about the way society's pleasure is subtended by anti-Black violence. They hold it up to us only to disavow its depth. Josephine, with her annual subscription to Ms. Magazine, her small donations to the Sierra Club, her no-nonsense clogs, and her green Carter Mondale bumper sticker, a tested and trustworthy team, was the spectator the film had in mind when it felt the need to lie. But Josephine was also a modern-day doppelganger of Mary Epps and Edwin Epps combined. The film tries to anchor the whippings that a Black woman receives in the rational explanations of jealousy and transgression. In other words, the narrative asks us to believe that the principal reason for so much mutilation of flesh is contingent upon some inappropriate act, a transgression that can be named. We are told Mary Epps, the wife of a ruthless plantation owner, wants Patsy, a beautiful, of course, only the beautiful ones are wanted, and productive slave, beaten and sold because her husband creeps down from the mansion at night to rape Patsy, an act he, no doubt, sees as more amorous than violent. We are told that Solomon's back is opened with a paddle and a whip because he could not be disciplined, or because he and other slaves did not pick his quota of cotton for the day. Jealousy and transgression put the audience at ease, release them from the horror of having to think of this violence as pleasure without purpose, like an act of love or a song in the heart or skipping down the street when no one is looking. All the things that sustain human life but don't appear on the ledger. What if anti-Black violence could be counted among the things that make life life, without registering as profit or loss? What if jealousy and transgression are ruses, disguises that the real reasons for the violence hide behind? If no contingency triggers this violence, how can it fit in a story? How do we make sense of a pre-logical phenomenon like anti-Black violence? I am in my pleasure. In other words, the whippings are a life force, like a song or good sex without a procreative aim. Jouissance is the word that comes to mind, a French word that means enjoyment in terms both of rights and property and of sexual orgasm. The latter has a meaning partially lacking in the English word enjoyment. Jouissance compels the subject to constantly attempt to transgress the prohibitions imposed on his or her enjoyment, to go beyond the pleasure principle. Jouissance is an anchor tenet of psychoanalysis. But until the work of critical theorists David Marriott, Jarrett Sexton, and Saidiya Hartman, that is to say, prior to an Afropessimist hijacking of psychoanalysis, devotees of Lacan and Freud had not made the link between jouissance and the regime of violence known as social death. This juxtaposition, unfortunately, takes place at a level of abstraction that is too high for narrative and the logic of storytelling. Unlike violence against the working class, which secures an economic order, or violence against non-Black women, which secures a patriarchal order, or violence against Native Americans, which secures a colonial order, the jouissance that constitutes the violence of anti-Blackness secures the order of life itself, sadism in service to the prolongation of life. One thing that makes this sadism life-affirming and communal, as opposed to destructive and individual, is the fact that it is a family affair. In his book, Solomon Northup recalls episodes of Patsy's beatings with details that are crucial and missing from the film. Mistress Mary Epps, he writes, stood on the piazza among her children, gazing on the scene with an air of heartless satisfaction. The scene that Solomon Northup paints of Mary Epps standing on the piazza brings to mind the musings of Mary Boykin Chestnut, the most cited chronicler of the American Civil War, who wrote, "Our men live all in one house with their wives and their concubines, and the mulattoes one sees in every family exactly resemble the white children. All the time they seem to think themselves patterns, models of husbands and fathers." In the realm of the conscious mind, Mary Chestnut is as incensed by the licentious satisfaction white male slaveholders extract from black women as Mary Epps is in her conscious mind as well. But Solomon Northup's psychoanalytic labor indexes how, in the realm of the unconscious mind, this heartless satisfaction is the currency of men like Edwin Epps and their wives, despite the fact that only the former can secure his satisfaction in the open. The point to be made is that this satisfaction is shared even if its expression is not. Like her husband, Mary Epps is in her pleasure, and she is also with her children, who are also in their pleasure as well. This generalization of satisfaction and pleasure, subtended by gratuitous violence against black flesh, fans out from conventional sadism between sexual partners to a family gathering of adults and children of all ages, like the Epps' son, a boy of 10 or 12 who rides his pony out to the cotton fields and, without discrimination, applies the rawhide, urging slaves forward with shouts and occasional profanity. We would be wrong to think that the boy's urging slaves forward lends purpose and legibility to the violence. It does not. Like any other child, the boy is at play. He is in his pleasure. Each time he rides his little pony to the fields, he compels an old man named Uncle Abram to be his cheering squad, his chorus, to laugh and commend him for being a thoroughgoing boy. Northup's book implies, without stating directly, why this generalization of sadism, brutality as the constituent element of family bonding, cannot be understood as being triggered by transgressions. It is as ubiquitous as the air he breathes. It was rarely a day passed without more whippings. It is the literal, unvarnished truth that the crack of the lash and the shrieking of slaves can be heard from dark till bedtime. Patsy and Solomon, unlike Stella and me, were living in a place and time when civil society and the human were neither ashamed nor embarrassed by this. 1,000 miles upriver and 126 years later, Josephine was shocked by this inheritance, but it didn't take her long to recover and to claim it. Though the structure of Stella's life, or better, the paradigm of social death, for the quotation marks are essential here, cannot be reconciled with the structure of Josephine's life, or the paradigm of social life. There is a connection. But this connection is parasitic and perverse. Regardless of what the socially dead black person, that is Stella and Patsy, or the socially alive human, that is, Josephine or Mary Epps, might say about their relationship. It is parasitic because white and non-black subjectivity cannot be imbued with the capacity for self-knowledge and intersubjective community without anti-black violence, without, that is, the violence of social death. In other words, white people and their junior partners need anti-black violence to know they're alive. Junior partners are people who are human but not white hetero males. For example, people of color and white women who are targets of white supremacy and patriarchy, respectively, and simultaneously the agents and beneficiaries of anti-black violence. This category also includes LGBT people who are not black and indigenous communities. They are partners because, as with white hetero males, anti-blackness is the genome of their paradigmatic positions, and because they suffer at the hands of contingent violence rather than the gratuitous or naked violence of social death. If Hattie McDaniel were to truly die, as Stella proclaimed, it would be tantamount to the death of a parasite's host. This is what makes social death something more surreal than the end of breath. It is, in the words of David Marriott, a deathliness that saturates life, not an embalming, a resource for human renewal. It is perverse for many reasons, one of which is the fact that as civil society matures from 1853 to December 1979, when it all went south with Josephine, and as we move historically from the obvious technologies of chattel slavery to universal suffrage, the discourse of human rights, and the concept of universal access to civil society, the anti-black violence necessary for the elaboration and maintenance of white and non-black subjectivity gets repressed and becomes increasingly unavailable to conscious as opposed to unconscious speech. I judge people by the quality of their character, as Dr. King said, and not the color of their skin. Or the commonly spoken, at the end of the day, we're all Americans and we're in this together, and other such malarkey of the conscious mind. But the pageantries of naked and submissive black flesh, pageantries of bleeding backs and buttocks, whip marks, amputations, and faces closed by horsebits, provide evidence of the role sadism plays in the constitution of white subjectivity, and 12 Years a Slave makes this visible on the screen despite its repression in the narrative of both the film and civil society writ large. It is tempting and commonplace to reduce Mary and Edwin Epps's sadism to individual psychopathology. Or one might think that Edwin Epps is one of a group of exceptionally sadistic people who lived in an exceptionally sadistic time and place. But the film, and to an even greater extent, the autobiography, sees, rather than narrates, sadism, the sexual perversion in which gratification is obtained by inflicting physical or mental pain on a love object, not as the individual pathology of a handful of people, but as a generalized condition, generalized in that pleasure, as a constituent element of communal life, cannot be disentangled from anti-black violence. Conventionally, the object of sadism can, tomorrow, become the subject of sadism. But the sadism that constitutes the spectacles of 12 Years a Slave, and which constitutes early 19th century society, is not imbued with such reciprocity. The slaves of social death cannot switch places and make Edwin Epps or his equally cruel wife the love objects of their collective sadism. If they did so in private, if Patsy beat Edwin or Mary in a private bedroom encounter, for example, it is because such a reversal was occasioned and allowed. In other words, the master used his prerogative and power to play a different game, one in which he suffers because suffering fulfills his fantasy and because, unlike the slave, his fantasies have objective value. Such role reversals do not imbue the encounter with reciprocity. The changes that begin to occur after the Civil War and up through the Civil Rights Movement, Black Power, and the American election of a Black president are merely changes in the weather, despite the fact that sadism is no longer played out in the open as it was in 1840. Nothing essential has changed. Part 5. Josephine and Cody, and another man I'd never seen before, carried boxes and crates along the side of the house. We heard them go in the side door and up the stairs to Josephine's apartment. We heard them clinking away at whatever it was they had in those boxes, but it started even before that. I once called Cody to fix the plumbing after our standoff in the courtyard. I was in the kitchen. Stella was in her bedroom at the front of the house. Malika was in the back in her room. Cody didn't knock. He didn't ring the bell. He was suddenly behind me in the kitchen. I told him he had to turn around, go back out to the porch, close the door behind him, ring the bell, and wait for me to come let him in. He must have stood there looking at me for no more than 15 seconds, but I knew I aged 15 years. I don't know what made him do it, but he did. He didn't have the look of rage that Josephine had. He had the look of a man who strikes back in his own time. Cody's own time came slowly in drips and drabs. He and Josephine spent more time together, not only upstairs in her apartment, but in the basement, under our dwelling. We could hear them laughing sometimes. Shortly after that, the radiators hissed incessantly, but only at night. When we complained to Cody, he went down to fix them, and he'd pop up to Josephine's flat. In the night, the radiator made popping noises, not hisses anymore. The pipes would sometimes clink and clang for a minute or two, then stop, only to start again in an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later. Sometime after that was when we saw Cody and Josephine and another man I'd never seen before shuffling down the walkway by the side of the house with the boxes and crates. We listened, our eyes now and then cast up to the ceiling, to the muffled tromp of far more feet than we were used to hearing up there. A day or two later came the muted clang of metal, sounds that were similar but distinct from the noises they had made in the basement when the radiators went berserk. It wasn't long before we felt first heat, then stinging, then slight burning sensations on our skin. We didn't call them burns. Beyond our complaints to one another, we didn't pay attention or seek medical advice until the itching grew into a slightly singed sensation. It seemed most intense at night. A general practitioner told us we needed to see a specialist, and the best in the field, he said, were across the river at the University of Minnesota Medical Center. I called them. They said they were booked for some time. I said, "This is urgent. My name is Frank B. Wilderson III. My father is Vice President for Student Affairs. My partner and I have been told by our GP we should be seen by someone in your department." We were seen within the week. Dr. Vivian Zhao had a full, attractive face, but her smile gave off no more heat than the stars. She could have stamped passports at a border crossing. She examined us separately, then brought us to her office and closed the door. As I recall, she asked us what we did work-wise. She thought we worked with radiation, and she insinuated that there were OSHA standards that had been breached. "We don't work with radiation," Stella said. Dr. Zhao implied that Stella was lying because she was afraid of on-the-job retaliation, or worse, because of some misplaced loyalty to her employer. She suggested that Stella and I had a moral obligation to report the radioactive wastes or the misuse of instruments, if not for our sake, then for the sake of our co-workers and the general public. "The woman upstairs did this to us," Stella said. Dr. Zhao put her pen down. I could see the gears of other options whirring in her brain. I wanted to stop this before we both ended up in a psych ward. "This has been an ordeal. You can see how we're out of sorts," I said, adding we needed time to go home and think about it. "I don't understand," said Dr. Zhao. "It's a simple question. How were you exposed to radiation?" "We're a bit confused about the details," I said. "I'm not confused," said Stella. "There's every indication that you both have been exposed to radioactive material. I'm at a loss as to why scar tissue is on your groin area and why it's on your lower side. We need answers." "I told you. He sleeps on his back. I sleep on my side. It's coming from Josephine's apartment upstairs. She works in a lab here at the U. She has access to—" "Even if she does work in a lab, it's not legal for her to take this material." Stella cut her off. "You think we're lying." "We'll go home," I said, "and iron out the confusing details." "What's the matter, Frank?" Stella was livid. "Are you afraid we'll tarnish your father's reputation?" "Why would your neighbor do such a thing?" asked Dr. Zhao. "You haven't lived," Stella said. "The Japanese internment camps didn't teach you a thing." Stella was aware that Zhao was Chinese and not Japanese, but as a child during World War II, Stella had seen how the word menace stuck like Velcro to a color yellow more frequently than it did to a specific ethnicity. At the door, Stella said, "Frank drives a cab part-time for Blue and White. I work part-time as a teacher's aide at Marcy Grammar School. He's on general assistance. I'm on welfare. Knock yourself out going after our bosses. You'll find radioactive isotopes in the seat of the cab he drives." Part 6. Our home is on the other side of campus from the hospital. We cut through campus, walking, for the most part, in silence, afraid that any word that we might say to one another will strike like flint on our raw nerves. I don't tell her how I fell for her right over there, on the steps of the armory, when she told a busload of inductees not to go to Vietnam. We pass Burton Hall, where she once worked with my father. She doesn't say how cute I was when my principal sent me to my father's office for skipping classes or smoking weed in the bathrooms. When we walk through the main gate and across the street to Dinkytown, I don't tell her the stories of days when Bob and I stole horses together up and down the street. When in Dr. Zhao's office, Stella had said, "What's the matter, Frank? Are you afraid we'll tarnish your father's reputation?" She had put her finger on the pulse of a desire to be special that beat inside my heart. In my unconscious, I wanted to latch on to an element of whiteness or humanness, since Dr. Zhao wasn't white, that would set me apart from other blacks. But this desire was deeper than Stella or I suspected at the time. An unconscious wish for my father's prestige, which was as faux as the prestige Solomon thought he had accrued from his skills as an engineer and his talents as a musician, to seep into my being by osmosis. I had dropped his name to get us the appointment. I would drop his name in the weeks and months to come to open other doors as well. This kind of reasoning is universal. When you intuit for the first time in your life that you live in a soup of violence that is pre-logical, a kind of violence that is as legitimate if it's wielded by ordinary citizens, such as Josephine, as it is if wielded by sanctioned officers of the law, and that your father's position and prestige are no more the keys to a sanctuary than the position and prestige of someone who is black and orphaned, you are faced with two choices. Stare unflinchingly at the abyss as it stares unflinchingly at you, or take it out on the black person near you who won't leave you to your fantasy of being truly alive. Anything to not have to face the fact that your sense of presence is no more than borrowed institutionality. This dynamic, this intra-black imbroglio, is harder to discern in the 20th and 21st centuries for the simple fact that the personas of the master class are no longer solidified in evil white men and evil white women who wield real whips on a real plantation. The master has been dispersed across the entire racial spectrum of people who are not black. Dr. Zhao is as much a master as Edwin and Mary Epps, the antagonists in 12 Years a Slave. In fact, the 20th century shot the Eppses through a prism. They are not just people, they are ideas. They are ideas and personas that a young, middle-class black man like me had consciously fought against to the point of being kicked out of college, while deep in my unconscious, I was a loyal supplicant who cared more about not simply the master's feelings, but the stability of the master's world than I did about my own suffering and the suffering of Stella. It is hard to be a slave and feel that you are worthy, truly worthy, of your suffering as a slave. 127 years before Josephine, before Cody, before Urban Risers, before Dr. Zhao, the rift between Stella and me would have been clearer to see. We wouldn't have walked home in symptomatic silence. Our discord would have been played out in the open. At times, Stella would throw her sense of herself as a being from a special, quasi-black dimension at me the way I threw my father's status and my Dartmouth pedigree at her. She would let me know of the competence exhibited by the white men she had been with and the Jew she had married. She held them up as object lessons that I could never be or learn. That's how most black couples fight and argue, by firing white and non-black people at each other. No, it's more subtle than that. The bullets aren't the white or non-black people themselves, but the ambiance of recognition and incorporation in a world beyond the plantation. We load our guns with deadly intangibles and shoot straight for the heart. Anyone who thinks 19th century slave narratives are reports on the past isn't paying attention. Such a person will experience the analysis of Afropessimism as though they are being mugged rather than enlightened. That is because they can't imagine a plantation in the here and now. But Afropessimism is premised on a comprehensive and iconoclastic claim that blackness is coterminous with slaveness. Blackness is social death, which is to say that there was never a prior meta-moment of plenitude, never equilibrium, never a moment of social life. Blackness, as a paradigmatic position, rather than as a set of cultural practices, anthropological accoutrements, is elaborated through slavery. The narrative arc of the slave who is black unlike Orlando Patterson's generic slave, who may be of any race, is not an arc at all, but a flat line, what Hortense Spillers calls historical stillness, a flat line that moves from disequilibrium to a moment in the narrative of faux equilibrium, to disequilibrium restored and or rearticulated. This kind of change, the transformative promise of a narrative arc, belongs to white men and their junior partners in civil society, non-black immigrants, white and non-black people who are queer and non-black women, but only in relation to each other. By transformative capacity, I mean that through struggle, non-citizens, in the legal and libidinal sense of the word, legal being Latinx undocumented immigrants, for example, and libidinal being anyone from a documented immigrant of color to a gay person to a non-black woman, can become citizens because they are still human. They are simply oppressed and therefore not so fully vested. But their transformative capacity stems not from their positive attributes, but from the fact that they are not black, they are not slaves. These fully vested citizens and not so fully vested citizens live through intra-communal narrative arcs of transformation. But where the black is concerned, their collective unconscious calls upon blacks as props, which they harness as necessary implements to help bring about their psychic and social transformation and to vouchsafe the coherence of their own human subjectivity. Nevertheless, the slave is a sentient being. Therefore, an existence void of transformative promise, which narrative holds out to human subjects, is a painful lesson for the slave to learn, much less accept. I am not suggesting that black people should resign themselves to the inevitability of social death. It is inevitable, in the sense that one is born into social death just as one is born into a gender or a class. But it is also constructed by the violence and imagination of other sentient beings. Thus, like class and gender, which are also constructs, not divine designations, social death can be destroyed. But the first step toward the destruction is to assume one's position, assume, not celebrate or disavow, and then burn the ship or the plantation in its past and present incarnations from the inside out. However, as black people, we are often psychically unable and unwilling to assume this position. This is as understandable as it is impossible. I was a lot like that when I met Stella. Stella was skeptical about the willingness of the FBI to help us unravel the skeins of aggression that were coming our way, from Josephine and Cody's violence to the violence of whoever did not want Stella to bring her evidence against urban risers to court. Looking back, I realized that I believed that my father had standing in the community, that his position on multiple boards and his vice presidency at the university had somehow imbued us both with human capacity, the capacity to be recognized and incorporated as something other than black. I had no idea that the FBI had tracked me for 4 years, that there was a file on me, nor did it dawn on me that Stella's social change activism, especially her civil disobedience against the war and her plethora of counterculture and revolutionary friends, would militate against our being helped. But those aren't even the fundamental reasons why I should have been skeptical. If the FBI has been tracking black creative writers since 1919, If the FBI has been constantly updating and revising its lists of black writers earmarked for preventive detention, concentration camps, if the FBI, like every law enforcement agency in the United States, is organically anti-black, then where is the line between prison and home? Part 7. Now Stella and I have walked the width of campus from Dr. Zhao's office to Dinkytown without breaking our silence, afraid that any word we might say to one another would strike like flint on our raw nerves. I wanted to show her the steps of the armory where she told a busload of inductees not to go to Vietnam, the exact spot where I, as a 15-year-old boy, fell in love with her. If she wanted to point to Burton Hall, where she worked in the dean's office with my dad, and say how cute I was back then when my principal sent me to my father's office for skipping classes or smoking weed, she, too, walked in silence and let the moment pass. We crossed the street to Dinkytown. I don't say a word about my best friend Bob and the horses we stole up and down these streets. Our home is in sight when Stella finally speaks. Beside us at the stoplight, a couple expresses their relief that Teddy Kennedy has beaten Jimmy Carter in the Massachusetts Democratic primary. We need a Kennedy, the woman says, as the walk sign flashes, to beat Ronald Reagan. We let them walk. Part 8. Day 1. 2 weeks after we sent Malika away. The car that I have stolen from my parents' garage is a fern green station wagon with faux wood panels and 13 stickers from the national parks we visited when I was a child. Stella and I have no more than $100 and our food stamps, of course. We've been wearing the same clothes for the past 2 days, for we've had to sleep in them, and we've sent Malika away, hoping she'll be safe. We'll send for her when we feel safe ourselves, but when is looking more and more like if. We left our home without thinking to bring Jamal's gun. Stupid, stupid. As Stella and I roamed the streets of Minneapolis looking for a place to crash, I imagine Malika hearing how her mother and I were gunned down on Hennepin Avenue. Malika is at her father Yuri's house in Idaho. There would be no one to explain our deaths to her. More than once I want to believe that I have Stella's back, that I would meet any violence that is headed our way bravely and forthrightly, without thought of personal loss or discredit. Part 9. Day 2. It's our second night in the living room of Stella's friend, a white woman named Olivia. Stella met Olivia 11 years before, in 1969, at an anti-war demonstration, but she had only grown close to her later when they were LPNs on the preemie ward at Hennepin County Medical Center. It's Olivia's apartment, but Chase is her man, and he acts like it's his. Thank God it's not his. We would be gone if it was. He manages a restaurant and can't watch Johnny Carson when he gets home because we're camped out in his spot. His fingertips are yellowed from smoking cigarettes, and his clothes carry hints of griddle grease. I don't know if they think we're out here asleep or if they don't know the kitchen door is ajar. As a nurse, Olivia is trained to speak in soothing tones. She can wrap heartbreak in cotton. But Chase is another story. I think he wants us to hear. Olivia, don't give me that crap about repairs being done at Stella's flat. Stella's toy boy is freaking shit scared. You can see it in his face. He wants out. My bedding is a shag rug, some blankets, and a pillow on the floor beside the sofa. Stella is billeted on the sofa itself. I don't look up at her when Chase says, "He wants out," and my jaw tightens when he calls me a toy boy. For 2 years, I've wondered if Stella's friends think of me like that. A part of me wanted them to say it out loud, as Chase just did, give it form, make it who I am. Olivia tells him she doesn't know the details and that he wouldn't believe Stella if Stella told him the truth. You're right. I wouldn't believe her. She's had you and those Dinkytown freaks hoodwinked for years. You all thought she was Angela Davis. She's not Angela Davis. You're no longer Olivia from the suburbs looking for a thrill, and the war ended 5 years ago. The war didn't end for black people, Olivia says. Black people? Like the man who beat you for 7 years? Give me a number, Chase. A number for what? The number of years you're going to keep punishing me. He beat you, but I'm the one who's punishing you. You punish me for sleeping with Sonia's father. You punish Sonia for being mixed. Sue me, Chase, for not being a racist. Sue me for being an independent thinker. And I'll tell you this for the price of a donut hole. Before it's over, her boyfriend's going to bail. After 2 nights, we leave Olivia's apartment. We don't say why, and they don't ask. We drive 20 miles south to the suburb of Edina. Part 10, Day 3, 8:30 a.m. We sit low in the front seat of the station wagon. We're parked down the street, but not so far that we can't see the front door. When the certified public accountant pulls out of his drive, we leave the car where it is, walk around to the back where she lets us in, and slip down to the basement. It's cold down here in the cinder block basement where another white woman Stella knew from back in the day lives with her CPA husband. But we can only sleep here in the daytime. As we roam from house to house, never telling all and sometimes none of our story, I noticed that we never went to any of the homes of black women or men Stella had known. Stella said that some of them had fallen on times harder than ours, and that they were also either under surveillance or might end up that way if we brought this to their door. On beach chairs we crash by the washer and dryer without taking off our coats. At 4 p.m, Stella's friend comes down to wake us. We must leave before the CPA gets home. 10:30 p.m. We drive through the streets of the Twin Cities, waiting for morning when we can get some sleep. We've already learned where all the late-night diners are. Day 4, 9 a.m. This morning, we're stopped at the back door. Stella's friend says a neighbor has noticed. She'll die if that woman talks to her husband. She's sorry, but we can't come in. 11:59 p.m. March at midnight can be colder here than much of Alaska in winter. We sleep in the station wagon on the windless side of the Golden Gophers football stadium. We sleep in shifts so that the person who's awake can regulate the heat and crack the window now and then. If we stay too long, we'll be hassled by the cops. Day 5, 3 a.m., downtown Minneapolis. At 3 a.m, we drive across the Mississippi River and make our way through downtown. The streets are empty. The traffic lights blink without purpose in the vacant night. Stella asks me if we're being followed. We smell like a week without soap. Part 11. Chase was right. She's not Angela Davis, though folks have thought otherwise when they see her at a distance. But Angela Davis would have more people to rely on if she were in Stella's shoes. In the dim light of my parents' car, I think how beautiful she is, despite the lines in her forehead that I hadn't seen before her lawyer, Noam Davidoff, came to say her court date was less than a year away. The lawsuit Stella had filed against Urban Risers, a government anti-poverty program born in the era of LBJ, is going to trial in November. Since Noam Davidoff came to Stella's place to tell us the date of her court hearing against Urban Risers, and, by extension, perhaps individuals in the federal government, individuals whose identities might become known when he took depositions from members of the Urban Risers board, our lives had been turned inside out. Last week we went to see Imani Price, a woman who once was a major player in the black community on the near North Side. Maybe she would tell us who's gunning for us. When I first met Imani, I was 7 or 8 years old. She was one of roughly 30 people, university students, black community organizers from the near North Side, and university professors gathered for a meeting in my parents' living room. My parents had given me Negro history picture books, and I recognized Imani immediately. "Are you Harriet Tubman?" I asked her. Everyone in the room laughed. I felt small and embarrassed. She touched my cheek and said, "Baby, that's the finest thing a man's ever said to me." She and Darnell Price, her husband, had been on the board of Urban Risers with Stella. If I remember correctly, Stella said that Imani was innocent, though who knew what evidence the trial would reveal about her husband's involvement. The main defendant was a man named Kapale Kenyatta, a dashiki-wearing hustler who, so went the scuttlebutt, had worked with Darnell, and presumably Imani, on other poverty programs besides Urban Risers, where money was skimmed off the top and where the resources were used for everything from lining their pockets to financing drug deals and prostitution to the purchase of real estate, such as one of the 2 largest homes in Kenwood, a baronial building that resembled a small Scottish chateau with a massive tower made of large hand-laid stones. This Scottish chateau in the heart of Kenwood was where Imani was living. She and Darnell separated after the last time he beat her. Darnell agreed to give her this grand house if, I presumed, she agreed not to press charges against him for his last episode of domestic violence against her. Shooting up from the front facade of the mansion was a large stone tower with ramparts at the top. In 16th century Scotland, there would have been grain for the winter or possibly weapons to fend off an English invasion stored in a tower such as this. But in the enclave of Kenwood, the ground floor of this tower was a lavish study where Stella and I met Imani. The house I grew up in was less than 2 blocks away. For many years, the neighborhood had been cordoned off by Highway 394 from North Minneapolis, where Urban Risers was, what people in town called the ghetto. How Imani Price was able to purchase a home in Kenwood, making her the 4th black homeowner in Kenwood since my parents broke the barrier in 1962, was lost on me when we first arrived. In my youth, we had called this house a castle and believed it to be haunted. Imani said the foundation she and Darnell had set up bought the house. It was owned by their non-profit organization. But that still didn't answer my question. How did 2 poor black people who had always lived from opportunity to opportunity and had no pedigree that the Kenwood Committee could accept get the money, the means, and the opportunity to breach the Iron Curtain of Kenwood? The Kenwood Committee had rallied 500 households to try to keep my parents out of the neighborhood. The committee had even balked 8 years later when a prominent black architect moved in with his family. They had tried to keep a wealthy Pro Bowl football player, Alan Page, from building a modern home there, even though Frank Lloyd Wright had built a modern home there to great acclaim. They had turned a cold shoulder to a black surgeon who bought a mansion almost as big as Amani and Gabe's Scottish chateau. Given all this, how in the world did they let a woman whose husband was known to this city as a black radical, as well as a shady schemer, buy the second most prized mansion in the wooded enclave on the western edge of Minneapolis? Amani Price moved into Kenwood with a North Side white cat who liked to hang and was 20 years her junior, at least. His name was Gabe, and he made me feel diminished. Not by anything he said or did, for he didn't really say or do anything at all. He stood behind Imani like the Queen's Guard at Buckingham as Imani sat at her desk and listened to Stella tell her story. It wasn't words or deeds that made me feel small. It was his body, the taut, muscular body of a football tight end, a body that eats the way I used to eat at the football training tables at Dartmouth College 5 years ago, what now felt like a lifetime ago in 1975. A body that had the leisure time and the money to train at the gym just as I once trained. Over the past 2 years, I had lost much of my musculature, and I didn't have the same access to the kinds of food that I once had. It hurt my ego to covet a body that was no longer in the cards for me. It hurt my pride to be poor. Stella told Imani about the gun a North Side brother named Jamal, whom both of them knew, had given Stella for protection. About the clicking on the phone that started right after Stella's lawyer, Noam, left the house. About the tampering with our telephone, how we got calls in which no one spoke when we answered. About the Daniel Ellsberg-like break-in at my apartment, and how we feared we were being followed. That was all I wanted Stella to say to Imani. I didn't trust Imani, not completely, though I knew she was a victim of domestic violence and therefore had no more allegiance to Darnell, who was tight with Capelli Kenyatta. They had the same skeletons in their closet. Nor did I know this white dude who stood behind Imani as Imani sat in her high-backed office chair behind a mahogany desk that could double as a runway. Stella didn't want to heed my warning. Before we went inside, and while we were still parked by the carriage house away from the main building, I had said that she shouldn't tell Imani everything. Imani and Darnell have dealt with state surveillance, she told me. Their phones are always tapped, and they come home to find their house turned upside down, just as you did, Frank, that night when you came home to find your apartment had been locked from the inside, and 2 men climbed out your window and ran down the alley. But they've never been forced out of their home, I rejoined. Imani's going to ask why we had to leave our home. And even if she believes you, I said, why would she tell us the truth? Why would she tell us the truth? Stella had told me that the last time Darnell beat her, he broke her arm. She's living with a white guy now, Stella had said, a guy about your age. He cold-cocked Darnell Price, a punch so hard he flipped backward over a chair. That's why you need a young man, Imani said later that day as we sat in the 2 plush chairs in front of her desk. She touched Gabe's hand. She winked at Stella like they'd won the same prize. Young men know how to treat a woman. Imani told us in detail, and without being prompted, about the last few times Darnell had beat her. Stella responded with a story of her own, how Yuri Shapiro, her Jewish ex-husband, the father of her child, grabbed her by the armpits and hoisted her in the air. He ran her back against a plate glass window. He didn't mean to hurt Stella. He had no idea the window would break, but it did. Shards of glass dropped like daggers in a cave of ice. A glass dagger pierced her deltoid. Unlike Darnell, Yuri hadn't meant to hurt Stella. He was sick with sorrow. One night, I had asked Stella about the scar on her upper arm. She called it an industrial accident. After we made love, I stroked the scar and asked her the details. She nestled her head in my neck. She laughed without raising her head. She said, "Bow Wow the dog did it." Then her whole body rippled in laughter against mine. I didn't get the joke, nor did I think she would stop laughing. I placed my fingers beneath her chin, but she wouldn't raise her face to look at me. She barked several small puppy barks. "Bow Wow the dog," she said, and she was off to the races, laughing again. Her laughter was not contagious. It wasn't a happy laugh. At first, I was annoyed that for the 19 months we had been together, she hadn't told me, but now she was telling Imani Price, who hadn't even asked. These days I'm embarrassed by the way I felt then. They were two women bonding over what two men had done to them. The two men in the room were as relevant to this exchange as any two random items of decor. Or maybe they were speaking to Gabe and to me. Maybe they were signifying, telling us they knew that deep inside both of us lay a Yuri or a Darnell just waiting to beat them. Maybe they were saying, "Don't think too highly of yourselves." If that's true, however, it's a secondary truth. What's of primary importance is the way Imani and Stella, by sharing their stories, as though Gabe and I weren't there, acknowledged each other as Black women whose flesh had been the sites of the most gratuitous acts of violence. Interracial violence, in the case of Stella's abuse by Yuri, and intramural violence in the case of Imani and Darnell. It was as though they were saying, since there's no auditor for our suffering as Black women, no paradigm of recognition and redress, we will be for each other the world's missing ears. As Imani heard about what had happened between Stella and Yuri, she seemed to want to go back in time and protect Stella from that wound her ex-husband had inflicted on her. I often have wondered if this communion hadn't happened between these two women, whether Imani would have opened up and told Stella what she knew about the skullduggery at Urban Risers, as if to say, I can't save you from the scars of the past, but I can shed some light on the scars that are to come. When Stella told Imani and Gabe our story and stopped at the point where I asked her to stop, I was relieved. Gabe seemed satisfied, but Imani was not. She asked the question that Stella had told me she would ask. "Why did you leave your duplex?" Imani said. Stella inhaled and let the air out slowly. She looked at Gabe. "He's all right," Imani said. "He knows all about Urban Risers. I'd tell him anyway after you two left. Besides, he saved my life." "Imani," Stella said, "it's going to sound crazy." "No, child, not to me." "It sounds crazy to me when I play it in my mind." "Then speak. Get it out of your mind." "This beast has so many limbs. That's what makes it a beast, child." As Stella spoke, I clasped my hands in my lap and squeezed until they almost pained me. This is what she said. "The white woman who lives upstairs was poisoning us. We were able to prove it, but one by one the people who helped us gather the evidence, including a private detective that we hired with money Frank borrowed from his parents, backed down. In the end, they weren't willing to testify. They all flaked out in the end. And this all happened after Noam came with the news of the court date and after we went to the FBI to report what was happening to us. Not just Josephine, the woman upstairs, but all of it, like the break-in at Frank's apartment. We don't know what it all means. Imani laughed for the first time all afternoon. "You're screwed," she said. "That's what it means, child." Stella wasn't laughing, and neither was I, nor even Gabe for that matter. Stella had one question for Imani. Stella said that our only hope was to find the 2 U.S. Marshals to whom Stella had spoken almost 8 years ago when she brought the issue of corruption to the fore. They had seemed like straight shooters, she said. She didn't want to go to the U.S. Marshal's office cold the way we had gone downtown to the FBI. She wanted those 2 individuals specifically, since they had been so accommodating to Stella in the past. "Imani," Stella implored, "will you make contact with those 2 for us and tell them we want to meet with them?" Imani shook her head. "Honey," she said, "leave it alone. Those 2 U.S. Marshals were in Capelli Cagnate's pocket. He was in their pocket. They were stroking each other's dicks. The Marshals led you on. Why do you think it's taken all this time for you to go to trial?" Part 12. Day 5. 3:10 a.m. Downtown Minneapolis. I could have made the light at 3rd and Hennepin, and I would have if I didn't need to turn. Stella is asleep, and a sharp left turn would jar her. The Minneapolis Central Library is here. In the daytime, it's graphite, glitter, and glass. Tonight, it's a fortress, like something from the previews of the second Star Wars film that they say will come out in May. It was a lifetime ago when Stella, Malika, and I made this library our home away from home. Stella taught Malika how to use the Dewey Decimal System and took her to the puppet shows and children's reading hours. We read there. I wrote there. Stella studied languages and borrowed sheet music there. 3 people without the money or the means for recreation can live well at the library. It seems like ages since we shed the skin of that life and sent Malika to safety. It seems like a life that belonged to someone else. 3:10 and 37 seconds a.m. There's a car growing large in my rearview mirror. It's bearing down on us. The light is still red. If it doesn't stop, it will ram us from behind. Stella hasn't seen it because she's asleep. 3:10 and 38 seconds a.m. Why can't I take my foot off the brake and floor the gas pedal? I can't scream. I can see Stella in a neck brace. I can see myself folded into a wheelchair. I feel a clutch in my chest, but I still don't move. Just before it rams us from behind, the car swerves. It stops behind us. 2 lean faces leer at us. The driver revs the engine. It's a souped-up Datsun 240Z. The motor growls again. They're teenagers in leather jackets, not men. They want to know if we want to drag race down Hennepin. The light changes twice before I can stop shaking and drive. 3:20 a.m. I drive on Hennepin the length of downtown and follow it even as it turns toward uptown at the Basilica of St. Mary, where my parents have a pew. At Franklin and Hennepin, the Lowry Hill liquor store is dark and blinkered. I can almost smile at those nights right at closing when Dad would careen this fern-green and wood-paneled station wagon that we have now stolen into that parking lot. Under the liquor store's neon sign, he'd leave me in the car with the engine running. Hans Knutson, the night cashier, had a soft spot for my father, which helped a lot at closing time. Gophers were down by a field goal. Dad might say, by way of apology and explanation, and Hans, who might have just turned the inside lock, might smile and say he knows how it is as he unlocks the door and lets Dad inside. Stella awakes and turns off the radio. "We aren't married," she says. "You don't have to put yourself through this." She wants me to say, "I'll stay to the end," whatever the end might be. Perhaps she wants to tell me that she too is afraid, but she wants to be brave for both of us. 3:26 a.m. It starts to drizzle as we pass the Lowry Hill liquor store. Raindrops purl on the window and whisper in the tires. I turn the radio back on. The tenor saxophone of Jean Ammons lays some leather on a ballad I've heard Stella play on her flute. She taught me the lyrics, but it's not a night for singing. We drive on without the human voice, the saddest of instruments. "Where should we go?" she asks me. I say I don't know. We've run through all of her friends. Most of my friends are away at college. Some live at home with their parents, but we can hardly rock up to their houses with our story and all its moving parts. The one who isn't at college or at home is dead. While I was at Dartmouth, Bob Stone went to prison. We didn't write for the 4 years I was gone, not even during the year he spent behind bars. Rumor has it he was raped inside. All I know for sure is that when they released him, he walked down to where the trains passed the river and lay down on the railroad tracks. "They're going to hate me even more," she says, and I know by they, she means my parents, "when they get back from Moscow and find out you took their car. They don't hate you, and they won't find out. Your long, tall dad said he liked my corncob pipe when I worked in his office at the university. It was like the one his grandmother smoked. You told me." She was standing right there. She didn't say anything. I knew Stella meant my mother. She must hate me now that we're together. Why would she hate you? Because my dad liked your pipe? I'm sure she wonders what's wrong with you. I'm not the first old woman you've been with. 40 isn't old. I'm old enough to be your mother. You would have been 16. It's my way of saying, I'm sick and tired of your negativity, sick and tired of hitting set at strangers' houses with stories about being followed, about Capelli Kenyatta and his henchmen, about Josephine poisoning our flat with radiation, about the FBI and U.S. Marshals and whoever else doesn't want you, okay, you, Stella, not me, to blow the lid off corruption in some poverty print program no one gives a damn about. I want to go back to Dartmouth. And that's enough about my mother. But I say none of this. Stella goes on as if she hasn't heard a thing I've thought. If I were her, I'd feel threatened. All the older women you've been with? I tighten my grip on the steering wheel. My gaze is fixed on the gloom. A friend of my mother's, a woman she was in college with in New Orleans, sometimes left my parents' cocktail parties to come upstairs and tuck me in bed at night when I was 9 years old. Her name was Leontine Dupree. Her father was a sportin' man down in New Orleans, and though I never knew exactly what that meant, from the way my parents laughed when they said it, I knew that it was not an occupation to aspire to. Leontine Dupree would sit on the edge of my bed as I lay there. She balanced my globe on her knee and marveled at the way I explained the topography and climate of far-off places on the globe that I would visit one day. When I was in my last year of high school, she and I went into business together, selling Amway. Once we turned my parents' huge living room into a theater with folding chairs where 50 people from the president and vice president of the local bank to folks my parents called my little hoodlum friends from the black part of town, all sat together in the same sweaty room listening to the pyramid pitch of a major dude from headquarters in Michigan. My parents returned from one of their European sojourns a day early and walked in on the whole affair. I don't think my mother ever spoke to her friend after that. Then there was the Rada priestess in Trinidad. It was just 5 years ago, and I was a sophomore studying abroad. I thought my mother would be pleased since she came from New Orleans where voodoo, though in a fragmentary way, was practiced by people in our family's past. But she could only see the woman's age. I could tell Stella that story. I could lighten the mood between us, but I don't have the will to meet her halfway. 3:29 a.m. At 24th and Hennepin, I can see up ahead the Uptown Diner. When I was a junior in high school, it was called Embers, and I worked there as a busboy and flirted with grown-ass women. As I cleared the tables of dirty dishes, I tried out tired lines. You ladies need an escort to the after party? Like a forger passing bad bills. One night, a Pan Am stewardess, they weren't called flight attendants at the time, called my bluff and took me home and fucked me blue. I've got a long layover in Malaysia, the stewardess said before sunrise. Take my car. It was a turbocharged Trans Am. This happened more than once. Once I drove her car home at 6 a.m. I sat at my parents' kitchen table in the morning, still smelling of sex. My mother, who had seen this car once or twice before and knew no girl at my high school had given it to me, came down in her robe and looked at me sideways. Did she charge this time, or was it for free? I can tell Stella this story and give her a sense that, come what may, I am always on her side. But I drive in silence with a clenched jaw and my ass on my 3:31 a.m. It suddenly dawns on me that we have abandoned our apartment without taking Jamal's gun. A fine rain coats the windshield. The streets are deserted, and I feel no need to see clearly. Colored beams from streetlights splinter on the glass. Stella tells me to turn the wipers on. More than anything, I want to go back to school. More than anything, I hate myself for this feeling. I keep thinking of the grown-ass men Stella has been with whom I can't hold a candle to. None of them would be driving aimlessly through the night, running from Josephine and the people who don't want an urban riser's trial. Men like Carl Eller, a Pro Bowl defensive end, or her ex-husband Yuri, a Jewish biker and drug dealer who left her and the daughter they had together. Men Stella had shaped her life with when I was just a kid. What are you going to do to protect my daughter? Yuri said to me when we called him after seeing Dr. Zhao. He knew the answer to that. He had just spoken to Stella. I didn't need a dressing down from him. I should have shaken my head when she handed me the phone. I felt like a runaway slave who crossed the river and left his family on the other side to meet the bloodhounds alone. What are you doing to protect my daughter? That's what Yuri said from his cabin somewhere in mountain time. Fuck you, Yuri, and the horse you rode in on. I said, what do you expect? For me to get a gun and go upstairs and bust Josephine's door down? Yuri didn't say anything. I thought at that moment that I had won. Cat got your tongue, white boy? But then Yuri said, you don't have a gun? In my mind's eye, Yuri was shaking his head. Jesus, put Stella back on. Over the next 2-week period, we asked some of our friends to spend a night at our flat. We wanted to see if they experienced the same sense of heat on their skin that we thought was the source of our burns. But we didn't tell them what Dr. Zhao said. We couched it in terms of the noise and the racket that Josephine and Cody had somehow created in the radiators at night. They slept on the sofa outside of our bedroom. In the morning, they told us that they felt strange sensations in their skin. One of them was a concert pianist whose sense of touch and hearing were as wired as the sense of smell in bears that can smell anxiety on a human body from 5 miles away. He said he had dreamed that he was on fire. He went to the bathroom and washed his face in cold water. At breakfast, we would tell our friends what Dr. Zhao had said. They all said they would give their testimonies in sworn affidavits when the time came. Olivia, whose partner Chase would soon want nothing to do with us, was so concerned for our safety that she brought rolls of aluminum foil and a bucket of thin nails to the house. On a ladder, she nailed huge swaths of foil to the ceiling. She was satisfied with herself when she came down from the ladder. "You're not the only one," she said to me, "who's going to have their gonads burned. This'll give them a taste of their own poison." But all of this wasn't good enough for me, so I went to my parents with an honest lie. I told them I needed money to get myself together, stopping short of saying that I planned to return to Dartmouth. The money in hand, Stella and I took the bus to the suburb of St. Louis Park. The private detective that we hired came to the house the next day. I can still hear the rapid-fire frequency of audible clicks and the way Stella gasped, part in horror, part in vindication, as we watched him wave the wand of his Geiger counter around our bedroom and the living room. Today, as I write, I still feel the horror that we felt at that time, but the feeling of vindication that Stella and I shared has gone. Today, as I write, I wish his machine had made no sound at all. He promised us he'd write a report we could take to the police. We thought we had what we needed to go to the authorities. A white detective was going to give us his report from the Geiger counter. Our friends would tell the court about the sensation of singe they felt in their skin. And then there was Dr. Zhao. So we went downtown to the FBI, as well as to Tony Boza, the brand new chief of police, who was known as a Democratic Farmer Labor Party reformer and not a friend of the cops beneath him. There were 3 agents in the conference room of the regional headquarters of the FBI. The agent who asked us all the questions was a white woman. It would be wrong to say we were on cloud 9 as we walked the streets of downtown from the FBI to Tony Bosa's office, but it is right to say we were proud of ourselves and, the suit against urban risers aside, we both had hope in the system. Stella had calmly and meticulously told the female agent why this was a federal matter. Josephine must have violated some federal laws by bringing hazardous material home from her place of employment. That was the first reason. In order to explicate the second reason, Stella told the agents the story of her suit against urban risers and all of the strange forms of low-intensity harassment we had been receiving since Noam Davidoff came to the flat last fall. If Josephine had been recruited by shadowy figures who did not want Stella's secret recordings of urban risers' board meetings and the furtive copies of invoices and other documents that could prove embezzlement and collusion on the part of the people in the government to be made public, then this was more than a police matter. It was something the FBI should look into in an effort to guarantee our safety from March to November. If this were a novel, I would write it in such a way as to give Frank and Stella a bit more common sense. They wouldn't act so rashly. They would know not to be so naive as to think that one federal agency would help them investigate a can of worms that could lead to the indictments of an unknown number of people in another federal agency in order to keep 2 black people alive long enough to win a large settlement and send their colleagues to jail. That wouldn't make narrative sense. But it wasn't a novel, and we were tired and hurt and bursting with hope. A week went by, and no one called, not even the private detective. We went back to the FBI. This time, they were hostile. The white woman even yelled at me when I asked her to tell me what steps she had taken to investigate our claims. She told us we had to leave. There was archness in her voice when she said, "The only reason we listened to you all was because of your father and his position." She flung her arm toward the Mississippi River, "at the university." The second time we went to see him, Tony Bosa told his secretary to tell us he was gone. We thanked her and said we'd try to get him next week. Instead, we sat for at least an hour on a smooth wooden bench down the hall from his office. We saw him come out of a door a ways down the hall from the door to the reception area. He had taken 2 or 3 steps in our direction before he saw us. He turned and walked briskly in the other direction. We ran down the hall as fast as we could. The reformer's face was wild with rage as he told us to leave him alone. One by one, our friends told us they were sorry. Sorry, but they couldn't go through with it. They all felt bad about backing out, and, consciously, we did not hold it against them. I think that Olivia might have felt the worst about it. If we needed anything, she said, anything besides her testimony, she would be there for us. The concert pianist had just been accepted to medical school. He told me his dad told him to have nothing to do with me or with Stella and her case. I asked him when, precisely, his father had warned him off. He gave me a look that said he didn't know what I meant. "Did your father raise this out of the blue," I clarified, "before you told him about the night you spent on our sofa? Or did he give you this advice after you told him about spending the night?" He didn't answer me. He didn't have to. I begged him to let me speak with his father. "Someone got to him," I explained. "Someone's getting to everyone." But he just held both his palms in the air and shook his head and walked away. It took me an hour to go by bus to St. Louis Park, where the private detective's office was. Like Bosa's secretary, the detective's secretary lied to my face. "He's been on a case in North Dakota. He'll call you first thing when he gets back." We were on the 2nd floor of a modest office building. To her back was a large bay window. He scuttled through the parking lot. I told her to turn around. I called her a liar, and I ran. I took the stairs 2, sometimes 3 at a time. I knew he heard me as I ran through the parking lot and told him to stop. 5, maybe 10 yards away, we made eye contact in his side view mirror. He drove away. For several nights, the noise in the radiators and the burning sensations in our skin continued. Her that Cody had told them that we were lying, that Stella had physically assaulted Josephine, that we were the disruptive elements living in the courts, and that a person was living there, me, who shouldn't be there. Translation? We might have to raise your rent. The hydraulics of forces known and unknown had become too much to bear. I stole my parents' fern-green station wagon with faux wood panels and 13 stickers from the national parks. Stella and I made sure that Cody saw us vacating the flat, and Josephine surely saw us from her upstairs window. It's a haze, the faces of all the people who put us up. I marveled at the way Stella could hold her head high when she asked people if we could stay with them. She was calling in her chips for gifts of her time and guidance that she had given to them over the years. A young white woman said 10 years ago, as a student at the U, she learned more from Stella than she had from any of her professors. Stella seemed to be whatever these white people wanted her to be, a source of psychic sustenance, Hattie McDaniel to Vivian Lee. I grew hot with shame whenever we rocked up to the house of someone from her past and she fed them what they needed in order to let us stay. But she spoke to them as if access to their homes were her birthright, and in some true way it was. But something always happened. A parent of a young radical that Stella had groomed might not want us there anymore, or our presence threw the calculus of someone else's life into disarray, and we had to leave. A few nights before we ended up at Olivia and Chase's place, we both had a eureka revelation. Josephine and Cody thought we'd left for good, we surmised. If we parked my parents' station wagon by the university and walked 6 blocks late at night, we might be able to sneak back into the flat and sleep in our own bed. We thought if we were careful not to flush the toilet until we were sure Josephine had gone to work and that Cody wasn't around, if we used flashlights at night, and if we let the blinds stay closed, we might be able to stay for a couple of nights without notice and without being burned, assuming they thought we were gone and had dismantled whatever they'd used on us before we sent Malika away and vacated the premises the first time. 40 years later, my chest still tightens, and I feel a phantom wound on my skin near my groin when I think of the morning we woke up in our bed to the sound of tires crushing the gravel in the courtyard. We peeked through the blinds. We didn't recognize the car. It was more pristine than any car that usually came to the courts. The woman from the FBI got out. I was stunned by a rush of joy. Justice, I thought. At last we'll get justice. As she walked towards the house, she veered to the side. We heard the muffled spike of her heels on Josephine's steps. They were up there for 30 minutes or more. Then the same muffled sound of shoes descending, but this time it was doubled. They stood outside next to her car, talking amicably. As they shook hands like old friends, we knew we had to leave again. Part 13, 3:37 a.m., Uptown, Minneapolis. Stella says she knows an ex-weatherman. We can crash at his crib. Not only had the weathermen and women found safe houses for the Black Liberation Army, but they had made false driver's license and purchased guns in shops where black buyers couldn't without being put on a list marked "in need of surveillance." When the war ended, they grew tired of the rank isolation of being on the run. They missed their moms and pops and their friends, but most of all, they came to the realization that they were not black. They were not genealogical isolates, slaves whose relational status had been denied them from the day they were born. They had chosen this life of armed response against the state. They woke up one morning and realized that the color of their skin meant this isolation wasn't a fait accompli. In September 1979, Jalil Montakim, a Black Panther turned Black Liberation Army soldier, sent a communique from prison that expressed his sense of betrayal on the part of the kind of white revolutionary Stella and I were on our way to see. By 1973-75, Euro-American Revolutionary Armed Forces refused to give meaningful material and political support to the Black Liberation Movement, more specifically to the Black Liberation Army. Thereby, in 1974, the Black Liberation Army was without an above-ground political support apparatus, logistically and structurally scattered across the country without the means to unite its combat units, abandoned by Euro-American Revolutionary Armed Forces and being relentlessly pursued by the state reactionary forces, COINTELPRO, FBI, CIA, and local police departments. At 26 in Hennepin, I park near a phone booth. Moonlight glistens in the rain-slick street. I ask her why she didn't mention her weatherman before. She tells me he could still be under surveillance. No cars are behind us, and as far as I can see, from here to 28th Street, where Hennepin humps in a small bridge over the railroad tracks, there is no one ahead of us either. How will we know if he's not still under surveillance? We won't know, she says, unless they want us to, and that could be worse than not knowing. On the southwest corner of 26th and Hennepin, I am 8 years old again, with $2 wrinkled dollars for a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken. My mother is waiting in the car. This is the only KFC with elegance, my mother tells me, the only one wedged in the protruding corner of a stylish Victorian complex of flats, reminiscent of the triangular Flatiron Building in New York. The door is built into the base angle of the building, and above the threshold twirls a giant red and white striped bucket with the Colonel's face emblazoned on it. This is the memory that floats back to me as I watch Stella put coins into the telephone. How I loved buying food for my mother. I loved skipping into KFC beneath the giant candy cane striped bucket of chicken that rotated on a rod above the door. But at night, however, I dreamed the striped bucket fell on my head and cracked my skull. I would wet the bed and wake up hungry. It's raining harder now. Stella cradles the phone. She slides the door and sprints to the car. I lean over and open her door. How much did you tell him? I ask her. I said I'd explain when we got there. I plead with her not to tell him about Josephine. And don't tell him that we saw the FBI agent who was supposed to be helping us go into the flat. He can handle it, she says. She tells me he's seen and heard of worse. I gird myself. I follow my breath in and out of my nostrils. Count to 10 and hope to die, the saying goes, and don't say anything else. But she can read my mind. There's more than $100,000 at stake in this case that'll take urban risers down for corruption, she says. We could be in Spain or Morocco right now. I wouldn't be on welfare. Malika would be here if all I wanted was the money. 3:51 a.m. A dark form draws nearer in the rearview mirror, but we are still arguing, and it doesn't take shape as a word in my mind. Now cats of light claw in the mirror. I floor the accelerator. Don't speed, Stella warns. He's in my ass. Slow down. The streets are wet. I slow down as she says, but he draws up to our bumper and blinds us even more with his high beams. I speed up and she says, You're going to get us killed. 3:51 and 30 seconds a.m. I switch lanes from right to left, and for a few seconds, the car behind us comes into focus as something more than a hulking shape in a shroud of light. I knew it wasn't a patrol car, no rotating beacons of blue running the width of its hood, no "Protect and Serve" painted on its sides, nor does it seem like a watch commander's unmarked sedan. Mosaics of soot and salt are splashed on its flank, suggesting an absence of institutional care. No indoor garage, no slew of men pressed into service for cleaning and upkeep, as the case would be if the car belonged to the cops. The car is driven by someone who doesn't keep a record of his kills. I press down on the gas, though I know I don't have the nerve to drive at the speed it will take for us to get away. He swoops in behind us. 3:51 and 45 seconds a.m. I'm not hallucinating. He's so close he'll ram us from behind if I stop or slow down. I suddenly know why Stella won't settle out of court. She wants to see the face or faces of the force behind the torment she suffered during and after, and in some to know, to see the face behind us. I grip the steering wheel as I would his throat. Fuck the dumb shit. I jerk the steering wheel to the right. No, Frank! But all I hear are my needs. We lurch into the right-hand lane. Then I slam the brakes. Stella's body snaps forward and back like a punching bag, and the car that was behind us lurches forward in the left-hand lane. Now he starts to run. No, you don't, I think. I want to see your face. Down this wet city street, we race at 50 miles per hour. Suddenly he slows, as though he wants to be caught. Holy shit. We don't have Jamal's gun. 3:51 and 47 seconds a.m. I turn to my left and see that he is alone. Rage roils in my brain because he will not look at me. From what I can see, he doesn't look as I thought he would look. I have thought about him many times since the day Noam Davidoff came to the house with the news of Stella's trial date, and his somber admission that though he was her lawyer, he couldn't protect her in the months between his visit and her court date. J. Edgar Hoover has been dead for 8 years. Still, I thought when he caught us, he'd be a plain-clothes man dressed in gray flannel drab, a face that was pink and whisker-free, a spit and polished pig. He doesn't look like that at all now. I can see hair like his flouncing up and down on that night when 2 men rolled out of my studio window and hightailed it down the alley. Is it the same man, I wonder? I want to see his face. 3 times I look at him and then quickly back at the road so as not to run a light or anyone down, though no one seems to be out at this hour. His hair drapes down to his shoulders. His profile reminds me of Uriah Heep, that angular rogue from David Copperfield, whose veneer of humility proves as empty as his morals, a man whose hands are always moist. And like Uriah Heep, he is pretending that Stella and I are not even here. He drives down this street with the 2 of us speeding next to him, and he won't look my way, just as I am not looking at Stella, though she is yelling, telling me to leave it alone. I yell at him, as though I think he can hear me through my glass and his. I spin the steering wheel to the left, forcing him to veer into the oncoming lane. Yeah, that got your fucking attention. He swoops back into his lane. We're jostled like rag dolls in the inside of the car as I veer away from him, and the right front tire bounces up and then off the curb. This time, when I look at him, he's holding a gun. 3:56 a.m. A moon swims out of a cloud. It pours crushed glass on the face of the lake. The engine hums as the station wagon idles on Lake of the Isles Parkway. Stella is saying, "What possessed you to run down a white boy with a gun?" She rotates her head to ease the pain in her neck. My temples are buzzing. I feel lightheaded and sick. I know I can't vomit in this car of all cars, but my hands won't let go of the wheel. The spacious home where I grew up lies 3 blocks north on this lakeside parkway and 6 blocks up the hill. Across the lake, there's a hole in the night where a stone church stands, vacant as any tooth, and a hole where my grammar school has carved itself into the gloom. It's strange, the things that pierce your mind in the moments after you think how you could have died. 7 years have passed since the last walk my father and I took around this lake. It was summer. A hint of algae blossomed in the breeze. I was 17, and the world was new because I was new in it. I was being courted by the Dartmouth football coaches, even though I was still a junior in high school. Dad and I were just a few paces from where Stella and I are parked. We were standing by a willow at the water's edge. I told him I was going to Berkeley. I said I needed to be nearer to the revolution. "Not on my dime," he said. That's when we saw Walter Fritz Mondale being pulled toward us by Lonnie, his rough collie. Lonnie strained at his leash as we talked in the thin shade of the willow. The dog wanted a walk, not a chin wag. Senator Mondale wore penny loafers, and the arms of his sweater were crisscrossed over his shoulders and neck. He had lazy eyes that gave his face a quiet kindness, which belied his record on the Vietnam War. Mondale asked my father if he would stand for the House of Representatives. It probably wasn't the first time Dad had been asked to run for public office by a highly placed notable, nor was it the first time he said how honored he was by an offer he would have to decline. He didn't want to leave his job as a professor and a dean. Besides, he wasn't sure that Kenwood's Republican incumbent could be beaten. At the curb of the parkway, Mondale turned and said, "What are your plans after Dartmouth, son?" "First off, Mr. War Criminal, I'm not going to Dartmouth." I shrugged. I smiled. I told Mondale that 4 years was a long time, that I didn't even know what I wanted to major in. "Thank you," said Dad, when the senator was out of range. "Answer me," Stella says for the second time. She rubs her neck, and she might have whiplash. "Don't sit there like you don't hear me, Frank." The smell of puke is rising in my esophagus, churning with the rank smell of my body, an odor that I had only ever smelled on a subway in New York when the doors opened and a man who lived rough got on. His pants looked like they had been soaked in oil and stiffened by the sun. What, I wondered, as he held the hand grip and looked right through us, is the story behind that kind of smell? The bile clogs my throat. I open the door. I slump out and retch over Senator Mondale's shoes, a yellow spume that smells to me like lunch meat and the fecaloid rot of a swamp. 4 a.m. Chase saw right through me, I say. After Josephine ran us out, I began thinking about leaving. We don't even know what or who we're up against. My brain and my stomach want to explode. Stella holds me as I cry. I feel like I'm crawling out of my skin because I'm the man, and I think that it's she who should be crying, that I should be comforting her. I would look up and kiss her, but I have Mustang breath. When you have a child, you learn to hide your fear. She may have felt me flinch in her embrace, for she's quick to add, "I'm not saying you're a child. You didn't leave." She kisses my forehead. I tell her that I'm sorry that my having lost it caused her pain in her neck and shoulders. Sitting up, I start to massage her, but she says we should be going. 4:45 a.m. The Seward neighborhood. Lace doilies drape like toupees on the mantel where framed family photos are displayed. Toboggan sledding in Theodore Worth Park. A summer picnic by the bandshell at Lake Harriet. But no black and white scenes from the days of rage. No portrait of Ho Chi Minh. No echoes of my expectations. Stella had said he'd been a weatherman, but it hardly seemed like the home of anyone who had fought the cops in the streets of Chicago or bombed the U.S. Capitol. And the man himself had the ambience more of a therapist than of someone who'd thrown his body on the wheels and gears of the machine when the machine became odious and made him sick at heart. "I see you're not flying your freak flag," she says, by which she means you've shaved your beard and cut your hair. Stella and I are slow to sit down. "I needed a job," he says, without arch or irony in his voice, and ignoring the disappointment in hers. "So I joined the human race." He asks us what brings us to his house at 4 a.m. I wish he would offer us some food, but he serves only tea and honey. "Tell him about your suit against urban risers. Tell him about the clicking on our telephone. Tell him why Jamal gave you a gun. Tell him about the break-in at my flat, how my books were lined in neat garden rows on the floor, my typewritten pages scattered with care, and not a cent was stolen. Tell him that Imani Price alleged Kapali Kenyatta and the U.S. Marshals were in each other's pockets. Tell him you strained your neck as I swerved down Hennepin's wet streets playing prey and hunter with a man who enraged me because he wouldn't look at me. How a mongrel once looked at me with more connection when it raised its head from its scraps. How he made a U-turn in the middle of the street, and for some unknown reason he let us get away. But please, Stella, don't tell him about Josephine." Stella isn't listening to my thoughts. She tells him the story from the beginning to this moment. 5:30 a.m. He asks if there's more, and she shakes her head. He takes the teacups to the kitchen. When he returns from him, salmon-colored light bleeds through creases in his Venetian blinds. We hear the hum and whir of thick-whiskered brushes cleaning the streets. The world is waking up. He then tells us that he's sorry, but we can't stay here. I am livid. I tell Stella that I told her he wouldn't believe us. Stella asks him if that's true. There are 3 possibilities, he is trying to say as I get up to leave. But do I think the feds recruited Josephine to poison you? That's one possibility out of maybe 3. But it's not one that I believe. Come on, I say to Stella. I've heard enough. Part 14. My father and I have hardly spoken since I got kicked out of Dartmouth College 2 years ago and told him I wasn't going to return. So much for a seat in the House of Representatives. Mom and Dad are Democratic Party stalwarts whose oldest son is a communist. Life isn't easy for them. It's April now, and we've almost forgotten those March sheets of rain. I've just turned 24. Last month, I stole my parents' car while they were in Moscow or Peking, or was it Bremen or Belize? A 2-month tour studying the pitfalls of Soviet mental health clinics, 3 weeks of consulting to Chinese special education administrators, a Ford Foundation study of German urban renewal, or a rescue mission of American students who smoked too much dope and were bounced into jail in Belize. I don't know, because I don't live with them anymore. Dad contacted me and asked if we could meet on Hennepin Avenue at the Uptown Diner. His full-length black leather coat made him look like Shaft, with a pipe instead of a gun. I wore an Army-Navy surplus coat and my hair was corn-rolled under a skull cap. He dismissed the dinner menu and ordered a beer. He did not come to the point, but he knew Stella and I had taken his car. He might have even sensed our smell in it and known that we slept there. When I neither confirmed nor denied what he said, he changed the subject. He told me that the Iran hostage crisis had now gone on for more than 150 days. He said it was bad for Jimmy Carter's 1980 re-election. He reminded me of the importance of going to vote, by which he meant the importance of voting for Jimmy Carter and Walter Mondale, so that Reagan-Bush wouldn't win. I almost told him that I was going to vote for the Ayatollah Khomeini, since he and the Iranian students had released all the black embassy staff, as well as the women, the previous fall during the first days of the occupation. But my father and I had been estranged for almost 2 years, and sarcasm is the last refuge of the weak. And even though the burns on my inner thighs had stopped stinging and were now just a low, hot itch, I wanted him to hold me. I wanted him to let me cry. I was tense. I thought we were meeting so he could tell me face to face to leave Stella. She was, as he knew, 16 years older than me and had a child half my age. I thought Dad came to speechify on the pitfalls of entering a ready-made family with a woman on welfare and her biracial kid. But he never showed dissatisfaction with anyone I'd ever dated, and, besides, he liked Stella, for they had been colleagues in the College of Education at the university. I didn't balk as he went on about voting, but when he asked when I planned to go back to Dartmouth and finish my degree, I pushed back from the table. He held up his hand. "Forget Dartmouth," he conceded. "I need to tell you something." He said he shared a pew at the Basilica of St. Mary with the regional director of the FBI, Special Agent Lindbergh. As he spoke, his face was creased with concern. When Dad and Mom left Mass last Sunday, Special Agent Lindbergh pulled me by the button after church. This is where my memory plays tricks on me. Sometimes I remember my father saying that Lindbergh told him to tell me and Stella to leave it alone. Sometimes I see us sitting in the booth at the diner and he tells me this: "Special Agent Lindbergh shares a pew with me. He told me that you went to his office and spoke with his agents." When I remember it like that, the words "leave it alone" are not on Dad's lips. They are uttered through his eyes. Dad didn't ask me what the "it" was that I and Stella must leave alone, nor did I ask how Lindbergh explained it, or if he even did. Looking back on it now, I'm reminded of a scene from a time before diners and station wagons, a time when we were still chattel slaves. It's a scene from the film 12 Years a Slave. Solomon Northup, the slave who, in 1853, penned his life story from which the film was adapted, hangs by his neck from a tree. The tips of his toes touch the ground. It's the only thing that keeps him alive. From the balcony of the big house, the overseer wields a shotgun and looks down on him. Slave cabin doors start to open as the slaves begin to go about their day. No one looks at Solomon. No one asks what the "it" was that got him strung up in that tree. They just tend their meager gardens and fix their meager meals. They know the folly of calling up to the overseer for an explanation. They know it would be suicide to cut Solomon down. They know how to go unnoticed. If I'd been asked, at 24, if it was me or Dad hanging from that tree, I would have said me. But now I know it's all of us: Solomon, Stella, me, Malika, my mother and father, and all the people who came out that sultry bayou day and didn't see a thing. And Special Agent Lindbergh was in the balcony, looking down on us all. We left the uptown diner together. As I opened the door of a blue and white cab I drove part-time, he hugged me until I felt his life begin to wake in mine. In the crush of his arms, I almost cried. "You're our eldest child," he said, in a voice I hardly recognized. "Please call your mother. We love you." I should have driven straight north on Hennepin, through downtown, and crossed the Mississippi to southeast Minneapolis, where I had lived with Stella and Malika until we sent her away. Instead, I drove west 3 blocks and parked by the shore of Lake of the Isles. It was the shank of the evening. A man and a woman in a canoe picked their way through the lily pads to the shore where a willow I had known since the age of 6 dipped its beard in the water. Now the sun was setting behind stone mansions that slumbered along Lake of the Isles Parkway. They looked like bunkers abandoned in war. A loon cooed. In grade school, I played bantam hockey when the lake froze out to the island, where a loon now hid among the reeds. I was 6 blocks from my childhood home, but it felt like a foreign land. I'm sure Special Agent Lindbergh was a pious man. Most people were who sat in my parents' pew. But the quality of his character is not what's at issue, nor should it be if we want to understand Lindbergh's paradigmatic position compared to that of Black people. Less than 9 years had passed since a group of anti-war activists broke into an FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania on March 8, 1971, grabbing whatever documents they could find, and in that way expose the labyrinth of violence that J. Edgar Hoover had created. Thanks to the investigative research of William Maxwell, we know a good deal about this violent labyrinth that protects our freedom. Maxwell's FBI's How J. Edgar Hoover's Ghost Readers Framed African American Literature broke the story, which revealed that the largest African American literature department does not exist on a university campus, but is a part of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. In fact, the year 2019 marked the 100th anniversary of this department within the FBI, whose special agents read and analyze the nation's Black poetry, fiction, and creative nonfiction. But this literary investigative department is not just an FBI think tank. For 100 years, it dug its secret talons into the lives of Black writers by harassing them at home and overseas, by adding or subtracting their names to a running list the FBI keeps of the most dangerous, by which they mean influential, Black writers who should be rounded up and incarcerated in an internment camp in the event of widespread unrest in the Black community. This FBI department has even launched literary journals to help special agents capture new Black writing from emerging Black writers. The FBI keeps lots of unpublished manuscripts of Black writers on file, and it keeps tabs on their authors as much as it does on established writers. So we have the impact of libidinal economy, the phobic notion that Blacks are and always have been a threat to stability, coupled with the structural violence of state capacity, the Federal Bureau of Investigation's African American Literature Department, which was started in 1919 when J. Edgar Hoover read a poem by Harlem Renaissance poet Claude McKay, If We Must Die, a poem that was a response to the anti-Black race riots of the 1910s. Hoover would have been more strategic as a crime fighter if, instead of demonizing McKay for writing a poem about self-defense, he set up a white American literature department so that he and his agents could take the violent pulse of white civil society. Since the riots McKay referenced in his poem were the violence of lynch mobs that invaded the black community. The FBI example of literary lockdown can help us reimagine black incarceration, not as a place in space and time. That's only one iteration of incarceration. But to think of incarceration as a paradigm of permanent and ongoing containment that non-blacks, what Afropessimism calls human beings, pass in and out of, but one in which black people greet them upon arrival, bid them farewell when history liberates them, and remain, awaiting the next provisional round of unfortunate souls. There is no golden age for blacks before the criminal law. Structural vulnerability to appropriation, perpetual and involuntary openness should be understood as the paradigmatic conditions of black existence in the Americas, the defining characteristics of New World anti-blackness. Policing blacks in the colonial and antebellum period was the prerogative of every white. They could assume the role or not, and was only later professionalized as the modern prison system emerged out of the ashes of Reconstruction. This raises the next conundrum, one in which for black people it is impossible to discern where the violence of the state ends and the violence of one's white neighbors begins. It was this conundrum that forced me and Stella from our home. Part 15. Hanover, New Hampshire, May, 1980. The students, the professors, and even the deans on the college committee on standing and conduct are not the same as the ones who kicked me out 2 years ago and told me to get a job in a corporation or enlist in the army before I petitioned to return. I pruned my afro and shaved my beard and wore a blue necktie in lieu of an elegant noose. A dean asked me what I have been doing for the past 2 years. Like windows to compartments in a train passing swiftly on the track next to mine, I see the answers flicker by. I hitchhiked in a blizzard from Minneapolis to Columbus, Ohio. I smoked hash with a wounded Green Beret who picked me up at the St. Croix River. He was tattooed with bullet wounds on both arms from his wrists to his shoulders, where the flak jacket caught the spray as it crossed his chest during the Tet Offensive. I slept in a homeless shelter and worked day labor. I hauled garbage in Columbus. I tripped on LSD for the 11th time. A squirrel in a park dropped an acorn from its mouth just to tell me, "Jesus saves." "I know Jesus saves," I said with impatience, "but where the hell does he shop?" The squirrel jumped out of a bag. It got all sedity and told me it could not divulge such details. I came down off my high and went back to Minneapolis 3 months after you kicked me out. A 4-night stint as a stand-up comic in a country western bar. They wanted Red Fox, who, as it turned out, got his start with Malcolm X before he went mainstream, but I gave them Lenny Bruce. I didn't last the week. For a month or two, I worked for Prince as a bouncer at his nightclub in a hollowed-out Greyhound station in downtown Minneapolis, just a block off Hennepin Avenue. I got a beat down from 2 drunk-ass white dudes and a woman in the middle of the club. But the college committee on standing and conduct should take into consideration that I stayed on my feet for a minute at least. Then my hands and knees did their best. Was it strobe lights or the stars that exploded in my eyes when the woman hit the back of my head with a mug or a beer bottle? She rode my back like a steer, and all kinds of niggers rained down on my neck from her sweet blonde mouth while the men kicked me in the ribs. I earned good money waiting tables, but that didn't last, and I don't know why. Or I do know why, but if I told you, you'd have to hear the rest. How I fell in love with Stella, how we were stalked by ghosts. The train passes, with its windows of unspeakable scenes. I give the dean the other truth. Freelance journalism for Twin Cities newspapers. I worked as a researcher for the Urban League, a PR person for the Legal Aid Society of Minneapolis, and I studied Dickens and Hardy for 2 quarters at the University of Minnesota. The dean, as I speak, is reading my updated file. As he reads, he says, "There are gaps between jobs that are unaccounted for, and almost nothing here on the last 3 months." Part 16. Across the green are Reed, Wentworth, and Fairweather halls, the long white colonial buildings with their lattice windows winged with shutters painted Brunswick green. I smiled to myself, remembering my first night in my Fairweather dorm room 6 years ago in 1974, and wonder who that newly minted man was staring up at the ceiling as he lay in bed and wanted to leave. Now students and alums, decked in green sweaters with white D's emblazoned, walk up and down a sunny Main Street as though they have nothing to fear. There's a scent of pine needles in the air, and conifers smother the mountains that surround the town of Hanover. People here say it hasn't been this warm in weeks. The grass on the college green is dry. In an oak-paneled phone booth in the Hopkins Center, I feed the coin slot with quarters. 2 years have gone by, long enough for me to have forgotten why I stopped calling home from this booth that's third in line of the booths. There's graffiti here that reads, "The nigger is living proof that the Indian fucked the buffalo." But the quarters have dropped, and her phone is ringing, and today I'm too happy to be hurt. "Stella, they let me back in." "Oh, that's great. How?" "They were confused about the charges. In the end, the dean looked at the last lines of my sentence from 1978 and said, 'It says to get back in, you have to show that you've inculcated the esprit de corps of an Ivy League institution. So we put it to you, in the past 2 years, have you inculcated the esprit de corps of an Ivy League institution?' Like there was more than one answer. Everyone on the committee nodded when I answered, and that was that. I'm going to start house hunting. Be back by, say, Saturday, and we'll come out together and then send for Malika. I'll be an Ivy League graduate soon. I'll get a fancy job and pay for you to finish your BA. After the trial, I'll have my own money for school. We're coming back in November for the trial, right?" "Well, yes." "Promise?" "We'll go with Nome, to and from the courthouse. We'll just be in Minneapolis for a few days. It could take longer." "Okay, Stella, as long as it takes." Part 17. There's a photograph of Stella that I took with my Miranda camera in Morocco. We were on a quay in Tangier, about to board the hydrofoil to Gibraltar. It was taken 4 years after that night on Hennepin Avenue. The Rock of Gibraltar, Spain, and a blue misty sea laced the background behind her. At home in the darkroom, I felt a tremor of grief when I saw how worn thin was her smile in that photo. It made me think of the way she looked when we left the house of her weatherman friend and sat in the uptown diner, planning our next move in a room drizzled with insomniacs and a rendezvous of strangers at the counter by the coffee urn. Vacation photos shouldn't remind you of that kind of past. I stayed in the dark room and superimposed a photograph of colored lanterns I took on the outdoor patio of a Chinese restaurant in Torremolinos, that the eye might be distracted from that night on Hennepin Avenue. Part 18. Before we left the ex-weatherman's apartment, he had tried to explain as best he could why we couldn't stay. "I don't want to think that my tribe is hardwired for evil," he had told us. Then he said when the Vietnam War ended and the Weather Underground started to disband, some people who wanted to go on fighting went south and infiltrated the Ku Klux Klan. For a long time, he had tried to forget the stories one of them told when he returned. He said there were no limits to the imagination down there when it came to the violent acts committed against black people. They get migraines, his friend said, communal pressure on the brain if they go too long without killing someone or burning someone. "Stella, I can fight the war machine, but I can't fight that," he said. "The U.S. Marshals won't let you bring those tapes and invoices to court." The ex-weatherman said even if the U.S. Marshals weren't running interference for Kapeli Kenyatta, some agency was. "The FBI scares me, but it's only fear," he admitted. "Everyday people like Josephine terrify me. It's like looking at the face of my mother or of me. I'm terrified by the intimacy. That female agent from the FBI might have just made a routine visit to Josephine. The facts of the matter aren't the point. The point is, it's the North, but it's just like the South." By which he meant, you can't tell where the people end and the pigs begin in the hall of mirrors through which Stella and I were running. Then he laughed for the first time that morning, but it wasn't a laugh that gave him relief. "The pigs and my mother, or the pigs and me for that matter?" He stopped. Then he said, "You know me, Stella. I was in the trenches when I thought it made sense, but I can't fight an army of ghosts. It's because I believe you that I'm asking you to leave." Chapter 4. Punishment Park. Part 1. Copenhagen is a city without scent. Unlike Berlin, with its fragrances of bratwurst and beer, shawarma spits and strong coffee, in Copenhagen one is never sure if one is breathing clean air or gusts of organic hand sanitizer. To be fair, Copenhagen's lack of urban grit, even in the center of town, wasn't the only reason I thought my talk on Peter Watkins' iconoclastic 1971 film Punishment Park would be much better received in Berlin than in Denmark, the happiest place on earth. I'd been invited to give a presentation at a conference in Berlin. Since the ticket to Berlin required a change of planes in Copenhagen, I made plans to spend 2 days there and then go by road, rail, and a ferry across the Baltic Sea from Copenhagen to Berlin, to the conference on the 50th anniversary of May 1968. For me, 1968 had been a watershed year. I turned 12 and left the Roman Catholic Church that year. So I was thrilled when 50 years later I got an invitation to speak at a symposium on art and revolution in 1968 at the Berlin Center of a well-endowed American university. I planned to screen 2 clips from Punishment Park in the Afropessimism workshop set up for Danish activists, the same 2 clips that I planned to screen and critique at the conference in Berlin. Most people under the age of 60 have never heard of Peter Watkins, and that may well be true for most people 60 and above who were not, so to speak, in the movement back in the day. Punishment Park offers a disturbing look at the backlash against leftist activism that emerged in the wake of such events as the 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago and the shootings at Kent State University. The plot goes like this. It's the story of Nixon's silent majority, seated in judgment over young people who are fighting, some peacefully, some violently, for the end of the war in Vietnam and social justice at home. The story oscillates between the mise-en-scène of the tribunal, which is deciding the fate of activists from group number 638, and the desert, where the convicted members of group number 637 are given the opportunity to travel 53 miles on foot in 3 days, with only minimal provisions of water or food under 110-degree heat. They're told if they reach the American flag in the allotted time, they'll be allowed to go free. In a normal courtroom setting, nothing more than the hum of an air conditioner, the shuffling of feet as people make their way to their seats, and perhaps a cough here and there would complete the soundscape. But in the Punishment Park tribunal hearing, the canvas walls of the desert tent in which the hearing takes place offer the defendants no sanctuary from the invasion of ambient sounds. They can hear the sonic boom of fighter jets breaking the sound barrier over the desert, reminding them of the napalm raids and bombing missions that these planes will make over Vietnam and Cambodia. The tribunal's defendants, such as Charles Robbins, played by Stan Armstead, and Nancy Jane Smith, played by Catherine Quitner, can also hear occasional gunshots, reminding us that the National Guard, the LAPD, and the LA County Sheriffs are out there in the desert hunting down the members of group number 637, and that the members of group number 638, who are, one by one, being interrogated, will be joining them in short order. Part 2. Midway through the movie, Nancy Jane Smith enters through a flap in the tent where the tribunal waits. She's handcuffed and flanked on both sides by a sheriff. She is only as tall as their shoulders. Peter Watkins' British voiceover introduces her to the viewing spectator as Nancy Jane Smith, popular singer and composer. The handcuffs are left on her wrists, and as we hear the chairman of the tribunal confirm with the defense attorney that Nancy Jane Smith wishes to defend herself, the sheriffs settle her into a metal office chair facing the tribunal and shackle her ankles to the legs of the chair. Once Nancy Jane Smith is chained to the chair and the proceedings are about to begin, we cut away to group number 637 in the desert. The youths in the desert are suffering from severe thirst, dehydration, and various physical ailments from being exposed to triple-digit temperatures in the daytime and extreme cold at night. As the proceeding intensifies, so does Nancy Jane Smith's confrontational response to her interrogators. The scene ends with Nancy Jane Smith screaming at the tribunal, "How many children have you killed?" as members of the tribunal scream back at her, accusing her of composing songs that sent the youth into the streets to fight and ultimately sent them to be convicted by this tribunal. As the sheriffs lift the chair she is sitting in into the air and carry her out of the tent. Charles Robbins' interrogation opens with him seated in the same chair where Nancy Jane Smith had been seated. He is also handcuffed, and his legs are also shackled to the legs of the chair. But unlike Nancy Jane Smith's hearing, Robbins' interrogation does not begin with members of the tribunal asking him questions about his politics, much less his family background or his moral code. The interrogation begins with the chairperson of the tribunal minimizing the size and the political relevancy of the Black People's Army. The scene of Robbins' interrogation cuts back and forth to the members of Group 637 in the desert. At one point in the cross-cutting, we come to a scene where a Black woman and a white man are holding a West German sound man hostage. Police on the ridge above them have them pinned down on the rocks. The lead officer takes aim with a high-powered rifle with the aid of a scope and shoots the white radical, thus freeing the West German soundman. All of the police chase the lone black woman for several yards. They shoot her in the back several times and then shoot her 6 more times as she lies face down on the ground. Meanwhile, miles away, inside the desert tent of the tribunal, the interrogation of a black revolutionary named Charles Robbins continues. The film contains extended footage of his and others' interrogation at a secret location somewhere in the desert due east of Los Angeles, a courtroom inside a tent, a situation that the McCarran Internal Security Act of 1950 had made perfectly legal. The McCarran Act authorized the president, then Truman, in an emergency defined as invasion, declaration of war, or insurrection in aid of a foreign enemy, to arrest and detain persons he believed might engage in espionage or sabotage. From the summer of '68, when I was 12, until 1974, when I went away to college, my teachers were the young, heroic women and men who could have played the women and men who were handcuffed, shot, and killed in Punishment Park. After having spent the first 6 years of school at Kenwood Elementary School, named for the all-white enclave where it was located on the western edge of Minneapolis, I was unexpectedly thrust into a parallel universe in Seattle, the summer after 6th grade. I met many doppelgangers of Robbins, Smith, and the unnamed black woman in the desert who held a German sound technician hostage, all of whom were murdered in Punishment Park. Nancy Jane Smith was 21. The unnamed black woman could not have been older. Charles Robbins was 25 years old and already a member of the Black People's Army, an underground organization whose name and guerrilla philosophy was close, if not identical, to Assata Shakur's Black Liberation Army. When the summer of '68 ended, my family left Seattle, returning to Minneapolis, to Kenwood, where I started and completed 7th grade. We went away again in 8th grade, this time for an entire school year, a year-long sabbatical for my father, and a chance for my mother to study for her French exam and finish writing her dissertation. We lived in Detroit's St. Antoine projects, not 2 years after the riots and the Algiers motel incident. We were in Chicago when Fred Hampton was gunned down in his bed, and we lived near campus in Berkeley, California, when Nixon bombed Cambodia, and Kent State and Jackson State went down. On this trip across the country, I met a doppelganger of the unnamed black woman whom Peter Watkins had interviewed in Punishment Park while she was on the run. Hidden from the LA County Sheriff's Department, the National Guard, and the police in the split of a rocky crag, she cradles a rifle she had taken from a cop she and her comrade had killed. She's short of breath from running. She knows the posse is closing in. She tells Peter Watkins and his crew, "It's a game, man. A fucking game. This whole establishment. You either win or you die." Then there is footage of her sprinting over Off camera, one of them says, "Get the bitch." Then, from a ridge above her, one of them shoots her in the back. She is face down in the dust, but they keep shooting and shooting. I met her doppelganger in Chicago the month Fred Hampton was murdered. She was one of the Black Panthers who opened to the public the bullet-riddled flat where he was murdered. 4 months later, my family and I left Chicago and went to Berkeley, where I saw her again. In Berkeley, I never knew what her political affiliations were, but I knew that revolution was her dream. I was 13 and 14 when we were friends, and she was at least 20. She worked at a fish and chips takeout on Telegraph Avenue, halfway between my school and the university. I wanted her to marry me before my parents hauled me back to Deadsville, Minneapolis, when the school year ended. The fact that to take the vows and kiss her I would have needed a stepladder didn't dampen my desire. Her skin glowed like marble. We laughed and talked on slow spring afternoons. Sometimes I brought the latest edition of Ramparts to the fast food restaurant, and she'd take her break with me. We talked about the stories in the magazine. I tried to impress her by reading what I thought were notable passages from articles on the Chicago 8 trial, demonstrations in Latin America during Nelson Rockefeller's fact-finding mission for Nixon, or the musical demise of Jefferson Airplane. It never occurred to me that a woman in the struggle who was 6 years my senior might not need a little 13-year-old boy as an interlocutor or a would-be lover, that perhaps she was perfectly capable of finding the relevant paragraphs in Ramparts herself, and that, furthermore, perhaps she might have actually read the magazine before I bounced and grinned my way in. When, on the rare occasion these thoughts violated my space, I'd look in the mirror, holding my chin, and nod, "Age ain't nothing but a number, you dig?" That's what I would say to her one day, I thought, just not tomorrow. Instead of actually telling her how enchanted I was with her, I fantasized about my future with her while standing in front of my bedroom mirror. Her name was Bernadette. When I fantasized about her, I gave her connections to the underground she never claimed in that fish and chips shop on Telegraph Avenue. On the masthead of the Black Panther newspaper, there was always someone on the editorial board who wasn't named. One day, at after-school school in the Black Panther office, a brother told me that that unnamed person on the masthead was underground. She, or he, was their link to the secret cells that operated in what he called an offensive-defensive manner. I gave that person the name Shirley, and I imagined that she was Bernadette's cousin, and that on the journey that Bernadette and I would take after we were married, Bernadette and I would raise money and support for Shirley in the offensive-defensive operation of Shirley's Black Liberation Army underground cell. In my reverie, Bernadette and I hit all the places my father and mother had brought me to: the University of Washington, the University of Chicago, UC Berkeley, Wayne State University, and the University of Minnesota, bringing the message of nation time. I am wearing shades and a black leather jacket, a cross between a young Bobby Seale and Link Hayes of the Mod Squad. Bernadette is decked out in a black miniskirt, hoop earrings, and her afros blown out wide and full. 6 microphones are bunched together like steel tulips on the podium in the student union. When I make a point and pound my fists on the podium, the steel tulips shudder and the feedback pierces the auditorium. No one has been seated since I raised my fists and warned, "If you don't want no trouble, keep your filthy white hands off our beautiful black women." A beautiful sea of black faces roars, and au fait newsmen in faded raincoats look up in awe at the stage. Conga players at the end of the stage beat rhythms with calloused palms. Now Bernadette comes up beside me. I edge to the right, and she leans into the microphone. She tells them that she brings greetings from her cousin in the Revolutionary Underground. Her name is Shirley Jones. My name is Bernadette Jones. That's right, Shirley Jones, my cousin. Now run and tell that, she says to the press below. The pigs say my cousin's on the run, but y'all ready for this? Sparrow voices lace the air with, "We ready, we ready." All right then, here it is. Here it is. Shirley Jones ain't on the run. She's putting Oinky Oinky on the run. That's who's on the run. Now rescue me if I'm wrong. I'm standing beside her, applauding, saying, rescue me if I'm wrong, into the din. Bernadette holds up her hand. The auditorium begins to quiet. Open your windows, Bernadette tells them. That's right. Open your windows and hear Oinky Oinky squealing. Shirley Jones ain't going nowhere, and she sent me and my man Frank to tell you that she is right here, you dig? Right here in Babylon. Shirley Jones is in me. Shirley Jones is in my man here. Shirley Jones, okay, hold up now. I only got a little bit of time. Bernadette wipes sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief I hand her. Shirley Jones is in each and every one of you beautiful black sisters and brothers. She waits again for them to get as quiet as they can get. She leans in so close, the feedback makes her words nearly unintelligible. Y'all run and tell Oinky Oinky he best eat his Wheaties now. She peers down at the press. You got to eat so you can protect yourselves. The reporters aren't sure if she's joking, even though the room is in stitches. Then, to the crowd, she says, go back home, grease some pieces, sight some scopes, and blow that pig away when he jumps out of a bag. The room rocks like a minor quake. One more thing, y'all. One more thing. Hold up. One more thing. My man Frank right here, my husband. This man right here beside me? A young woman from the front row yells, he sure is fine. Bernadette stops. She's still smiling, but she stops. Okay, my sister, hear me, okay? I'll off a clean-up woman quick as a pig. The whole room breaks out laughing. My husband's going to rap on about the spring offensive and what we need to do to get ready for the get-down. Now I ease back to the podium and start to speak again. But it never failed. My daydream always disintegrated when my wife, Bernadette, called me back to the mic. It was during this time, the spring of 1970, that I met Nancy Jane Smith as well. But unlike Bernadette, there is no footage of her murder in Punishment Park. But we can assume that the police or the guardsmen offed her. In the film, Nancy Jane Smith knows she's going to die. She says as much to the tribunal as she gives testimony while she's handcuffed. Nancy Jane Smith may have been in the Students for a Democratic Society, but the records of the tribunal don't reflect this. When I met a double of Nancy Jane Smith, she taught social studies at Willard Junior High School in Berkeley on Telegraph Avenue, half a mile from UC Berkeley and the fish and chips shop where Bernadette Jones worked. She had brunette hair that hung down her back, and her earrings were 2 blue feathers attached to the piercings. One day, Nancy stood in front of the class in her customary miniskirt and peasant blouse. She asked if we understood the symbiosis between the white woman and American imperialism. First, she explained symbiosis, a mutually beneficial relationship between different people or groups. Then she put a 45 on the Dansette portable record player on her desk. Hard-wrought licks from a lone guitar introduced a song we'd all heard. It had just been released in March. Then Burton Cummings, lead vocalist for the Guess Who, started singing American Woman. When the song ended, she lifted and cradled the tone arm. For the rest of the period, she broke it down. The symbiosis between the white woman and American imperialism through the lyrics of the song. Part 3. When Nancy Jane Smith enters the tent of the tribunal, the ensemble of questions is ratcheted downward from ethical dilemmas elaborated by a filial conflict, such as class warfare, to moral dilemmas elaborated by filial anxieties, such as the proper conduct of young women, the future of white reproduction, and a general anxiety about the status of the nuclear family. Smith's interrogation is under constant hydraulics that, through the selection of topics, the distribution of concerns, the emotional weighting and emphasis afforded to questions of sexual conduct instead of questions of institutional power, and the tribunal's preoccupation with mental hygiene, child-rearing, and decent versus indecent speech, pressures the interrogation's scale of abstraction downward from the political to the personal. An ethical assessment of rich power and not mere interpersonal practices is shunned in favor of the tribunal members' fixation on the moral hygiene of a young white woman. Ethical assessment is crowded out by the hydraulics of moral judgment. Unfortunately, this penchant for the personal over the political and for morality over ethics is as much the preoccupation of Nancy Jane Smith as it is of the tribunal. The proceedings begin with the labor union official and draft board member, a conservative Chicano, asking Nancy Jane Smith to tell them a little bit about herself. But the herself that they want to hear about is not grounded in her affilial choices, her political affinities, but in the filial world into which she was born and had no say in, that of a well-to-do white family. He says, "You came from a wealthy family and had the best of everything, so how did you end up like this?" The filial pressure on the ensuing interrogation and the complimentary discourse about the state of her mental health, in other words, this constant pressure to steer the conversation from position and power to identity and personal choices, is something that Nancy Jane Smith consents to rather than rails against. Her consent, of course, is spontaneous, meaning not something she thinks out, which makes her complicity in the interrogation scale of abstraction more constitutive of her desire, not less. The unconscious is a faith-based initiative. In other words, even though Nancy Jane Smith is a revolutionary insurgent, hell-bent on the overthrow of the U.S. government, and the tribunal members are exemplary of Richard Nixon's silent majority, at a deep unconscious level, they are equally invested in the status and integrity of the white family. The tribunal members and the person they are about to put to death care about the same thing, the status of the white family. And this shared unconscious investment drives the interrogation in ways that are more essential than their political and ideological disagreements over revolution and the Vietnam War. Then the FBI agent reads a report into the record that concludes with a psychiatric evaluation that declares Nancy Jane Smith to be a schizophrenic. The implication is that she is a female hysteric and not a real revolutionary. "I'll bet your mother and father are really proud of you," says the housewife who chairs an organization called the Silent Majority for a Unified America. But this diminishment of Nancy Jane Smith's politics also works to fortify and extend her relational status. Put differently, her human subjectivity is secured, not diminished, by these attacks as well as by her responses. As counterintuitive as this might seem, the structure of the exchange, and not the content of the exchange, is what affords Nancy Jane Smith the kind of essential relationality that Charles Robbins and the black woman in the desert are barred from ab initio. Right off the bat, the tribunal makes it clear that Smith has a mind about which they are all concerned. We need to bracket the fact that their concern mimics Victorian views of female hysteria. That's not essential here, because it cannot extend to black women, so its oppressive dynamic remains important, but takes a back seat to the more essential dynamic, which is how it fortifies and extends the paradigm of human relations between the tribunal and Smith. Unlike the black, the slave, Nancy Jane Smith has what Frantz Fanon calls ontological resistance in the eyes of her interrogators, by which he meant the spatio-temporal labors of one subject have transformational potential on the spatio-temporal labors of another subject. This shared capacity for transformation and for recognition and incorporation does not extend to the slave. It is important to reiterate that Nancy Jane Smith does not attempt to change the perimeters or the structure of the exchange in any meaningful way. When she is confronted with her psychiatric review, she shouts, "Is that your opinion, dummy?" She is then given an opportunity to sing one of her songs. After reciting the lyrics, laden with sexual expressions that the tribunal, no doubt, considers seditious and pornographic, Smith makes a sarcastic remark to the housewife who chairs an organization called the Silent Majority for a Unified America. "Do you know what snatch is, lady?" The remark is meant to have shock value and to establish Nancy Jane Smith's credentials as a liberated white woman at the expense of her older and repressed white female interrogator. This pageantry of strike, counterstrike, that ensues throughout Nancy Jane Smith's interrogation betrays a proclivity to imagine political conflict, which is to say, affilial, meaning political and institutional struggles, through filial, meaning family frames. Questions of citizenship and state power that would ordinarily be categorized as affilial dilemmas, questions of institutional power, are displaced onto questions that would ordinarily be categorized as filial, questions of family loyalty. The interrogation weaves a tapestry of articulations, connections, transfers, and displacements between affilial frames of reference and filial frames of reference, in which the stability of the white family becomes hegemonic throughout the interrogation, while questions of political power, Nixon's war machine and the scourge of capitalism, become secondary at best. What this framing mobilizes is a deep, unconscious saturation and naturalization of white family authority as state authority, wherein characteristics of the family are projected onto the social environment in such a way as to allow for no disproportion between the life of the white family and the life of the state. In stark contrast, Charles Robbins' interrogation begins with an assault in the guise of an assertion. "We know from our records that there are only a handful of black militants that are running the so-called People's Army." So begins a member of the tribunal. "It does not represent the community. You are trying to overthrow the government, and you're only a handful." The camera then provides a close-up of one of the other men on the tribunal. Unlike the men and women during Nancy Jane Smith's interrogation, this man is not looking at Charles Robbins, the person being interrogated. He is doodling. Another interrogator snarls, "Martin Luther King was opposed to your violence." The opening of this scene is exemplary of the ways in which the master's prerogative, beyond deciding that Charles Robbins and the Black People's Army have not secured a black mandate, goes so far as to designate what kind of politics will be allowed to secure a mandate and what the nature of that mandate will be. all of this transpires prior to Charles Robbins having said one word. In fact, the interrogation closes as it opens, though more emphatically. Robbins is bound and gagged as a tribunal member keeps shouting, "Shut him up! Shut him up!" And a white defense lawyer rises to articulate the ethical dilemmas that Robbins has been barred from speaking since the beginning. On some level, this is the same discursive violence meted out to Nancy Jane Smith, in that the members of the tribunal quash any hope of the interrogation flowering into a rich semantic field of affiliation, an ethical assessment of institutional power predicated on competing political and philosophical orientations. In other words, on face value, the kind of argument that Marxists like Negre and Hart make, that in this post-industrial dystopia in which we have been living since the end of the 1960s, that is, since the end of the golden age of capital, the temporality of incarceration or prison time has usurped the time of civil society for everyone, regardless of race or gender. But unlike Nancy Jane Smith, Charles Robbins is not even given the opportunity to participate in a ratcheting downward of the scale of abstraction, that is, from affiliation to filiation. He is not someone's wayward son in the way that Nancy Jane Smith is someone's wayward daughter. Charles Robbins is not even a human subject, which is to say that he experiences civil society not as a system of laws, codes, and mores that dispense violence against those who transgress its laws and codes of behavior. For him, civil society is a juggernaut of murderous vengeance, void of contingency, trial, or debate. For Charles Robbins and the black woman in the desert, civil society has always been a juggernaut of violence. Civil society has never been a terrain characterized by consent as opposed to coercion. For the two of them, the usurpation of civil society by violence is not a new phenomenon, predicated on changes in political economy, such as the end of the gold standard. On the contrary, violence without sanctuary is the sine qua non of blackness. Like Nancy Jane Smith, he is a stimulus to anxiety, but not anxiety of an ideational nature. It is not as though Robbins' ideas are a threat to deep-seated ideas held by the conservative tribunal. Their interrogation of him is symptomatic of the fact that the only ideas he has are the ones he embodies, that is to say, the ideas they have of him. Like my interrogation at the hands of Elgar's mother, Selena Davenport, when I was a child, a woman whose unconscious prompted a complaint about her husband's lack of home team spirit when my answers ran afoul of her frame of reference. The tribunal has no need for Robbins' actual testimony. His flesh, his color, size, genitals, the biofacticity of blackness, not his philosophical or sexual orientation, is the stimulus to anxiety. There is no need for the tribunal to parse out his rhetoric as they did when, in their filiofixation, they asked Nancy Jane Smith to sing one of her songs for them, or when, in a rare moment in which they granted her the noblesse oblige of official engagement, they asked her what her philosophy of government was. The inability of the tribunal to imagine Charles Robbins as a relational being, their unconscious ability to see him as a human being, as someone imbued with the spatio-temporal capacity to possess relational status, the absence of resistance in the eyes of the other, extends to black people writ large, and I might add, is also the essential limitation of the filmmaker, Peter Watkins, and of the film itself. Black people form a mass of indistinguishable flesh in the collective unconscious, not a social formation of interests, agendas, or ideas. At the beginning of the interrogation, Robbins is told he has absolutely no political mandate, no political effectiveness. Later, he is asked by the same tribunal member, "Why are you leading your people into the mass hysteria?" Which is he, void of agency or in possession of superhuman powers? He is both. He is neither. The truth and where it lies is immaterial. What is substantiated is that the species that sits before them threatens their collective unconscious beyond their powers of speech. Charles Robbins is a phobogenic object, an embodied stimulus to anxiety. The breadth of his agency is so totalizing as to make agency warped, unrecognizable, and without borders. This is the same orientation white people and their non-Black junior partners have toward Black sexuality. A sexual ubiquity and power that is so comprehensive as to make it impossible to speak of it in sexual terms. Something to be abandoned to, given over to, as though jouissance had no beginning and no end. Something to be terrified of, as though boundless pleasure can lead only to death. The Black is held captive in the joy and terror of the master as it whiplashes between negrophilia, as, for example, in the vapid consumption of hardcore rap by white youth in the suburbs, and negrophobia, as in the interrogation, void of meaningful dialogue, of Robbins by the tribunal. It is important to remember that this is not a reciprocal dynamic. Whereas the committee was indeed concerned as to where Nancy Jane Smith would seek her pleasure and how, and was concerned with what ideas motivated her hatred for America, her paranoia after the Kent State Massacre, there is no concern regarding the motivations that underwrite Charles Robbins' pursuit of personal pleasure or political retribution. As a slave, his jouissance, like his political intent, is always already usurped, given over to the power and desire of those who are not slaves. Frantz Fanon reminds us that the Jew, like the white woman, is a phobic object at the level of the ideas others have of their ideas, and, as I have argued in Red, White, and Black, American Indians are phobic objects due to their embodied demand, again, ideation, for territorial redress. But the Black is not a phobic object who stimulates anxiety around their articulations, real or imagined, regarding time, the anti-Semitic fear of Jewish financial domination, or space, a conflict over indigenous claims to land. The Black is a threat, to paraphrase Fanon, at a genital level. He's a beast is the most commonly uttered phrase of appreciation for a Black athlete. In other words, anti-Black violence murders, destroys subjectivity, eviscerates the capacity for relationality, whereas misogynistic and anti-Semitic violence, along with the genocide of indigenous people, exploits and alienates subjectivity without obliterating relational status. In other words, the violence that will ultimately kill Nancy Jane Smith cannot be analogized with the violence that will kill Charles Robbins and the Black woman in the desert, even if the same gun is used on both species. Though they all will stop breathing, death for Nancy Jane Smith in no way resembles death for Robbins and the Black woman in the desert. The difference between someone dying and something dying cannot be analogized. This is what makes murder, rather than exploitation and alienation, the generative mechanism of the relationship between Charles Robbins and the tribunal, that is, the slave-human relation. A paradox is embedded in this murder, in that it can never be anything but murder. But it must be a kind of murder that is comprehensive enough to obliterate the slaves the blacks yearning for and attempts at attaining recognition and incorporation for their spatial temporal labors, even though the comprehensive nature of the homicide would not wipe black people out altogether. Without black people, human existence would be unintelligible in the way that cat has no meaning without dog. This is very different from Native American genocide, for Indians are, in fact, humans. Wiping them out empirically does not threaten the stability of humanity, any more than the anti-Semitic violence of the Holocaust would have made humanity unintelligible should the Holocaust have wiped out the Jews. But if blacks are completely genocided, humanity would find itself in the same quandary that would occur if black people were recognized and incorporated as human beings. Humanity would cease to exist because it would lose its conceptual coherence, having lost its baseline other. Humanity would find itself standing in the abyss of an epistemological void. The black is needed to mark the border of human subjectivity. Without the pageantry of violence meted out to Charles Robbins and the black woman in the desert, a pageantry of violence that is not contingent upon their giving the wrong answers to the tribunal, a violence that considers them a mass of flesh, not members of a social formation, there would be no way for human beings to know that they are human. By way of contrast, Nancy Jane Smith will die. That much is clear. But her death is contingent upon her misbehaving sexually and politically. This contingency imbues her death with meaning and thereby rejuvenates her species, the human race, and its most hallowed institution, the white family, even as she lies cold and inert in the desert soil. As Jonathan Lee writes in his paraphrasing of Lacan, death is such an essential and revelatory future moment. One's death is unavoidably one's own. In other words, even when she dies, Nancy Jane Smith's songs and countercultural ideas will live on, albeit as thorns, in the psyches of her interrogators and in the psyches of humans yet to be born. Hence the efforts of the tribunal to discipline her into a properly Oedipalized young woman. But we must turn to Patterson to understand the meaning of murder when it comes to Charles Robbins and the black woman in the desert. The slave dies, it is true, but he, dies in the master. This passing does not mark the death of a relational subject, but the expiration of an implement, a speaking implement with no auditor for the sound it makes. What is remarkable about Charles Robbins' interrogation is that, unlike Nancy Jane Smith, Robbins is given no opportunity to have his ideas recognized and incorporated by his interlocutors, not at the level of filiation or at the level of affiliation. In the libidinal economy of the human versus slave antagonism, he cannot be imagined as someone's son or father or brother, and nor can he be imagined as someone who speaks a philosophical language, the politics of which would either concur or conflict with the members of the tribunal. He has no ontological resistance in the eyes of the white man. Like objects in a grammatical structure, Charles Robbins and the black woman murdered in the desert are objects upon which the subject of a sentence acts, and the stability of the human race depends on these roles never being altered or reversed. Part 4. In Copenhagen, the publisher of a small left-wing press had asked me to give a public lecture at his press's launch of an anthology featuring the work of Jared Sexton, Saidiya Hartman, Frantz Fanon, and me. I said yes, but I had one request. I wanted to meet with a group of Black organizers with no one else in the room in order to facilitate a 3-hour workshop on Afropessimism that would be similar to workshops I facilitated in North America, South Africa, and other parts of Europe. Denmark is a very white place, he said in a Skype conversation. Though he knew of multiracial organizations doing political work in Denmark, finding one that was exclusively Black would be a challenge. A week later, he came back with the name, a relatively new group called Marinage, a people of color organization. The kind of group I had asked for didn't exist. But since Marinage came into existence to counter Denmark's self-aggrandizing celebrations commemorating the 100th anniversary of its abolishment of colonialism, when, in 1917, it sold the Virgin Islands to the U.S., which also allowed it to shed the taint of its past as a slave-dependent economy, it made sense for me to conduct a workshop for people who were interested in the political ramifications of the longue durée of slavery. Part 5. I arrived in Copenhagen steadfast in my conviction that even the most persecuted white women are a priori positioned as masters in relation to Black people, even to Black men. This assertion gains greater clarity when we consider that at the level of consciousness, what psychoanalysis calls preconscious interests, the realm of the psyche that can be brought into consciousness and spoken, it would appear as though Nancy Jane Smith, Charles Robbins, and the unnamed Black woman in the desert are all of the same species. They are all Marxist revolutionaries who would argue that they are of the same species, the working class. But what becomes clear as one compares their interrogations is that though they share the same consciousness, and though they would say they are of the same species, working class humans, in point of fact, the unconscious realm of the psyche has no capacity to recognize Charles Robbins and the unnamed Black woman in the desert as human beings. They cannot be incorporated into filio or affilio imaginaries of family or political relations, regardless of the preconscious, conscious mind's protestations to the contrary. In short, the conscious mind of a radical says, I don't see color, whereas the unconscious mind is saying, in ways that are rarely legible, I live in fear of a Black planet. This duality is sustained by the fact that the violence that positions Nancy Jane Smith as a white woman and a human being is structurally different than the violence that positions Charles Robbins and the unnamed Black woman in the desert as Blacks and slaves. This flies in the face of theoretical and political assumptions that non-Black intellectuals and activists hold dear about violence and gender. The challenge this argument presents is not intellectual, but rather it is emotional, especially when it comes from a cisgender Black man who critiques the paradigm of white femininity in less than dulcet tones. But white women, as human beings, are structurally more powerful than Black people because they, white women, are members of the human species, whereas Blacks are the sentient beings against which humanity is defined. Even in the horrible act of rape of a white woman by a Black man, for example, the structure of the relation does not change. This is an incendiary assertion, but no theory worth its salt would shy away from pyrotechnics. To begin with, Afropessimism in no way condones or seeks to explain away sexual violence. On the contrary, violence as a structure or paradigm, and sexual violence as an ensemble of practices within that paradigm is at the heart of Afropessimist meditations, albeit in ways that run counter to received wisdom. In the centuries when slavery was still on the books, and not strangely sublimated by euphemisms like citizen and universal suffrage, a male slave forcing a female slave owner into sex against her will was as morally wrong as a male slave master forcing a female slave into sex against her will. Sex as a weapon is revolting, and despite all the moral injunctions against such acts, to suggest that the male slave's rape of his female master is also a problem of ethics is to mistake force, the musculature of the black male rapist, for power, the web of institutional capacities that make him an extension of her prerogative and power, even in the act of rape. At the level of performance, she is his victim. At the level of paradigm, he is still her tool. What does one do with that? One does not look for answers that solve the problem of performance while ignoring the problem of paradigm. One sits with it. No Marxist revolutionary would say that shorter working hours and higher wages for workers redress the unethical paradigm of capitalism. But when many people encounter the black, a sentient being who, unlike the worker, does not have a problem, but rather, as Du Bois has written, is a problem, the image burns too intensely for the eyes. But even at the risk of searing our retinas, we will gaze unflinchingly at this flame. Even though women in the room where the Copenhagen workshop took place were not, for the most part, white women, many of them were not black women either, and they knew enough from my introduction that the white woman in Peter Watkins' Punishment Park, a radical left-wing prisoner named Nancy Jane Smith, was a stand-in for any non-black woman. I plan to return to this thorny proposition that the status of non-black women vis-a-vis black men hasn't changed over time, with a quote from an article by Jared Sexton where he writes, "It seems counterintuitive, but because of her historical implication in the structures of white supremacy, marked by her limited capacity to marshal state violence or state-sanctioned paramilitary violence, the white woman can have the black man or black woman brutalized for transgressions real or imagined. However, and because of this relation of power, she can also rape him, thereby reversing the polarity of a rape fantasy pervasive in the anti-black world. Regardless of his size and strength, his prowess and his pride, he is structurally vulnerable to her. Contrary to many standard legal definitions, she is able to rape him without his necessarily being physically penetrated against his will. In this sense, the fear of rape and the fear of penetration must be carefully distinguished. Perhaps rape is better understood not as an isolated act, but as part of a spectrum of sexual coercion generated within a broader set of social, political, and economic relations regulated, but not simply controlled, by the racial state and enabling permutations of enactment. During my evening lecture to 140 audience members, which followed the 3-hour workshop with 30 Danish activists, I distributed handouts with Sexton's quote on it to the people who came after the workshop, so that they could read it when I came to it in my speech, and so that they would have it in front of them if they wanted to discuss it during the Q&A. The reception of these ideas was thoughtful and engaged, in both the workshop and the talk that followed, which meant my guard was down when I got to Berlin to discuss these ideas with left-wing academics who, presumably, had more theoretical chops than the activists in Copenhagen. Most of the people who attended the Marinage workshop had read very little about Afropessimism. They were hard-scrabble organizers, many of whom had seen Denmark's state violence up close. This made them open to a deeper theorization of that violence, even if what they learned might shatter their previously held ideas about the structure, not simply the performance, of that violence. I was impressed by their willingness to sit for 3 hours in discussions and exercises that challenged so much of their received wisdom and, more to the point, so much of the foundation upon which their organizing was based. The workshop and the speech I gave that followed took place in Folkets house. These were 2 really special events for the 30 people in the workshop and the people who came to my public lecture, because the building, Folkets house, the People's House, had been the hub of radical activism and community struggles for decades. Arts and crafts, as well as rebellion and resistance to the Copenhagen police, had emanated from Folkets house in the past. The police had closed it down for about 2 years. My workshop and speech were the first events of its reopening. People were excited and also a bit on edge, wondering if the cops would raid it as they had in the past and haul all 100-plus people to jail. An Asian Danish woman asked me, if the violence of white supremacy and capitalist patriarchal violence is what I, as an Asian woman, suffer, and if you're suggesting white supremacy and anti-blackness are not the same, in fact, I hear you saying that the people who suffer white supremacy are also the people who, along with whites, perpetrate anti-blackness. Then my question is, what does that mean? What does that do? Maybe what I want to say is, how do we forge solidarity in multiracial coalitions such as Marinage? I'd be asked the same question in 2 days' time in Berlin, but the tone and intent would be hostile, and I would say, I don't give a rat's ass about solidarity, which wasn't true, but the way I cared about solidarity wasn't the way the mob that had packed its bags to meet me in Berlin cared about it. What we're doing in this workshop is a form of solidarity, I replied. The important things we need to understand are the ways non-black people of color can crowd out discussions of a black grammar of suffering by insisting that the coalition needs to focus on what we all have in common. It is true that we all suffer from police aggression, that we all suffer from capitalist domination, but we should use the space opened up by political organizing, which is geared toward reformist objectives like stopping police brutality and ending racist immigration policies, as an opportunity to explore problems for which there are no coherent solutions. Anti-black violence is a paradigm of oppression for which there is no coherent form of redress, other than Frantz Fanon's The End of the World. Solidarity means not crowding out discussions of black social death just because there is no coherent form of redress on the horizon. I think that's what we've done today. Your participation in this workshop with the black people in Marinage is an act of solidarity. There is no point-for-point Pilgrim's Progress that can explain how the clips from Punishment Park made the Copenhagen workshop a success, or why the same analysis went south when I got to Berlin. Part 6. Berlin was as hot as it had been 2 days earlier in Copenhagen. But the greater density of buildings there, the teeming throngs of tourists, and the fact that, unlike Copenhagen, Berlin is not bordered on 3 sides by the sea made it bake even more. The room used for the conference on May 1968 didn't smell like the Volkshaus room in Norbrogade, the Arab, African, and white working-class neighborhood of Copenhagen, where Volkshaus is located. That was the first thing that I noticed. There was no smell. It was a clean room of sharp angles and floor-to-ceiling windows that trapped cold, odorless air inside. The pentagon of white formica tables on wall-to-wall carpet was a far cry from the unvarnished tables of Volkshaus in Copenhagen, most of which had been hauled from a storage room and were clearly donated over the years because they didn't fit together the way the tables fit together in Berlin. In Norbrogade, we had all chipped in, hauling tables, unstacking chairs, working with the whiteboard that had been donated for the workshop by Kappelwege 44, another Norbrogade community center run by a cheerful and direct woman named Lisbeth Brill. A whiteboard we propped on a chair and which had to be held up with one hand to keep it from sliding down as I wrote on it. Ladders and empty coat racks dotted the room at Volkshaus. The floor was a palimpsest of scuff marks from metal chairs or the rubber soles of SWAT teams. Volkshaus smelled lived in, contested, a room which weed and tear gas had each called home. It smelled of dry sweat and laughter and fuck the police. And the windows had broad sills where comrades who came late sat. In contrast to the People's House in Copenhagen, the conference room in Berlin was on the 4th floor of an office building with cameras embedded in keypads at the entrance of each of the floors. You had to wait for someone inside the panopticon to recognize your face in the lens by the door and buzz you in. The well-pressed staff would be most dismissive of Afropessimism. The gathering of academics in Berlin was a sad, milquetoast menagerie. For the most part, dust-ups between academics seemed to matter not one bit to people on the ground. All too often, academics ascribe more gravitas to the stakes of their debates than is warranted. The dust-up over and around Afropessimism is different, however. It is different not because of its importance to the people within the academy. On the contrary, it is different because of the way it has captured the imagination of Black people around the world. In Afropessimism, the imaginations of Black people on the ground and the intellectual labors of Black people in revolt have, finally, found an unflinching resonance in an ensemble of interventions being produced by Black intellectuals. One would think that the left-leaning intellectuals would find reason to rejoice in this. Afropessimism is not an ensemble of theoretical interventions that leads the struggle for Black liberation. One should think of it as a theory that is legitimate because it has secured a mandate from Black people at their best, which is to say, a mandate to speak the analysis and rage that most Black people are free only to whisper. For some bonehead reason, I thought these white academics in Berlin and their Asian junior partner would coalesce as a safe gathering to share what, under normal circumstances, should not be shared. The hint of sanctuary was in the invitation that Professors Ian Bryce and Helmut Jahn sent to me. At every turn, we will resist circumscribing the conference's subject in terms of date and place, that is, May 1968, Paris 1968, read the letter of invitation. It went on to suggest that the purpose of the conference was to challenge encrusted narratives by reflecting on how the 50-year gestation of 1968 has allowed us to consider the period's new racial, sexual, and practical coalitions, both aesthetic and political, with new eyes. At every turn, maybe I turned too hard. But I believe that if any group of people were trained in the theory needed to discuss and debate Afropessimism's first principles as a means of assessing 1968 with fresh eyes, that group was more likely to be the pedigreed Marxist scholars at the conference in Berlin than activists much younger and less pedigreed in Copenhagen. Professor Ian Bryce was strong and stocky and not too tall. During the conference breaks, he picked his way between the conference table and the chairs, heading for the tea and coffee trolley like a pulling guard on an end-around play. I played outside linebacker in college and was flattened more than once by a pulling guard on an end-around sweep. But I didn't think Ian would lead the charge in Berlin. Indeed, I thought just the opposite, given the fact that in one of his emails to me, and then again in person, he said how much my critique of Antonio Gramsci's assumptive logic had aided him in writing his monograph on Pasolini. After the conference, I realized that he was no different than most white academics who dabble in Afropessimism for their own ends without regard for the fact that they are holding a grenade that has no pin. Afropessimism is a looter's creed, critique without redemption or a vision of redress except the end of the world. In the hands of a Marxist academic, it tends to be corrupted and contorted into something with no purchase for black revolt. In hands such as these, hands that craft visions of antagonisms as dust-ups between the worker and the capitalist, and have no clear understanding that the essential antagonism is the antagonism between blacks and the world, two birds are killed with one stone. The centrality of black people's social death, the grammar of suffering of the slave, is dispensed with or given short shrift, and secondly, the imagination of the slave, which often dreams of the world's undoing without being burdened by a vision of a new world such as socialism or a liberated nation-state, is made to fit within the limits of what non-black people have the stomach for. James Baldwin said it best in his essay, The Black Boy Looks at the White Boy, Norman Mailer, where he wrote about the terrible gap between Norman Mailer's life and my own. It is a painful essay in which he explains how he experienced, through the beginning and ending of his friendship with Mailer, those moments when blackness inspires white dreams of liberation, and how it felt when he suddenly realized the impossibility of the inverse. The really ghastly thing about trying to convey to a white man the reality of the Negro experience has nothing whatever to do with the fact of color, but has to do with this man's relationship to his own life. He will face in your life only what he is willing to face in his. His long Paris nights with Mailer bore fruit only to the extent that Mailer was able to say, "Me too." Beyond that was the void that Baldwin carried with him into and subsequently out of the friendship. I'm afraid that most of the white people I have ever known impress me as being in the grip of a weird nostalgia, dreaming of a vanished state of security and order, against which dream, unfailingly and unconsciously, they tested and very often lost their lives. He is writing about the encounters between blacks and whites in Paris and New York in the 1950s. But he may as well be writing about Ian and the posse that came for me at the Berlin conference on May 1968. In short, there was blood on the floor, and most of it was mine. But I could not imagine this when Ian Bryce called my name. Happily, I screened the 2 clips from Punishment Park. The lights came on, and in my lecture, I proffered the critique of the film that had been well received in the Copenhagen workshop. How and why the putative political solidarity between Nancy Jane Smith and Charles Robbins did not mitigate the structural antagonism that they embodied. How the film's unconscious dramatized this antagonism while disavowing it at the level of its conscious narrative intent. I concluded by saying that rather than advance the project of revolution, both politically and aesthetically, the white radical revolts of the late 1960s and early 1970s, as well as well-intended films such as Punishment Park, when perceived through the slave's eyes, Charles Robbins and the Black Woman in the Desert, did more to fortify and extend the interlocutory life of Western civil society than to hasten its overthrow. I was stunned by the magnitude of the applause. More than once I was told how elegant and sophisticated my talk had been. Sandra Dove, a British art historian, even used the word beautiful in reflecting upon the elan of the prose. But the emotional resonance of those words was familiar. It's what Black women and some men experience when our hair is touched by a white person who doesn't ask permission, but assumes that because this violation came with a compliment, it's so soft. You should, like a Lhasa Apso being petted, be grateful for their attention. It's what it means to be told, "You're so well spoken." You can make them swoon, but it doesn't mean they're hearing what you say. It means they experience something close to orgasm in the way you say what you say. Soul music. Blowback occurs, however, as the lyrics to the song start to sink in. You can set your watch to the next 3 moments: guilt, resentment, aggression. In Berlin, the clock struck resentment and aggression. The assembled professors skipped the hour of guilt. It was then that Negrophobia kicked in a manner that was, to say the least, uncanny. Uncanny in the sense that, for the next 20 minutes, we reenacted the same dynamics that characterize the interrogation of Charles Robbins by the Punishment Park Tribunal. To be sure, the content of the questions the room fired at me were more diverse than a bowl of Fruit Loops, but they shared a common affect of hostility and patronizing condescension. On one level, the scene was more, for lack of a better word, civilized than the tribunal. I was not handcuffed and chained to a chair, and the 10 members of the conference had no prosecutorial powers over me. But one could argue that the professorial code of civility made the interrogation more bizarre than what Charles Robbins endured. In short order, the group's capacity for logic and debate disintegrated into righteous indignation at the way, as they saw it, I played fast and loose with the film, at my lack of appreciation for the bonds of love that had been forged in the 1960s between people like Charles Robbins and Nancy Jane Smith, and finally, indignation at my claim that non-Black people of color, white civil society's junior partners, have something to salvage, whereas Blacks have nothing to lose. That Asians and Blacks are structural antagonists, even when they are joined together in coalition, fighting for civil and human rights. Part 7. Professor Li Ling Chen took issue with Asians being cast as the junior partners of white civil society. She did not take issue, however, in the form of an engagement with and/or critique of my analysis. She simply said how mad it all made her, as though the most important thing to consider was how non-blacks felt when critiqued rather than the material impact on black lives that necessitated the critique to begin with. Mobs might ask if you really raped that woman or robbed that man as they string you up, but rarely do they quiet down and wait for an answer. I felt like I'd been cast as a facilitator of a group therapy session, and I had asked the wrong question, or the right question, which sparked a chain reaction. I had, however, both unleashed this chain reaction and become the repository of its smoldering transference. Ian Bryce led the charge. The way his chin thrust out when he spoke, and the small, involuntary cannonballs of breath that burst between his words bore a resemblance to Reg in Seattle as he steered young Luke to the parking lot, a man I had seldom conjured in more than 50 years. Bryce began with an obliquely motivated form of chastisement. He complained that throughout my entire presentation, he had heard the name Peter Watkins only once. He accused me of mounting an unsophisticated reading of the film, of not respecting the film as a cultural object. He accused me of casting the film itself as a transparent reflection of what happened in the segment of scenes during which Charles Robbins was interrogated. He wanted more thick description of the film, more exegesis on it as a work of art, in keeping, no doubt, with the other presentations at the conference. I told him that my points of attention lay elsewhere. I could have added, had you been paying attention, you would have heard how I touched upon the cinematic strategies of the film, which make the very case you say is too reductive, that the film does in fact labor in ways that accompany, rather than critique, the anti-black racism Robbins endures in the tribunal. And furthermore, it doesn't matter that the director thinks he's doing something different. What matters is how the film labors. But I didn't say this because I, naively, expected Bryce to respond by saying to me, "Okay, so tell me about your points of attention. Sorry to harp on about what you did not do. Let's use the little time we have productively by discussing your presentation on its own terms." That would have made too much sense. He had built up a head of steam, or more accurately, short little choo-choo train puffs of exasperation. He was the little engine that could, huffing and puffing up the hill, pulling the others up the track behind him. As Ian Bryce cloaked his exasperation about my lack of devotion to the film as a cultural object, another professor, Arthur Winter, cloaked his exasperation in a similar Jesuit-like devotion to the history of the film as a cultural object, the context in 1971 of Punishment Park's production and distribution. "Don't you realize," a prosaic translation of his remarks would read, "Peter Watkins was a white man who was in solidarity with people like Charles Robbins. Don't you realize that in the making and exhibition of this film, he suffered for black people?" In other words, Winter took it upon himself to school me, to tell me what I already knew and knew well. With the kind of restrained incredulity one employs when little Johnny spills his milk on the floor for the third time, damn it, Arthur Winter took pains to explain to me that Punishment Park and Peter Watkins were viciously attacked in the press and on college campuses when the film was screened there, for dramatizing a paranoid vision of America and for being a foreigner who hates America. The tribunal was enraged with Robbins because America had proffered a helping hand to blacks, albeit discreetly, and his violent insurgency smacked of ingratitude. Professor Winter was saying the same to me, with Watkins as stand-in for the state. "One cannot be black," Frantz Fanon once warned, "with impunity." No theaters would show the film, Winter protested, and it was pulled in less than a week from the one obscure theater where it was screened. His eyes sent out distress signals. A flurry of hands waved to be recognized by Ian Bryce. Winter's voice seemed to crack, as though I had besmirched not a filmmaker whom he had never met, but a close and revered relation. "This is family," his tone betrayed. He ignored people whose hands were raised. He rushed on before Ian Bryce gave someone else the floor. When Watkins brought it to college campuses, he was attacked by professors in the audience. Winter gave a pitch for the angels. My eyes began to mist. I was sure he would end with a motion to put Watkins' name forward for sainthood or friend of the Negro. Winter's commentary sputtered to an end as he reminded me that the end of the scene with Charles Robbins being bound and gagged in the tent of the tribunal, was a cinematic quotation of the Chicago 8 trial in which Bobby Seale was bound and gagged. His point being, in case I didn't get it, that this cinematic quotation, coupled with the hell Peter Watkins caught when he went on tour with the film and with the way the film was panned by the critics, is exemplary of how the film was in solidarity with my project and with the plight of Charles Robbins and the unnamed black woman who was riddled with bullets in Punishment Park. I laughed, for I had no wish to insult Winter by taking him seriously. But he wasn't joking. He was as pumped up and as serious as Ian Bryce had been when he chastised me for doing an end run around the aesthetic integrity of Punishment Park. From the far side of the room, Bryce and Winter's professorial twaddle was modestly baptized by Professor Helmut Jahn, who nodded and grumbled into his neck, "I too worried about the place of history in your presentation." The floodgates widened. More voices poured in. Sometimes people spoke over each other as though they had arrived so late to the lynching they needed to push against the spines of others to get a closer look or a better stab at the not quite human hanging in the tree. It was what my students would call a total mindfuck, in the sense that this scenario of charged affect in service to the most hysterical display of Negrophobogenesis was first projected onto the screen in the conference room in the form of Charles Robbins' clip from Punishment Park, and then reenacted in the room by the people at the conference. In other words, the tribunal interrogation of Charles Robbins involved nothing on the order of a dispute between communist and capitalist ideas, nor was it, as in the interrogation of Nancy Jane Smith, a dispute between two divergent views about moral hygiene. Charles Robbins had been structurally barred from the dynamic of reciprocity. This structural injunction was what characterized the conference, and this characterization is exemplary of what happens to black voices when those voices make arguments that are predicated on a theory of violence that A, does not apply to all suffering people, and B, suggests that even people who suffer from the scourge of white supremacy, capitalism, and gender oppression are simultaneously agents and beneficiaries of anti-black violence. Such arguments blow the lid off the unconscious, as evidenced by the fact that they stir a communal wrath of half-sentences, strong moods, and wagons beginning to circle. This is what Sebastian, a Canadian graduate student who had introduced himself to me outside an imbus, a German word that means a small food stand or street food shop, the night before, meant when he described the room's meltdown and its aggressivity as what Fanon might have called a tear in the psychic infrastructure of the conference on 1968. which is to also say that the work of Afropessimism was accomplished, if only for a moment, in that Berlin conference room. The uncanny kicked in again. I experienced the same sensation that I experienced the first time I saw the scene of the unnamed black woman face down in the desert of Punishment Park when several LA County sheriffs riddled her back with bullets. The conference room's cacophony of raw exasperation mimicked the dry pop of gunshots and the voice snarling, "Get the bitch," as the hot and thirsty cops stood on a ridge above her and spent all their ammo. To my dismay, this affect was just as intense when two of the women, a white woman, Professor Sandra Dove, and the Asian woman, Professor Li-Ling Chen, spoke. In some respects, there was an odd honesty to how those two women spoke. My presentation was underwritten by the claim that everyone in the room was a structural antagonist to me, to Charles Robbins, and to the unnamed black woman who was killed in Punishment Park. Everyone else had given a presentation that was underwritten by the assumptive logic that the structural antagonism was between workers of whatever race, gender, or nationality, and the capitalists of the world. Confrontation with a lecture, mine, that argued that exploitation and alienation, the generative mechanism of the antagonism between the proletariat and the capitalists, was a mere conflict, a struggle occasioned and allowed by the essential antagonism between blacks, slaves, and humans, masters, made the professors in Berlin suffer from what Jared Sexton has called the anxiety of antagonism. The white men, Ian Bryce, Arthur Winter, and Helmut Jahn, had responded symptomatically, speaking away from the source of their trauma, knitting their brows as they conjured red herrings about my ahistoricism and my display of bad faith with respect to yeoman efforts on the part of Peter Watkins and the bleeding heart of his film. The honesty of Sandra Dove and Li-Ling Chen manifested itself in the fact that they actually had something to say about my presentation, unlike the white men who had something to say about what I didn't say. This is not to cathedralize the wisdom of Dove and Chen. Sandra Dove and Li-Ling Chen were saddened and angered, respectively, by my presentation. The honesty of their interventions, meaning their scattered sound bites, manifested itself in the fact that they responded to what I had said. The perverted nature of their honesty was due to the fact that their responses did not manifest in an actual engagement of my argument, but instead foregrounded the way my lecture made them feel. Sandra Dove felt hurt and disappointed, perhaps betrayed. Li-Ling Chen was angry and at her wits' end. Li-Ling and I had met at academic gatherings several times in the past. So, on day one in Berlin, we had embraced and sat beside each other at the table. I had offered her cough drops and nodded in that amen corner sort of way whenever she skewered a Deleuzian intervention by two prior speakers whose arguments were theoretical accompaniments to neoliberal individualism rather than a blast of social iconoclasm that Deleuze and his spiritual progenitors anoint themselves as having. We were soulmates on the rampage, and might still have remained so had I not taken the critique of neoliberalism over a line she was not prepared to cross. And on day one as well, Sandra Dove had winked at me from where she sat at the other end of the table, that universal wink of friendship between the races. Or perhaps I was mistaken and there was simply a mote in her eye. And I, never chary with my charms, flashed my 52 teeth. I returned from a bathroom break to find her in the seat next to mine. She introduced herself and asked if it was all right to sit beside me. The sun was beating on her back where she had been sitting, she explained. I was sandwiched snugly between Dove and Chen, and this had given me comfort, for surely Dove and Chen would be alive to what I had to say. I thought Sandra Dove and I were in a groove. There's nothing more deadly than Negro self-delusion that makes one forget that there can be no love without hatred, guilt, resentment, aggressivity. The clock ticked on. The force of their honesty was of a piece with the angry avoidance of the white men. In other words, Dove and Chen spoke to the presentation itself, foregrounding how hurt and angry they were by it, while simultaneously fortifying and extending the lynching affect that preceded them when the white men spoke. Their words were different than the words of the white men, but the affect was of a piece. And in this way, they mapped a cultural formation across gender and race, sutured by a shared anti-Blackness and, most importantly, subtended by their communal capacity for violence. The community had been wronged. Now it was time to get some justice. Instead of working through and then against my argument and the archive of critical literature that scaffolded it, something she was quite capable of and had done so well in her skewering of the faux politics of Deleuze and in her own presentation and critique of Winnicott's theory by way of Lacan, Li-Ling Chen sidestepped the archive of Afropessimism as well as my lecture's thesis. In other words, rather than debate the thesis she found so objectionable, she simply pronounced her objection. Afropessimism is absolute and totalizing. And she then proceeded to foreground the way it made her feel. I am so angry. It makes me so angry. I don't want to say anything because I'll get angry at Frank if I have to speak, and we're friends. She must have seen my eyebrow arch when she said friends, because she blurted the same sentence out again. I don't want to say anything because I'll get angry at Frank if I have to speak, and modified the ending with, and we're colleagues, before extolling for the third time, and I'm tired, and I'm hungry, and I want to go to lunch. Not everyone in the room was stricken with multiple anxiety disorders, however. But of the 6 out of 10 people who spoke, Professor Tilson McMahon was the only one who wasn't. Tilson McMahon actually tried to reason with Chen. Indeed, he tried to reason with the entire room. He said that my critique mattered because my argument was cogent and had to be attended to. McMahon noted the resonances between my presentation and Li-Ling Chen's presentation, in which she, Chen, demonstrated how left cultural politics of 1968 created an opportunity for the right to emerge as both a defender of tradition and as a pseudo-populist force. It was clear that McMahon was not saying that Li-Ling Chen and Frank Wilderson were on the same page politically, or that our archives had anything in common. What he was saying was that if Chen and the rest of the room could tamp down the rage, we could have a decent conversation and debate about the two presentations that were similar to each other and unlike most of what had preceded. How Chen's and Wilderson's talks were similar by virtue of the fact that they opened up a way for us to discuss overarching political and paradigmatic forces that affected the activism and aesthetics of 1968, and which continues today. McMahon was saying, isn't it wonderful that you both share this penchant for analysis of larger political forces? Li-Ling Chen retaliated, my work is nothing like Frank's. I don't go around the world saying Chinese women are the most oppressed people on the planet. Presumably the way Wilderson goes around the world saying black people are the most oppressed people on the planet. Professor McMahon was astonished and dismayed. He tried to reason with her, but she repeated how angry it was going to make her if she had to talk about this and how much she wanted to go to lunch. McMahon, no doubt, had not counted on the force of her unconscious, manifesting itself with such tenacious fixation in her conscious speech. But the unconscious is a faith-based initiative where reason has no purchase. Had there been 10 Tilson McMahons in the room instead of the 10 who were there, we might have had robust engagement, which is not to say he is an Afropessimist, nor is it to say that I would require that. Of the 140 people in Folkets House in Copenhagen and the 30 people in the workshop that preceded my speech, I would not presume that more than a handful actually agreed with me or with Afropessimism. But it didn't matter. Agreement was not my prerequisite. Honest engagement was. But the resonance between the FBI's document on Black identity extremism and the psychic infrastructure of Chen's objections to what she views as my brand of oppression Olympics is stronger than the resonance between her political analysis and mine. Finally, Sandra Dove spoke. She was unwavering in her belief that Black men are not structurally vulnerable to white women. She believed that all women are structurally vulnerable to all men, as though female slave masters were disempowered in the face of their male slaves, or as though the paradigm of slavery is a thing of the past, unreplicated in the present. Sandra Dove had been betrayed, and for several minutes she oscillated between lashing the whip and displaying her stigmata. Earlier, during the screening of the Nancy Jane Smith segment, I sensed from the way Sandra Dove's laughter championed the feminist salvos Nancy Jane Smith hurled back at her sexually uptight interrogators that Dove might have difficulty with the way I critiqued both Nancy Jane Smith and the tribunal, with the way I characterized their display of hatred for one another as little family feuds that would end by strengthening the bonds between them even if they killed Nancy Jane Smith. Perhaps this is why my analysis seems to have hurt Sandra Dove so deeply. By way of Nancy Jane Smith, Sandra Dove was not only being critiqued, but, in some respects, ridiculed for the puniness of the demand that emanates from white female suffering in the face of white male patriarchy. The force of Sandra Dove's objection was as palpable as those of Li Ling Chen and the white men, and it came with the same sensation of victimization at the hands of a Black man. Perhaps she saw herself in coalition with the Black Panthers, and she felt my presentation made a mockery of such desire. She was right, of course, but what gave her permission to not think twice before acting so pained in public, as though the legitimacy of my argument lay in how it made her feel? This is akin to the logic of several million football fans whose beef with the NFL protests is the fact that these protests interrupt their enjoyment, but the fact that we're being gunned down in the streets be damned. Supplemental to the quality of her hurt was her expression of a deep sadness for me. I had turned my back on the opportunity for a rich cultural connection that her plaintive voice told me she longed for. My thesis had snubbed her wink. "What about coalitions?" she cried. "What about solidarity between the races?" Now Sandra Dove sat up straight, her cobalt eyes ablaze. She thrust her arm in the air and with her index finger pointed at the wall where a blank projection screen hung and said, "What about the picture we saw projected on the screen?" 1 or 2 sessions before mine. "The photo of that beautiful interracial couple, a Black man, his white wife, their mixed-race child, From 1967 in Haight-Ashbury during the Summer of Love. Your presentation leaves no room for that photograph. My presentation shits on the inspiration of solidarity, I told her. I don't give a rat's ass about solidarity. Dove was an Oxbridge-educated Dawn who held her head so high as she scolded me she could drown in the rain. Her eyes widened at the sheer derision of my words. What, she must have wondered, happened to the friendly black face and those snowy teeth that had flashed when she winked the day before? "That is so terrible," she groaned. "That is such a shame." She went on to tell me that she had recently heard Angela Davis say that she had transcended the slave stature. She said this 2 or 3 times, and I was about to ask her if she had heard of any other black people when Ian Bryce ended the session and said it was time for lunch. Sandra Dove stood up and blocked my way as I tried to leave. She said once again how sad I had made her. She then told me that, in the future, I needed to consider my audience when I give presentations. "Listen," I told her, "I'm not even talking to anyone in this room, ever. When I talk, I'm talking to black people. I'm just a parasite on the resources that I need to do work on behalf of black liberation. Just as the world has always been a parasite on me in pursuit of its legibility and sense of presence." But I didn't need to say this, for she had moved to one side. They went to lunch as a group. I did not join them. Instead, I went to lunch with Sebastian, the Canadian graduate student I'd met by chance the night before on a crowded Berlin street. Together, we debriefed. He was almost as shell-shocked as I was by what had just gone down. After lunch, I walked back to the building, collected my things, went back to the hotel, and packed. During the afternoon session, Ian Bryce emailed me. "Hi, Frank. Are you okay? We're having our final roundtable here. Would love for you to be here. Ian." One never really knows which is more severe, the blithe disregard one suffers at the hands of white people, or the pious remorse with which they purify themselves. Part 8. You think you've seen it all, and you have. You met Sandra Dove when she sipped gin and lemonade and flicked her cigarette out the kitchen window. She called herself Selena Davenport. Selena Davenport was the present that packed her bags to meet you in the future in Berlin, just to say she still didn't like your answers to her questions, that when you speak, she hears only the noise of death drawing water. She winked, mistaking you for Eros, and you betrayed her in the worst possible way, when you could have thrived as a scalped-down duplicate of her desire. Once, and once, in the same tree you were born. Sandra and Selena, Ian and Reg, Li Ling and all the Indians who chafe at the sound of a nigger's voice, gaze up at the branches and say, "Look what you made us do to you." You twitch apologetically. The last seeds of light are dying in your eyes. You look down and feel their pain.